January the 2nd, 2024, at 6:30 p.m. is our reorganization agenda meeting. January the 16th, 24, 7 p.m. is our regular meeting. Approval of minutes, please.
Approval of minutes. Agenda meeting 11/9/23. Regular meeting 11/21/23. Motion to approve the minutes above by myself.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. DePiero, seconded by Mr. Neglia. Roll call. Mr. Carifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero.
Yes.
Mr. Musella.
Yes.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
Ms. Grignani.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Presentations and reports. Mayor Barbario.
Thank you, Council President. Before I start the presentation process, I would like to take the opportunity to thank our OEM and emergency services for the past storm that we had, the excellent work that they did for the Township of Parsippany-Troy Hills, maintaining stability in the Township. And as you know, it's rained a lot over this last few days, actually yesterday, and they're out there again protecting and serving us. I'm also proud to announce that yesterday we swore in 6 police officers to the Township of Parsippany-Troy Hills. As you are aware, when I came back as mayor in 2022, when I left in 17, we had 106 police officers. I came back, we were down to 81 deployable. I'm proud to say we're up to about 95 now. And all those that were sworn in yesterday are graduates from the school system here, Parsippany Hills and Parsippany High School. I would also like to take this opportunity, we didn't have the opportunity in the last meeting to do so, to thank Council Vice President Michael DePiero for all his services to the community of Parsippany-Troy Hills. And I mean that wholeheartedly. He's committed his life to being part of the township for 40 years, and 6 years on the Board of Education, giving him a total of 46 years. So, Mike, thank you very much. And Loretta Gragnani. Loretta Gragnani was very instrumental during Hurricane Irene down the lower section of Lake Hiawatha, volunteering her time, helping out the residents in need. And so when the time came, I remember I said, you would be perfect on the Township Council. So, Loretta, I would like to thank you, Council President, for all the years that you put in, the 8 years to the Township of Parsippany-Troy Hills. And all the other years, you don't know what Loretta has done in the community of Parsippany, always volunteering her time. So thank you very much for that, Loretta. Now, I'm going to get into the presentations. I have one gentleman I'd like to come up for about 5 minutes. It's the state of the economy here in Parsippany. Brian DeSillis, would you come up and give a presentation? And I'm doing this for a reason, because as you know, everybody's up in arms over the pilot program because a lot of misinformation went out there. You need to know the status of the Township of Parsippany-Troy Hills, where we stand today and where we're going to be in the future. And I can say this wholeheartedly, and the reason why is because it's okay. So it was because that our market in Parsippany, our vacancy rate is going up significantly. So, Brian, would you please come up?
Sir, I'm going to ask you to please control yourself. Otherwise, I will have the police remove you.
Brian, would you come up and speak? Thank you.
My name's Brian DeSillis. I'm a licensed...
That's about it all, yeah.
Thank you to the council for allowing me to come up to speak. My name is Brian DeSillis. I'm a licensed real estate broker in Morris County. I work for Cushman & Wakefield and predecessor companies, McCallie and the Gale Real Estate Company. So the purpose of this is to share some facts about the Parsippany office market specifically. And in order to simplify this, we handed out a 5-page pamphlet to share some of the facts. You're welcome to follow along. If you didn't receive one, we have some at the table and some more up front. So the big picture is the Parsippany office market is about 12 million square feet of buildings, the majority of which were built before 2000. The market today, the office market, contributes approximately 40% of Parsippany's tax base in terms of annual taxes. Currently, the office market is struggling. Parsippany as a market overall is about 35% vacant, and the Class A market's about 39% vacant. These are statistics from CoStar, which is a publicly traded independent company, and Cushman & Wakefield, we're a national real estate company. The Parsippany statistics are in your handout if you'd like to review in more detail. The availability is compounded by the fact that there's about 1 million square feet of sublease space which is on the market, which means companies have leased it and no longer need it, which is a sign that the market is not healthy. These statistics, Parsippany is at an all-time high over the last 20 years. The market equilibrium, where a market's performing normally, is somewhere between 15 to 20%, so where we are today is highly out of balance. As the tax assessor has shared with you at previous meetings, this list of 10 buildings are the 10 vacant buildings currently in Parsippany. I don't need to read them all, and you're familiar with hopefully all of them. Hybrid work from home has been detrimental, obviously, to our demand for office space, and the pandemic has been particularly hard on office landlords. The highest and best use, a lot of these sites are getting redevelopment projects. Stanberry, obviously, the Mack-Cali-Veris project, Mullelly's project, Atlantidex are some examples of space that has been taken out, but there's still a significant amount to go. In addition, on page 2, you can see some of the problems that are on the horizon. So there are buildings in the market that what we refer to as shadow space. So this list of 8 buildings represents leases at the top of page 2 that are expiring over the next 7 years. You know these buildings. These are companies such as New Jersey Manufacturers, Day Pitney, DMS, IMS, Biomet, Wyndham, and Teva. So what happens with those spaces and those buildings remains to be seen, but their space is on the sublease market today. The graph on page 2 is the data of the Parsippany office market, and the dotted line represents where we are today, about 35% vacant. The red line, which is vacancy, is climbing in the future. So this is a forecast based on statistics and real data that indicates the storm is not getting better, the storm is getting worse. And we're in the middle of the storm currently. The thought about office buildings we talk a lot about with our landlord clients and clients is office buildings affect the local community, obviously the landlords, lenders, bankers, local businesses, the tenants themselves, and the valuation of the buildings, which clearly affect the tax base. Your friends and neighbors sitting here today serve these buildings. Snowplow vendors, landscapers, restaurants, cafe operators, furniture vendors, security vendors, architects, engineers, contractors that work on these buildings. If these buildings aren't healthy, the job market is not healthy. So on page 3, we've provided a very basic summary of what's going on with 6 Sylvan. 6 Sylvan's a 43-year-old, dated, obsolete office building. It's not pretty to look at, and no corporate tenant wants to be in that building. Avis is vacating that building, has vacated, and there's zero demand for 6 Sylvan from any office tenants. There are 25 blocks of space in the market today that can accommodate large tenants, to give you some perspective. And then Lifetime, the next chapter. Lifetime is a best-in-class national fitness center and sports complex. They have 150 locations nationally. The club is state-of-the-art. Exercise equipment, indoor-outdoor swimming pools, food and beverage, a cafe, childcare, daycare. They'll watch your kids while you go work out. They've got a full-service spa, training, and garage parking. Communities fight for this kind of amenity in their community. So this Lifetime Fitness Center at 6 Sylvan is going to be located in the heart of your most important office campus. The benefit is not only to your residential community, but it's to all the other building owners around that building. So the likes of the Kushners and the Onyxes and Tiffany and all the players, T-Mobile, Zoetis, they're going to enjoy this fitness facility as well. And it's going to make their properties more attractive to current tenants and future tenants to stabilize the market. Currently, there are 3 Lifetime Fitness centers close by that serve Connell Corporate Center. They've been doing great. Bridgewater has a beautiful new Lifetime. It's been a tremendous asset for that community. And Florham Park also has benefited from their Lifetime Fitness. This project anticipates at least $60 million of new investment in your community, creating approximately 200 jobs, according to the folks at Lifetime Fitness, and is hopefully going to be a project that will help to mitigate the problems with the office market and create something that your community can enjoy for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Can we ask him questions, Council President?
Yes, of course.
Mr. DeSillis.
No, face the council. Do not.
Yeah. My first question to you is, are you the broker on this transaction?
Yes.
Okay.
Not only am I the broker.
Folks, calm down.
So
there are going to be people that are speaking that you may agree with, you may disagree with. Please be respectful.
So
Just be
these
respectful.
statistics are public record. Cushman and Wakefield statistics, whether it's CB, JLL, all the statistics say the same thing. That's what we're sharing. These are the statistics. So not only am I the broker for this project, I represent other buildings in this market that are not so fortunate. Buildings that are empty, like 200 Kimball, where my landlord client there is struggling to keep that building alive. I have tenants and clients in office buildings in Parsippany who are at risk of losing services because their buildings are in jeopardy. So this problem is far bigger than just one building. This is a storm that is engulfing Parsippany's office market. And currently, as you can see in this report, Parsippany's office market is the worst performing office market in northern New Jersey currently.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
But moving beyond that, now that it's established you're the broker and you do benefit from the sale of this transaction, can you please explain to me how it is that we have deals being done without pilots like Chick-fil-A, Topgolf, and And then just yesterday in the Parsippany Focus, we read that New Jersey manufacturer plans to go from 1599 Littleton to 1 Sylvan without a pilot. So what do you say to the people? So what do you say to the landlords and the businesses that are doing this without pilots?
So New Jersey Manufacturers is in a 96,000 square foot building, and they're shrinking to 51,000 square feet from a building which they own. That's a 1960s vintage building, unattractive, and moving to 1 Sylvan, which is a 1990s vintage building. So their property will have to be redeveloped. So what happens there remains to be seen. I suspect, as many other buildings on this list, they will probably come before this council to discuss what their plans are. So that's point number one. And then to your other question, the viability of many of these projects just don't make economic sense without the assistance of a pilot. It's that simple.
Thank you, Steve.
Let me
Thank
and
you.
I will.
Hold on.
Let me say this about New Jersey manufacturer. With regards to New Jersey manufacturer, they did come and meet with me. They discussed what the potential plans might be, and one thing they're, I think, potentially looking at doing is multifamily housing on that site. And as you see, a lot of these corporations, if we don't retain them, they're going to knock those buildings down, and they're going to wait for round 4. Round 4. No,
Could we please have some respect
let me
in
speak,
this
please.
building?
You can wave your hands all you want, but I'm telling you, we just got legislation from the State Assembly and the State Senate. They're going to move up the affordable housing mandate, not just Parsippany, in all the towns. We have to have a plan by the end of next year. If not, we lose our immunity. You can shout all you want. If you don't want to hear the truth, that's fine. You don't have to hear it. But all I'm trying to say is that this is what's going to happen. This is what's going to shape Parsippany. If we don't maintain the revenues, then they're going to get it in another way. And and I hate to tell you this, but they're going to get it through the taxpayers. Thank you.
Could we please have...
Stop shouting.
Could we please have some decorum in this room this afternoon? This is going to be a long meeting. Please, I am trying to be respectful to you. I would expect the same from you. We have a long meeting, and I hope that we can get through this in a manner that is agreeable to everyone. Please.
Council President, if we could just keep the agenda moving.
Yes,
so
please.
Who's next, please? Anyone coming up next, Mayor?
Thank you very much. I'd like to call up from North...
Mayor, excuse me.
Yes.
So the next time you speak out, I will personally have you removed from this building. You could boo all you want.
Right now, we're not taking questions from the audience.
Okay,
not at this time.
Here's what we're going to do next. The council is considering a redevelopment plan for 7 campus. As was stated at the last meeting, this plan is to support an industrial project at 7 campus to avoid multifamily project at 7 campus. This project has been through the redevelopment process and up to very recently had unanimous support from the council. Today I have Christine Winters with us to present the redevelopment plan on 7 campus. Christine? Oh, I'm sure you could if people weren't shouting. I mean, you can't. I'm trying to speak. You can't hear me? Oh, it's the acoustics in here then. Can you hear me now? Then it's the acoustics. Can you hear me now?
Sir, please sit down. You in the green, please sit down.
Listen, I apologize if you can't hear me. This is what I was given here, but this is the sound system. I can't control that.
Sit down, please. Please sit down. Please sit down.
So you know what? I'll go down. I'll try it this way. Can you hear me? Beautiful. Better, right? Good. At least I got a smile out of you. Okay, so I'll do it this way then. The council is considering a redevelopment plan for 7 campus. As was stated at the meeting, the plan is to support an industrial project at 7 campus to avoid a multifamily project at 7 campus. Today we have with us the Township planner to go over the plans. This will be voted on for second reading today. Christine Winters to provide an overview of the plan. Christine, can you please come up?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me all right? I will try and speak up for everyone. My name is Christine Winter. I am the Township Planner. I am a New Jersey State Licensed Planner as well as a certified planner with the National Association of the AICP, which is the National Association for Planners. So if you see in either corner of the front here, I have an aerial picture of the 7 campus redevelopment area. So the township, after we had provided a study, has determined that this property be an area in need of redevelopment Per the redevelopment law, on November 9th of this year, having declared the area to be in need, the next step is to develop a redevelopment plan, and that's to provide for the orderly redevelopment of this property. The plan for 7 Campus Drive was determined to be consistent with the master plan of the township by the planning board last Monday at their December 18th meeting. A little background, this is a 10.02 acre single lot. It's located in the SED 10 Specialized Economic Development District. Permitted uses in that zone currently include executive and administrative offices, research labs, fabrication and assembly of products, processing and warehouse facilities, and digital data storage warehouses. The property currently houses a vacant commercial office building, associated parking lots, and improvements. The proposed permitted uses for this redevelopment area are warehouses and fulfillment centers. To orient you a little bit, at the top of the page, that's Campus Drive. On the right side of the property, you have Hilton Court. The Hilton is located at the bottom. To the left is 3 Campus Drive, which the planning board has previously approved for multifamily. And diagonally, the planning board has also approved a warehouse building there. So part of writing a redevelopment plan is to provide for the bulk standards and how this property is going to look once it's redeveloped. So some things to point out about what's different from what currently exists there is that we're actually reducing the maximum building area on this property. So currently, you could build up to 45% of the property with a building. With this redevelopment plan, we're going to bring it down to 30%. We've also are going to be requiring buffers of landscaping along the front of the property as well as the other sides. So there'll be significant green space. Something that we maybe don't talk enough about with redevelopment plans is that it gives the township more control about what gets built there and how it looks. So we want to make sure that we're not developing a vanilla box on this property. The plan calls for standards in how it looks, make sure that there's architectural details. It's going to give you a better building than you would have had before. To go over a little bit as far as the master plan consistency, the master plan was done in 2020, and as we all know, there have been some changes since then. But it does recognize and encourage the redevelopment and infill development of existing commercial and office spaces that are vacant and need reinvestment, and recommends that the township support development that responds to market demands for modern uses. And as previously discussed, unfortunately, the office demand in the area has declined. So the township has identified warehousing as a viable option for this property. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Yes, I have some questions. Can you explain how pilots conform to our master plan and what advantages come to the community as a result of this?
So pilots are not my specialty, but what a redevelopment plan does is it allows for multiple mechanisms of financing and other incentives to help get this built. A pilot is one of those. That is a policy decision that the council makes.
Okay. Are you able to talk about each redevelopment plan? My question would be, why do you think it is that you said redevelopment plans, voting for them gives you flexibility for redevelopment of these properties, correct? Mm-hmm. So why do you think it is that each redevelopment plan ended with the same conclusion to give a pilot and nothing else?
Well, the decision to give a pilot is the council's policy.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mayor, do we have another speaker?
Yeah, I do. I have... Right now, I'd like to bring up from MW Financial Group, Michael Hanley, who will present his findings and recommendations on each of the pilot agreements. I guess you can hear me again. Okay, here we go.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Before you speak, Mike, I just want to give him a little brief.
Okay.
What, Joe? I have Michael Hanley of NW Financial Group, who will present his findings and recommendations on each of the pilot agreements before the council. NW is one of New Jersey's most respected and active public finance firms, with over 20 professionals. You ready, sir?
I'm ready.
All right.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council and Township residents. My name is Daniel Banker, and I work with NW Financial Group as the consultants to the Township. We're here today to present the project details and the project economics of the 3 redevelopment projects on today's agenda. Mike, if you don't mind going to the 3rd slide. So 6 Sylvan Way is approximately a 19-acre site. It was once home to the corporate headquarters of Avis and is now a vacant warehouse. Approximately half of the site will be the residential component, while the other half will be the Lifetime Fitness. Next slide, please, Mike. So the residential component will consist of approximately 280 units, of which 239 will be market rate split between studios, 1-bedrooms, and 2-bedrooms. The other 41 will be affordable units, 33 of which will be family affordable, and 8 of which will be supportive housing. There will also be 457 parking spaces, and the estimated project cost is approximately $119 million. This accounts for hard costs, acquisition, financing costs, developer overhead, etc. This slide shows the negotiated pilot summary. Right now, the proposed terms are a 30-year pilot that starts at 10% of annual gross revenue for years 1 through 20. It increases to 11% of annual gross revenue for years 21 through 25, and increases again in years 26 through 30 to 11.5%. Part of the law requires a phase-in of conventional taxes. So every year the calculation is based on the greater of a percentage of gross revenue or a percentage of conventional taxes. So those second set of bullets are the terms of the phase-in of conventional taxes. You have stage 1, 15 years at 0%, stage 2, 6 years at 20%, stage 3, 3 years at 40%, stage 4, 1 year at 60%, and stage 5, 5 years of 80%. In addition, there will be a 2% admin fee. Next slide, please. So before we even consider a pilot for any redevelopment project, we first look at the project under a conventional tax scenario. So based on how other residential projects in the township are assessed, specifically Halstead Parsippany, it is estimated that property taxes on this project would be approximately $1.8 million. When you account for the expected revenues and expenses, you get a project value at stabilization of approximately $117 million. As I mentioned earlier, the estimated cost is $119 million. So what essentially that says is under conventional taxes, the project will be worth $2 million less than it costs to build. Next, we look at several different metrics for developers' return, one of which is internal rate of return. This accounts for the amount of equity that the developer puts into the project and assumes a sale of the project after 10 years. And the average rate of return is typically, for a project of this size, typical market return is between 10 and 15%. As you can see here, under conventional taxes, the IRR would be just over 5%. Also, yield on cost, which takes the net operating income of the project and divides by the total project cost. Typical market return is somewhere between 6 and 7%. Here, under conventional taxes, you're at 5.4%. Lastly, and probably most importantly, is this metric called debt service coverage ratio. This is a metric that's used by banks and lenders to determine if a project has sufficient cash flow to pay back the loan. In today's market, banks and lenders are looking for a minimum coverage ratio of 1.2, meaning the cash flow needs to account for 120% of the debt service payment per year. So here under conventional taxes, you have a debt service coverage ratio of 1.07, so it is unlikely that the developers would receive the funding needed to complete the project. So based on all of those reasons, all of those metrics, it is unlikely that this project could move forward under conventional taxes. So next we go to the, Mike, if you just go back real quick. On the right side of this slide is the developer's returns and the metrics under the pilot. You'll see that the only difference is the pilot line item, which is approximately $980,000. That reduction increases the project value. It increases the IRR and yield to cost. Again, it's on the low end of what is acceptable, but it also increases the debt service coverage ratio such that a bank would be willing to loan the money to this developer to successfully complete the project. What this slide shows is a comparison of the land taxes, the current land taxes, and the gross pilot. As mentioned, this site is a vacant warehouse currently. It will be demolished, and the only tax revenue that will be generated by the site is land taxes. So if the project remains undeveloped, you have, if the project remains undeveloped, the current land taxes for this portion of the site are approximately $193,000. Under the pilot amount will be about $980,000. Over the 30-year term, if undeveloped, the site would generate $7.8 million. Under the pilot, it will generate approximately $42.5 million. So this represents about a $35 million increase. Next slide, please. So the next part of our analysis is the municipal impact. We need to determine the number of residents and number of public school children that will be generated by the redevelopment. There's a study that's well known in the industry, known as Who Lives in New Jersey Housing. This study was done originally in 2006 by Rutgers University.
Folks, please, let him finish. Let him finish.
So this study was updated in 2018, and they researched hundreds of thousands of residential units across the state, rental versus condo, large versus small, new versus old. And they researched the number of actual residents and the number of actual school children that were generated by these developments. By doing that, they created multipliers that you can apply to different unit types within different types of buildings to calculate an estimate on new residents and new public school children. Based on those multipliers, it's estimated that this residential project will result in 542 new residents and 27 public school children.
Folks, be respectful, please. Let him finish.
As I know, many people are skeptical about the public school children number. So what we've done here is we've pulled several recently built developments across New Jersey and compared the actual public school children numbers to the projections from the study. In 8 of the 9 cases, the actual numbers came out below the projections. And in the one scenario where the projections were less than the actual...
Could you please be respectful and let our speaker finish his talk?
Basically, what that last slide showed is that the actuals came out well below the projections. So if anything, the Rutgers study presents a conservative public school children number.
Please, could the gentleman please finish his talk?
Once we've identified the number of new residents and new school children, we apply a cost per resident and per school child. In terms of the public school children, we pull the total classroom instruction number from the 2023-2024 Board of Education user-friendly budget of $11,410. We then apply the percentage of the budget that comes from local sources, which is 86%. The rest comes from state, federal, and other sources. And when you apply that, you get a net cost per student of approximately $10,000. Next slide.
Sir, are you finished with your presentation?
So when accounting for the costs associated to the residents and school children, you get total costs of approximately $375,000 for the new development. What I will state here is that second table on the bottom is the projection of public school children between the market rate component and the affordable component. 8 of the 27 students are projected to come from the market rate component. The affordable units are a requirement of the township. So whether the affordable units are built in this project or a different project, the students that come from those affordable units are inevitable. This slide shows the net benefit to the township after accounting for the resident and school children costs. I know the numbers are small there, but in year 2, the projected township share of the pilot is approximately $800,000 compared to a cost of $375,000. So you have a benefit each year of approximately $550,000, which increases as rents go up, as the percentage of AGR goes up, and as the phase-in of conventional taxes comes into play. Over the 30-year term, the net benefit of this residential project is estimated to be just over $26 million. So that was the residential component. Now the other roughly half of the site at 6 Sylvan Way is the location of the Lifetime Fitness. The Lifetime Fitness is estimated to be approximately 100,000 square feet and will include a parking garage of 350 spaces. It's estimated to cost approximately $47.6 million. This is the projected pilot summary. Years 1 through 10, 12% of annual gross revenue. Years 11 through 20, 12.5%. And years 21 through 30, 13%. In addition, you have the phase-in of conventional taxes, and I won't go through that entire list, but it's similar to the residential project. Similar to the residential component, we first looked at the project under a conventional tax scenario. As you can see, the net project value is almost $7 million negative under conventional taxes. The IRR is a negative 13%, and the yield on cost is 3.5%. The debt service coverage ratio is well below 1. So for that reason, it is unlikely this project also can move forward under conventional taxes. Even under the proposed pilot, the returns are very low. It is essentially a break-even project. As you see, the project value is $47.5 million, and the project cost is $47.6 million. So this is by no means a moneymaker for the developer, if you will.
Folks, please be respectful. You may not agree with what he's saying, but let him finish.
This is, again, this is a site of a vacant office building. So this compares the other half of the land taxes to the gross pilot. So over the term of the 30 years, the additional revenue from the pilot will be approximately $8.5 million compared to if the project or if the site wasn't redeveloped. So this slide shows the developer's original request for the pilot versus the negotiated terms. Originally, the developer requested a pilot for 30 years that started at 10% for 20 years and increased to 11% for the final 10 years with the best case phase-in of conventional taxes. After negotiations, we are here at the 12%, 12.5%, and 13% with the much more aggressive phase-in of conventional taxes. And that these negotiated pilot terms result in additional revenue to the township of approximately $3 million. Lastly, we have 7 Campus Drive. If you go to the next slide, please, Mike. Thanks. So this is a proposed warehouse, of which there will be approximately 114,000 square feet of warehouse space and another 6,000 square feet of office space. This is also the site of a vacant office building. The project is estimated to cost approximately $39.1 million. And the proposed terms are a 12% of annual gross revenue for 10 years, 13% for 10 years, and 14% for 10 years. In addition, we've included a minimum per square foot amount. In year one, it will start at $2.50. So no matter what happens with the rents, they will be required to pay $2.50 per square foot regardless, and that number increases by 3% per year. In addition, the phase-in of conventional taxes is even more aggressive in this scenario, where the final 10 years are at 80% of conventional taxes. And it, of course, will include a 2% admin fee. Again, we looked at the project under conventional taxes. All of the metrics I've talked about in the past previously are below the minimum thresholds to have the project work under conventional taxes. Under the pilot, the project value is increased such that it's a positive number. The IRR and the yield on cost are both, they're on the low end of what is acceptable, but it allows the project to move forward. Here we have the same chart showing the current land taxes versus the gross pilot. Right now, the site is generating approximately $200,000. Under the pilot, it's projected to generate approximately $300,000. So this will generate approximately $100,000 in additional revenue each year, and that number increases over the term. And over the 30-year term, the additional revenue from the pilot is estimated to be $8.1 million. Again, this is a comparison of the developer's original request versus the negotiated terms. They were looking for a 10% pilot for 30 years with the best case phase-in of conventional taxes. We're now at 12%, 13%, 14%, and that negotiated pilot results in additional revenue for the township of $6 million. This last slide is an overall comparison of the three projects, the land taxes of those, the two sites and the three projects, versus the estimated pilot revenue of the three projects. Right now, the land is generating approximately $570,000 a year. The gross pilot is estimated to be about $1.6 million per year. So there will be additional revenue of approximately $1 million. And over the term, these three projects are estimated to generate approximately $74 million in pilot revenue.
There are no questions.
I know I have
audience.
questions for the witness. I'd like to ask him questions.
We have Mr. Hanley coming up
next.
next.
You're going to be okay. All right. Well, first, can we get a count on how many people are here from the fire marshal?
Can I ask Mr. Musella? That has nothing to do with this meeting.
Yes,
Mr.
it does.
Hanley,
Yes,
please.
it does. Absolutely, it does.
Folks, calm down.
Obviously, if we were over the limit, we would have been notified.
Well, can we hear that from the fire marshal?
You should really pay attention and stop texting me, people.
Folks, settle down.
We have another speaker. Could you please, Mr. Hanley?
Well, hold on.
Please.
Before we ignore my question, like you like to ignore the residents in this room, I want to hear from the fire marshal where we're at.
First and foremost, Justin, nobody's ignoring the residents.
No one is ignoring the residents.
If your purpose is not to do town business, let us know now. We have business that needs to be done. It's that simple. It's that simple.
Well, I'll keep asking for the fire marshal, but in the meantime, I would like to ask questions to Mr. Hanley. So, first of all, my first question to you is, in your experience, how many pilots have you done for a gym?
I'm sorry, for a gym?
For a gym, Lifetime Fitness, a gym.
I have not done any for a gym. For a Lifetime Fitness, I believe they have one pilot in Princeton.
So from your experience, you've said you have not done any pilots in gyms. I have reached out to Department of Community Affairs in Trenton, and they are not aware of the existence of any pilots for gyms. So can you please explain to me what community benefit there is for the taxpayer subsidizing a gym?
The administration and the town of Parsippany worked very hard on developing.
Let him speak. He's trying to, guys. He wants to answer. Let him speak, please. Let's be respectful.
On developing a plan that produced the type of development that was in the best interest of the town. As you know, there are a number of complicated things going on, including a struggling office market, including COA settlements, including a very high demand for residential and industrial, and less so for other types of commercial. So the cumulative economics of these deals were required to work together in order to accomplish the goals of the administration and the town, which is to A, produce significant revenue to prevent revenue from being raised from existing taxpayers, B, produce projects that were economically viable, and C, meet the obligations of the COA settlements and future needs for affordable housing. So all of those things in combined produce economics here that require assistance of the municipality.
Right. But why I listened to your colleague's presentation, which is the first time we're all hearing this should have been publicly posted before this meeting so everybody could have had the time. It was just made clear to us, and this is what I'm trying to understand. This project can't stand on its own merits. So why should the people in this room pay for it?
I mean, isn't that why we're here, right? The project is part of a redevelopment plan. The legislature has given us a tool to cause development to occur that we need to occur that is something better than vacant land or blighted property. One of those tools is a pilot. It is the financial agreement that creates assistance that allows someone to pay on the basis of revenue or project cost instead of on the basis of assessed value. And there are billions of dollars throughout the state of redevelopment projects that needed this type of assistance and have been done in very large cities and very small towns, and it's because it's necessary in some cases.
But my concern is we went through COVID where a record number of gyms failed. We're attaching ourselves to a 30-year partnership with a gym, and if this project fails, who's going to be the one that's going to pick up the bill?
The entity that's picking up the bill is Lifetime Fitness and the developer, right? They are investing between them probably $120 million in this property. It's a brand new investment built from scratch that a private entity is making in the town of Parsippany. So the big loser, if for some reason gyms go away or this project does not survive, is the investor. Right? You would be back where you're starting today.
Yeah, but how...
So you would have lost the positives of the project, but you would be in no worse position than we are today.
Well,
You cannot speak, sir. Sir, you can't speak from the audience.
Mr. Hanley, please continue.
And I would like to go on and talk about the 240-unit apartment building. How do you know with certainty what the school-age children coming from that building will be?
Keep on talking.
We have the Rugger study, which studied tens of thousands of units.
Folks, let him answer.
In 2012. After 2012, Rutgers went back and redid the study because everyone that was involved in the redevelopment process and was looking at the actual results of the new type of development that we're seeing, which is the type of development that we have here. Small units, expensive small units, primarily 1 and 2 bedroom units, don't end up with a high number of school children in them. And there are, dozens of municipalities that have built this type of project. It is so Rutgers went back, restudied the information, and came out with much lower multipliers because the original multipliers were based on a different development type. And so they were reduced. And as you said, if you took a look at the slide that compared some projects that exist, all except one of those projects had fewer than the projected number based on the multipliers. And that's just the experience throughout the state.
You had stated at our last meeting you were hired after this process was already underway, correct?
Correct.
Now, can you explain to me, since you've been hired, what impact you've had on any of these pilot negotiations?
Sure, absolutely. We did a number of slides on there that show the difference between the initial offer and the difference between the current offers as it relates to the pilot. Additionally, what we're here to do is provide facts to the council and the public so people can understand why this would go forward. And 0 council people, in my experience, have ever relished voting for a pilot, right? The mechanics of that and the feeling of giving someone a deal, someone who is a large developer, a deal that is less than conventional taxes, is not something anyone enjoys doing. You do it because it's necessary. You do it to help your taxpayers. And the reason, should anyone vote for these today, is based on the math we showed you. There will be millions and millions of dollars raised by virtue of these projects that will create a benefit that doesn't need to be raised from the existing taxpayer. Absent the development, you continue to have declining revenue, and that revenue doesn't make the cost, the lack of development doesn't make the cost of government goes down. Government is a toll good that costs a lot to run, and it's basic. Most of it is a fixed cost. It's not an incremental cost good. So the money comes from the existing taxpayer, or it comes from new entities contributing dollars to the system. And so if you were to vote for this, you would be voting for it because you don't want to have to raise that money from the existing taxpayer. And if you're not comfortable with that as a concept, then you shouldn't vote for it.
Thank you. What do you say? In particular, the Board of Education in our town has been extremely critical of these pilot agreements. What do you say to them, given that they're not getting a dollar from any of these agreements?
Well, I think
Mr. Hanley. Mr. Hanley, we will have someone so don't answer the question.
Folks, settle down. Let him finish.
Real quick, The next speaker is going to answer that question.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Hanley.
I'll answer it. Sure. So
Guys, let him answer the question, please.
Okay, so the majority of the objections that I heard last time, and I've been told are ongoing today, is the idea that the school district will not receive revenue associated with these pilots, and that somehow impacts the way the school district is funded. That is incorrect, right? We know the way...
Let him finish.
The way school districts budget is they set their budget and then send a bill to the municipality. The municipality collects the money associated with that budget and gives it to the municipality. If assessments go up, that doesn't help the school district. If assessments go down, that doesn't hurt the school district. They simply send a bill and receive revenue back from the municipality. So to the extent these pilot revenues are not part of the conventional taxes, has no influence on the amount of resources that the school board has.
But hold on, I'm not finished. I still have my questions. But yeah, so to continue with that train of thought, though, let's say your numbers are wrong, and there's double the amount of school-age children coming from this building. Who pays for those children that building is not paying school taxes for?
Mr. Musella, we have Mr. Hanley.
Again, all the school taxes are collected from the residents of the municipality and sent to the Board of Education. Now, if you took a look at those slides, there was significant excess revenue associated with the pilot. So even if we are incorrect about the projection and Parsippany acts differently than the tens of thousands of other units in the state, there is excess revenue that the taxpayer is receiving that is there to make up for those costs.
Thank you, Mr. Hanley. Mr. Reinhardt, would you please come up next and speak? Thank you, Mr. Hanley. No. No. This is for our speakers. We have an open session that you may ask whatever question you would like at that time.
Can you hear me now? I'm going to introduce Mr. Reinhardt. Mr. Reinhardt is a current CFO of Bergen County. He's former business administrator of the Borough of Wharton. John has also represented numerous municipalities on various financial matters, including pilots. He actually teaches the class to newly elected officials, which some of our elected officials have taken. He also consults and is a school auditor of budgets, so he understands the school budgets. I asked him to come today to provide an overview of pilots. Thank you, John.
1 minute, Mr. Crawford. Mr. Reinhardt. Mr. Crawford, we hear you loud and clear. Please be quiet. You will be removed.
Folks, please be respectful. You may not agree with what the speakers are saying, but please be respectful. You'll have a chance to speak.
Let me get started?
Please,
okay,
continue.
I'll get started. So for you, those of you who don't know me, my name is John Reinhardt. I'm a certified municipal finance officer, certified county finance officer. I'm a QPA. I'm a tax collector. I have my master's in public administration. In the beginning of my career, I started off as a school and municipal auditor. I've been doing this for a little over 30 years. I would think by now I know what I'm talking about. You still can't talk to me? How's that? Is that better? All right, sorry. So, about 2 weeks ago, I was teaching a class for newly elected officials, and this subject of pilots came up, which is how I ended up here. 2 of your council members were there as guests. So we know that the pilot debate is always an emotional debate, which we can hear today now. So to quote Mark Twain, never let the truth get in the way of a good story. I received a copy of the letter that was distributed by the school district. I find the content of the letter to be a little disingenuous. Threatening larger class sizes, eliminating programs, redistricting, all the buzzwords that cause angst for any parent. Schools across the state are attempting a cash grab at a portion of the pilots because they feel slighted. You heard before from Mr. Hanley, and he was correct, and it is in writing, that the schools set their budgets. Whatever they set, they send the bill to the towns. The town collects 100% of the taxes for them and sends it to the schools. The schools are harmed in no way. That is a fact. If there's an increase in the amount of students, the school's budget formula allows for the increase in the student population to be included in the budget. They are afforded this exception to allow for growth. That is just part of their formula. So inevitably, the argument that is always made when something like this comes out is that the kids will suffer because it's for the children. Because of course, who wants the kids to suffer? Schools also don't have to expend funds for tax appeals. You've heard the mayor talk about this. Last year, in 2022, there were $1.3 million in appeals filed. $300,000 in cash went out the door. There's 70 appeals in total. There's another $1 million that had to be set up aside for that. That came from the town's pockets, not the schools. Although 62% of that tax collected was for the schools, and if they had to ante it up, it would be about $806,000. The town is not asking the schools for that money. So I was concerned that some harm had come to the school district and did a little research of my own using the school's own annual financial reports. So I found that over the last decade, school taxes increased 23%. The town's population increased a little over 4%, or 2,500 people. District employees increased by 81 since 2015. The student population is down 267 students from 2020. So the town went up 2,500 people, yet the student population went down 267. Now knowing that the number of employees employed by the school district are up by 81 from 2015, student population is down by approximately 267, and also the school district raised taxes 23% over the last decade, I've come to the conclusion that there's no harm. And actually, if the school were to see another reduction in the student population, it could impact their state aid. Thank you.
Mr. Reinhardt, I have a question. So you stated that the school board's taxes in our town have gone up over 23% in the last 3 years?
Decade.
What's that?
Decade.
In the last decade. 23% in the last decade. And we're actually down students right now. Correct. The number of students at Parsippany is actually down. Are you gonna let him answer the question? Because I'm sure a lot of you are probably here because of your concerns for the children. But listen. I'm gonna implore you to take a second and listen to what the man is saying. And if you don't believe this, you can go onto the state website and it will show you these are facts. You can agree, disagree, but just take 5 minutes to go onto that site and you will see these numbers that this man is saying. Go ahead.
The numbers actually come from the school's annual financial report. The school's own website. You can find it right there. It's called the statistical section. It's the J schedules.
So can I ask you a question?
Mr. Reinhardt, excuse me. Mr. Reinhardt, is there a page in the budget that will give the people some idea?
Ma'am, what he stated at the beginning, when the school gives their budget to the town, The town pays that 100%. 100%. Is that correct? Ma'am, that's a fact. You can go onto the state website. You could, go ahead. Answer the question, Mr. Reinhardt. Go ahead.
So the schedules in the audit are J9, J14, J16, and J17 is where I cite the information from.
So it's page 116 and page 117.
So there are exhibits in the back of the audit. So it is J9, which is school taxes, J14, which is the town population, J16, which is district employees, and J17, which is student enrollment.
Okay. So what we're hearing from members of the school board is that it will cost $21,500 per student. Okay. Are you telling us that is incorrect?
So actually, the less students you have, the higher the cost per pupil is because you've got less students to distribute. That's the way the formula works.
So where are they spending that portion of the money that is
I didn't
costing?
look that deep.
Excuse me?
I didn't look that deep.
Can you? All right, wait, hold on, Mr. Reinhardt. Can you, since you have that information there, in the last 3 years or so, how much has the school board's budget increased? Do you have that number?
I don't have that with me, but I have the schedule.
I can tell you. It's about $37 million. $37 million. Listen, people, they're getting their money. They get their money 100%. All you need to do is go onto that website. That's all you need to do. You will see that. You're actually arguing with the wrong people.
I'd like to.
And real quick, and on top of it, the last time I checked, all right, a Lifetime Fitness. How many school children did a Lifetime Fitness generate? None. How many to a warehouse? Just take a minute and listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Would you rather have, instead of a Lifetime Fitness, just think about this for a second. Would you rather have a 400 or 500 apartment building built instead of the gym? Just think about that. You would? You would. You're talking about more school children, but you think about that. Take a second.
Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Reinhardt.
Folks, settle down, please.
Mr. Reinhardt, I understand what you're saying, that the town pays the school tax bill, but since these buildings are they are tax exempt from school taxes, when those school-age children go into the district, somebody has to pay for those children. It's not like money comes from nowhere. There's no such thing as a free lunch.
There is no such thing as a free lunch, and what the town does with that money will defray those taxes.
But what if the town doesn't do that? Because there's been instances, and I've spoken to elected officials throughout the state, where that money goes to the municipality first. And if the municipality has other projects that they want to spend the money on, it is up to their discretion to decide if the school should get it, right?
That is correct.
So
that's correct, Justin, but that's correct. But the money they get outside the budget is above the 2% cap and benefits the district.
So, if I can real quick, if you want to really listen to me, please feel free to listen to me, but I have to say this with regards to the school board not getting their money. Okay? Like Mr. Reinhardt just said, they do get 100% of their money. It's a fact. You can go on all these sites and you'll see they get 100% of their money. But when we have a tax appeal, and I'll give you an example, which we've had from 2021 to now, we lost $124 million in assessment. So everybody wants to come and scream and yell. What does that mean? You take your tax rate, which is 3.5%. We're going to lose close to $4.7 million in revenue. But the school board does not give us back 63%. We have to eat that part as well. They don't pay anything back to us. But I'll tell you this right now, these pilots pass, I'm going to sit with the school board. We're going to have an agreement. We're going to have, hold on. We're going to have an agreement, and we're going to decide how much funding we can give to the school.
Thank you,
It's
Mr.
that
Reno.
simple.
You know, for those of you that are here, a lot of you are very disrespectful. I don't think you want me to scream while you're up here talking at the mic. That's very disrespectful. And those of you that are here, you know how long the mayor has lived in town and how much he loves this town. He wouldn't do anything to hurt this town, nor would most of us up here.
So here's what we'll do then, I guess, Council President.
Just so you know, here's the number from the tax assessor, just on 6 Sylvan, where the Lifetime Fitness will go. On the land taxes, the school will get $236,081.02. Okay? No, and keep in mind, for all you parents out there, no school children. There's no school children coming from a gym. There's no school children coming from a warehouse. Okay? But round 4 of the affordable housing is coming. And if we have these vacant buildings, the state is going to say, guess what? You have that vacant building, build 400 apartments there so that there's affordable.
But hold on. The problem that I have with the number that you've just given... Hold on.
Be quiet. Let him speak.
Sir, please.
Sir, let him speak.
The problem that I have with those numbers is that in all of these pilots, they're getting land tax credits. So the municipality is crediting back the land taxes that they pay. So whatever they pay to us yearly, the taxpayers are giving right back to them. And that is why these are so harmful, is that these are 30-year agreements given the most generous terms possible to the developer. The developers could not have written these agreements better themselves.
Okay, but Mr. Musella, earlier, about 10 minutes ago, you said the school children that are going to be generated from these pilots. Are you telling me Lifetime Fitness, a gym, is going to generate school children?
Of course.
Yes or no?
Of course not.
Of course not. Is a warehouse, will a warehouse generate children?
We all know the answer.
Okay, so but you stated
Could we
please. Okay, all right. I implore you to go on and look at the facts. All those parents that are here, go and look at the facts and you will see.
We will continue with the presentations and reports. Township Attorney, do you have any report to give to us?
No report, Madam President.
Township Clerk?
We skipped the council reports.
I don't have any report at this time, Council President. Thank you.
We
Township Council?
Yes, I would like to find out from the fire marshal where we are at right now.
We're not at our capacity. Engineering report, Mr. Carriffy.
Well, I'm not finished. I noticed that in the agenda, we did something that we've never done before. We put the general public comment at the end of these ordinances. So what I would like to do, what I would like to do is I would like to make a motion to put the general public comment back to where we have had it at every single council meeting.
Is there a second?
Okay, all right.
I do not see a second. The motion is denied.
Everybody, please calm down. Okay, hello.
We cannot.
All right. Okay.
The agenda cannot be changed. There is a motion on the table. There is no second. The motion is denied.
No.
Engineering report.
We have.
Folks, settle down.
Okay. All right. Okay. Hello, everybody. Please just give us a second here to try to communicate.
Sit down, otherwise people are going to have to be removed.
Please sit down so that we may continue our meeting. Please sit down. Please sit down.
I've made.
Okay, hold on, everybody. Please, just 1 second. We had a motion on the table. Please be quiet. Let us just try to conduct this business just for 1 second, please. We had a motion on the table to move the public discussion.
Councilman
the
Creepy,
council
I'm
president
asking you
stated,
to join me.
Hold on,
second
please.
my motion. Please second my motion.
I was told that once our agenda is published, it cannot be changed.
Hold on. 1 second, please. 1 second. Let me just explain here. Hold on. So at this point, we had a motion. You are correct, Council President, but there is a motion on the table, and we need a second. If there is no second, the motion will die. So do we have a second at this time so we can proceed? Okay, at this time, hold on, please. At this time, unfortunately, there's no second to the motion, so the motion has to die.
Enough. We would like to get on with our meeting. If you would please sit and be quiet so we can get on with our meeting. Thank you. Mr. Carriffy, please do the engineering report.
2021 road resurfacing curb and sidewalk program. The annual road resurfacing curb and sidewalk project is on hold pending negotiations with the contractor. No council action required. Rockaway River floodwall levee inspection. Our consultant is working on preparing design details and a cost estimate for the maintenance and repair work. To the floodwall and levee, recent site inspections were made to aid the design of repairs. Once the design is necessary permitting is complete, the project will be advertised for bid. No council action required. North Beverwick Road Streetscape Project, Phase 1. The first phase of the North Beverwick Road Streetscape was awarded. Once contracts and other paperwork is executed, a pre-construction meeting will be scheduled and the construction schedule provided. No council action required. 2023 Road Resurfacing Curb and Sidewalk Program. The annual road resurfacing and curb and sidewalk project is substantially complete. Minor punch list items will be finished in the next several weeks, and all work will be completed by the end of the month. No council action required. Mount Tabor Street improvements. Phase 7, construction on the Mount Tabor improvements. Phase 7 project is substantially complete. Minor punch list items will be finished in the next several weeks, and all work will be completed by the end of the month. No council action required. Drumlin Drive stream cleaning. NJDEP permits have been issued for the project. Our consultant is finishing the design, and we intend to build the project later this year. No council action required. Puddingstone Height Road Improvement Project, Phase 2. The second phase of the Puddingstone Heights Road Improvement Project is in design. We anticipated bidding this project later this year. No council action required. Jefferson Road improvements. The NJDEP permits and construction plans for the Jefferson Road project are in design. Permit applications and plans will be sent to the NJDEP later this year. The project will be bid once the NJDEP permits have been issued. No council action required. Lake Intervale area street improvements. The first phase of the Lake Intervale area street improvements project is in design. We anticipate bidding this project later this year or early 2024. No council action required. Sylvan Way culvert improvements. We are working with our design professionals on the preparation of plans and the NJDEP permit application. We anticipate bidding this project in early 2024. No council action required. Edwards Road improvements, Phase 2. The second phase of the Edwards Road improvement project between Route 46 and New Road is in its design. We anticipate bidding this project early in 2024. No council action required. North Beverwick Road streetscape project, Phase 2. The second phase of the North Beverwick Road streetscape is in design. We anticipate bidding this project in May 2024. No council action required. Roadway design projects. The following projects are in design or proposals have been requested. Mount Tabor Street improvements, Phase 8. Troy Brook stream cleaning. Sylvan Way sidewalk improvements. River and stream desnagging plans and permits. Etten Road traffic study. No council action required.
There's no correspondence. We don't have any bids taken. Ordinances. Second reading and public hearing of our ordinances. In the interest of expediency and ensuring that everyone is heard, second reading and public hearing time on ordinances has been changed from 5 minutes to 1.5 minutes. We are not silencing anyone, as every resident will have the opportunity to speak and state their opinions.
No.
Second reading, Mr. Musella. Mr. Musella, second reading, please.
Hold on. We just need to talk about that. I fundamentally object to restricting the people's right to freedom of speech.
We have a large, they will be speaking. I am not restricting anyone from speaking. Everyone will have the opportunity.
Why are we changing it? Who is going to be able to make their point of view known in 90 seconds?
Enough. There are many people here that I'm sure would like to speak, and 1.5 minutes for everyone to speak. Enough, miss. Enough. Mr. Musella, would you please read ordinance 2023-26?
I'm just going to say this for the record, that I dare you to physically remove a Parsippany resident from speaking if they go over 90 seconds.
Folks,
Mr. Musella, if you know anything about the law, and I'm sure Mr. Lavery will contend to this, she never said people would not be able to speak. There's a time limit so that everyone that wants to speak can speak. So no one will be denied.
Please sit down.
Folks, sit down. Be respectful.
Please sit down. Please sit down.
Ma'am, that's great language. We have children in the audience.
Mr. Musella, would you please read the ordinance? Ordinance 2023:26.
Will
you be reading it?
Folks, stop. Let us get through the meeting.
Ordinance 2023:26, an ordinance of the Township Council of the Township of Parsippany-Troy Hills adopting the 7 Campus Drive redevelopment plan. The notice for ordinance 2023:26 was published in the Daily Record, the official newspaper of the Township of Parsippany-Troy Hills, on November 16th, 2023, and introduced at the November 9th, 2023 agenda meeting. Motion to accept ordinance 2023:26 be heard in their second and final reading by title only, made by myself.
Second. Okay, we had a motion,
Roll call,
made
please.
by Mr. Musella, seconded by Mr. Carifi. Roll call. Mr. Carifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero.
Yes.
Mr. Musella.
Yes.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
Ms. Grignani.
Yes.
Public hearing, motion to open the public hearing for ordinance 2023:26, made by myself.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Musella, seconded by Mr. Carifi. Roll call. Mr. Carifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero.
Yes.
Mr. Musella.
Yes.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
Ms. Grignani.
Yes.
Motion passes. The floor is open to the public to speak on this ordinance only. Please make sure you sign in.
Alicia DiGiovanni, I have some concerns about what we had as far as presentations go. We are not here because we're happy and we want the truth. These videos and these things that you had for people to come here at professional level, there are some serious questions I have from the business. They used the FDW Financial Group, used statistics of a 2018 study in Rutgers. That doesn't hold them. How can you use a study pre-COVID, and we're talking about giving breaks because of COVID? Okay? The other point is the master plan was due 2020. She used. Again, pre-COVID. So you're talking out of both sides of your mouth. Okay? We have a right to know what's going on truthfully, and then giving these presentations last minute and counting us down for
30 seconds, ma'am.
Is ridiculous. So answer those questions as far as presentations, statistics, and finances. They're all fixed. And is this deal already fixed that you can't wait another couple of weeks? Or change the 30-year plan to 10-year plan? That wasn't part of the scheme either, was it? Where's your souls?
Good evening, guys. Can you hear me?
Just state your name for the record,
First
sir,
of all,
please.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, if you could just state your name for the record, sir. And you have to face, if you could also face the
Okay,
council.
I have to face you guys. All right, so first of all,
I'm
thank
sorry,
you
sir.
for everything you do. I'm
Can
sure
you
it's not easy.
state your name? State your name for the record.
My name is Michael Boyer. I live at 12 Tara Drive in Parsippany. I'm a resident.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so my taxes are 3.5%. Right? My property is like $500,000. That's what it's assessed at. You guys cannot hear me. So what are the properties assessed at that are going to be built, the proposed properties? They're assessed at how many millions of dollars? So my suggestion is they pay their equal share of taxes, like I pay my 3.5 on my house. And I had a second question for the gentleman over there. You guys had a lot of elaborate slides.
Sir, could you please face the council? Thank you.
I'm facing you. A lot of elaborate projections and estimates. And so they had numbers that were projected that they would be paying Parsippany in 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, 15. Is it possible to bring those back up?
Sir, you're speaking to the council,
Okay.
please. You got 30
well,
seconds.
they had projections. Are those numbers guaranteed? Does anybody know?
Is that your only question? We have you ask all your questions, then they'll get answered.
One question was there were numbers that were printed on the projection screen. Projections for 1, 5, 10, 15 years. The money they were going to pay back to Parsippany. Did you see that? You guys saw that, correct? Right, yes.
Your time is up,
Are those
sir.
numbers
Thank you.
guaranteed? Or are
Your
they
time
just
is up, sir. Next.
I'm sorry, what?
Your time is up, please.
Those numbers are estimates?
Your time is up. Next speaker.
Okay, my name is Jean Marie Embler. I'm pretty sure y'all can hear me, right? Well, my question is actually for the business administrator. I would like him, if he could answer this question. We all know that this is going to pass. My question to him is, how much money should we put aside based on the $70 million that Montville had to pay, but it was voted down? How much money should we put aside for these pilot programs when you all, not all of you, come back and put, let's say, $100 million on the table on a bond issue, because that's how much money we're going to lose on these pilot programs? Please ask the business administrator for that information. My other question is, can we get a copy of all of this? Why is it not on the website? Why is all of this not on the website? You bring stuff up and you don't give us the chance to read through it and find out what it's all about? That is nonsense and shameful.
My name is Kenneth Kaplan. I won't go into detail on why pilots are a bad idea for Parsippany. I'll just say that property owners will not let valuable properties lie fallow. Even if they are successful with a tax appeal, they will still be paying substantial taxes on these properties, and they will have millions of dollars of equity tied up in them, which will not be earning them any return on investment. They will act to redevelop those properties out of economic self-interest with or without pilots. I do want to comment more on the process and on the nature of representative government. This whole process has been rushed in an effort to ram these pilots through before year end and a change in the composition of the council. It is a travesty of due process to hold this legally mandated public comment session during business hours on a weekday when many people with less flexible work schedules than my own are unable to appear here to express their
30
opposition.
seconds.
That said, citizens have turned out in force at the last few council meetings and today to express their opposition. In some small towns, especially in New England, there is no council. All the citizens assemble to vote on ordinances and budgets. Parsippany is way too large for that, so we have representative government. You council members are supposed to represent us. What happens when representatives fail to carry out the will of the people is that those officials are turned out of office.
Sir, your time is up. Next speaker, please.
This issue,
sir, your time is up. Please sit down. Next speaker.
I will work tirelessly.
Sir, your time is up.
Council members seeking
sir, your time is up. Please sit down.
Programs, and I'm sure many others think as I do.
Time is up.
I didn't hear it.
Hello, my name is Jeffrey Camasholi. First, I just want to express how disappointed I am. I voted Republican my whole life. I trusted the Republicans on this council to look out for the taxpayer, and that is completely failed. When the council gives you one option only, that's failed leadership. That's exactly what that is. The second thing I want to say is some of the contempt with which the council speaks to the taxpayers is absolutely disgusting. Disgusting. Mr. Musella, I hope you run for mayor. I like your leadership. If you need anything, I'll give you my name, my number. I will go door to door with you because you look like the only fella looking out for the taxpayer at this meeting. So disappointing. I know how this vote's going to turn out. It was done the minute people figured they could get political and personal gain for this, the vote was done. So, it's ridiculous. I will never vote for any Republican that votes for this measure today. You lost my vote, and I will help those who helped me today. The other thing I don't know if you guys are aware of, gyms fail at 30%.
30 seconds, sir.
They go out of business 30% of the time. You're going to give these people a 30-year tax break, and they go out of business 30% of the time. Where are you folks going to be in 30 years? Where are you going to be in 30 years? Because my taxes have doubled since I bought a house in Parsippany.
Sir, your time is up. Thank you.
I know my time is up, right? Boycott this gym. When they get here, boycott.
Sir,
nobody
sit
from
down.
Parsippany join that gym.
Bernie Clark, and I've spoken to you before. Bernie Clark, and I've spoken to the council before. I'm a CPA. This property that we're talking about now, I believe, is the warehouse on Campus Drive. I would argue, number one, and I've said this for the last warehouse, there's a great demand for warehouses. You don't need to give a pilot for this place to build a warehouse. Parsippany has got roads. It's perfect. Beyond that, I sat here, tried to follow the numbers, and I am a CPA that some of your specialists presented, and it was, I hate this, I'm not trying to be a wise guy, but it was a joke. You couldn't read the numbers. They just threw numbers around. I would be happy to sit with them on my own time to discuss with them what you've said. Your CPA or whatever his initials are, your expert at the town school budgets, they were throwing crazy numbers around. That's not a good way to present things. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're all having a great day. It's a hell of a way to take a day off, but here we are. So, in relation to this ordinance that just passed, referencing Attorney Lavery's December 21st letter to the council and to the mayor, he says that the meeting needs to occur earlier than 7 p.m. because there are business matters that require council action before the end of the year. Now, he says further, the approval to move the new joint insurance fund, which will save the township $300. There is the lead and galvanized pipe replacement, and there are payment of township bills. Now, I think we all understand that some of these routine matters do need to be approved by the council prior to December 31st. They're emergent, they're time-bound. But interestingly, in his letter, he explicitly excludes pilots as being needed to be voted on an emergency basis. So I would call upon a brave council member to move to postpone any motions regarding with real estate redevelopment or pilots until after the town council reorganization. Further, Council President, everyone in this room is going to speak on every motion for the minute and a half you've allotted them. You'll be here for a long time today.
Bill Sempier, Allentown Road. Been here all my life. I know many of you guys on the council have been as well. 3 points. One, probably 20 years ago, Jamie and Mike, you sat on the council or were involved in the town when they tried to put in a gym with a water park and the whole 9 yards, and this council shot it down because of the strain it was going to put on the water system. Looking at this fitness center, it's going to have multiple pools, lots of water, and all that usage. Two, unfortunately, there's a situation where the Board of Education cannot share information with the town council so that they could collaborate and see exactly how many students are going to be coming in based on the number of people coming in. Yes? That's a fact, right, Frank? You can't share information with the Board of Education. The third thing I want to bring up is I've been in the data center industry for over 30 years. And did you know that Parsippany had multiple disaster recovery sites in those empty office buildings up until 9/11? And after 9/11, they were all filled to capacity. Yes, they're emptying out now. Don't disagree. But data centers are the future in this area. They just put 2 brand new data centers in UV, put in electrical infrastructure, water, everything. Why can't Parsippany consider that? Your consultants are looking at office space. They said office space and residential. Data centers bring in about 100 people, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Next, please.
Have a good day.
Hi, my name is Dhaval Shah. Pleasure to have you all here. Thank you, Justin.
Speak up, please. Speak up.
Sorry, I lost my voice. First of all, thank you all for attending. Thank you, Justin, for representing the true Republicans. I do appreciate it. Key things. Good sales project. If I was the chief operating officer, I would have done the same presentation and how much money we're going to make if we do this, if we do this, if we do this, and then collect money short term and then leave it to the taxpayers to pay for the long term. Everything that the council has stated, it's going to, Board of Education is going to get the funding, and we're going to all pay for the funding. That's one. The second fact is we're the hottest market, the top 10 hottest market in New Jersey and in the country. We should have bids out to the developers to take over this space and let them rebuild it, and they will get sold on their own. Third, they had a 10-year estimate rate of 8.8%. Why are we giving 30-year tax abatement, not a 10-year tax abatement? They can make the money and not us. Lastly, it's not fair to the general public, to the council, to publish this data prior to the meeting or first time seeing it.
Thank you, sir. Your
This
time is
meeting
up.
should
Next
be
speaker,
postponed
please.
until we all get
Thank
the
you,
right
sir.
data and we can
Thank you,
assess
sir.
it.
Your time
Thank
is
you,
up.
and have a wonderful New Year.
My name is Jack Ray, and I'm a member of the school board. I just want to raise a couple of points. The last meeting, I raised the issue of the 30-year plans. Turns out we don't have to do a 30-year plan. We could do a 15-year plan or an 11-year plan. That has not been raised. The other point is the NW financial projections. One of the items not mentioned was the discount rate to calculate the internal rate of return, which was negative. Since they were probably calculated, the 10-year bond has gone from 5% to under 4%. It is currently under 4%. That makes the value of those projections much better. And I bet if they were updated, that they would probably, instead of being negative, they would probably be positive. It would provide a good investment for companies to come in and invest in our town. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Dolores Salazzo. I've been a member of Township. I lived here for 27 years. I've seen the change of the Township. We used to be Tree City, USA. We don't have that status anymore. We're now worried about Parsippany is the place to be. We should still want to be here. We're asking you, we want to be here. We know the town needs money. But when the first founding fathers in this town, and the emblem shows the plowing down, there was 10 elementary schools, and the developments were built around those schools. If we're doing a planned community, there's acres and acres of land, we can plan a nice community, and we can ask people to come in. If we plan it properly, we could have an elementary school there, we could have a high school there. If it's Section 8, if these children have to come in, then they come in, but we have to accommodate all the children. Parsippany is so expensive, our own children can't afford to
30
live
seconds,
there.
ma'am.
I would like to see, why can't we do better or do at least as well as the original founders of our community? If we have stock in what is let into this community, everybody will be happy. Section 8 does not scare me. I'm a school nurse. I deal with all types of children. I worked in St. Michael's. I worked down in Newark. It doesn't scare me. By saying there's Section 8's coming in, it doesn't matter to me. As long as all the children, and it's a planned community, and we have a say of how these people will be treated and...
Thank you.
It's hard. It's hard.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. Thank you.
Well, folks, I just want to remind everybody that this is public comment on the 7 campus ordinance only. So just try to keep your comments limited to that. Thanks. No. There's another public comment that's open. This is on the public comment on this ordinance. Every ordinance has public comment for it. So you get a chance to talk on every ordinance, but this is on the 7 campus drive redevelopment.
So my name is Michael Espejo. And with all these pilots, including the one he just mentioned, I've been looking for common denominators. And what I found is an attorney by the name of John Glacino and his firm. At the previous council meeting, I made a mistake when I said his firm billed the town nearly $60,000 this year. In fact, through Oprah requests, I discovered the amount is nearly $200,000. Now, what you might not know is he billed our town $200,000 to do work for us, including the tax appeal work that Mayor Barbario mentioned, while representing all 6 developers asking for pilots. Everyone.
Sir,
No,
we're talking about
if that
ordinance.
doesn't look a little unusual.
Sir.
I don't know what does.
Sir, we are talking about a specific ordinance. What you're talking about has nothing to do with this ordinance.
Okay. I'm talking about the attorney representing them on this ordinance. So my issue is that there's a conflict of interest with the attorney representing the developers. Meanwhile, our township attorney at the previous meeting claimed there's no conflict of interest, yet this same attorney is the one that when Mr. Carifi and Valori tried to get Inglesino fired
Thank you,
as
sir.
a
Your
township
time is
attorney
up. Thank you.
for ethics
Next
charges,
speaker, please.
the attorney right up there now is the
Sir,
one
your
who got
time
him off
is
the
up.
hook.
Thank you.
So
Your
they're all
time
connected.
is up, please.
It's all the same people.
Sit down,
one
please.
person for
Thank
6
you.
developers.
Hi, can everyone hear me? All right. Mr. Mayor, council members, shady, slimeball, untrustworthy. These are the words most commonly associated with politicians these days. By changing the meeting time today to 1 p.m., you prove that those words are indeed quite appropriate in describing who you are. More than 250 people shouted shame on you just a week ago, making it clear that 1 p.m. was not an option. By changing the meeting time again, it's clear you have forgotten one thing. You work for us, the people of Parsippany. Not for an attorney that happens to represent both the town of Parsippany and companies applying for the pilot program. Talk about shady and
30
untrustworthy.
seconds, ma'am.
The O you just don't understand. The Parsippany Board of Ed is lying, basically calling anyone that disagrees with this pilot program as fake news is downright insulting. Believe it or not, we don't just get our information from Facebook. If you are so confident in this pilot program, why is it so important to pass it before the end of the year? We will be back. We will be back every time.
Thank you. Your time is up, ma'am. Thank you.
And
Please
while
sit
we
down.
may not be able
Your
to count
time
on
is up.
you,
Please
you can
sit down.
absolutely
Your
count
time
on us.
is up. Please sit
and
down.
Loretta, this
Police
isn't
officer.
a communist country. You can't
Please
get
sit
rid of
down.
anyone that
Please
disagrees
sit
with you.
down. We are talking about ordinance, this specific ordinance that we're speaking of.
Sure,
Please.
yeah, that's going to happen. Hi, I'm Corey Herbig. I'm a longtime resident of this town. First question, how many of the council members, including the mayor, have kids in the Parsippany School District? None of you. That's not a very representative council for an issue like this. You should be ashamed of yourselves for rushing this through without transparency. Our schools are already overcrowded and under-resourced. There are 28 kids in my daughter's 5th grade class at Knollwood. My son is literally getting injured in the stairwells of Central High School or Central Middle School because they're too crowded. This will add to the school population without providing any more resources to hire teachers or staff. Also, you keep referring, Mayor Barbario, to our affordable housing requirements. Who exactly are you trying to keep out by keeping affordable housing at a minimum? This town is required by state law to meet its affordable housing mandate.
30 seconds.
And that is just a fact.
Herberg,
so holding that over our
Ms.
heads,
Herberg, this has
not
nothing
cool.
to do with the ordinance.
One
Please.
last thing.
This has
Attorney
nothing
John
to do with the
Inglesino,
ordinance.
who works for this town, has a clear conflict of interest by representing these developers.
Thank
and
you.
I will be calling the New Jersey Bar
Next
Association to report that
Next
ethical
speaker,
conflict.
please.
Can everybody hear me? Okay, council members. So now that your little dog and pony show has been completed, and the residents' call for rejection of the pilots have been ignored. So now that your dog and pony show has been completed and the residents' calls for rejection of the pilot programs have been ignored, are you proud of yourselves? Are you proud of the fact that these council meetings regarding the pilots have been a complete farce from the very first night when they were sprung upon us on November 9th? Are you proud of the fact that you moved forward on that night with no financial information whatsoever to perform any semblance of due diligence? Are you proud of the fact that your actions to force this through this year have taken away the opportunity for the incoming council to thoroughly investigate the ramifications of this deal? Are you proud of the fact that you have tried any and every maneuver possible to silence the residents? Holding this meeting in the afternoon under the guise that other measures needed to be voted on is a sham. Are you proud of the fact that you have given away tens of millions of dollars in tax revenue for no reason whatsoever other than to curry favor with a longtime acquaintance of yours, Mr. Inglesino? Please do not attempt to insult our intelligence any further by saying you did it for the good of the city.
Sir, your time is up. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Pardon me?
Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
As a veteran, I think I earned more than 90 seconds.
I'm sorry. Your time is up.
As a veteran, I earned more than 90 seconds.
There are many residents that would like to speak. Please sit down. Your time is up. Thank you.
Judas got 30 pieces of silver.
Relevant to this ordinance. Let me start
Sir,
with the
please
Big
state your
Mac.
name. Your name.
Kenneth Malmud, 8 Southwood Drive. Relevant to this ordinance, let me start with the Big Mac. Today it costs $5.19. 30 years ago, it cost $2.28. This ordinance binds our town to give up revenue 29 years from now, when given history, tax revenue will be 2 to 3 times what it is today. Secondly, I reviewed the financial agreements available on the website. It appears that while pilots can be from between 10 and 30 years, this one and every other one is for 30 years. Similarly, each one appears to call for payment in lieu of tax to be 10% of gross revenues or something very close to that. So the town, in protecting our best interests, has allowed for the maximum available by statute for years and the minimum tax rate or close to it. You represent us. If I practiced law and came back every time...
Thank you, Mr. Madden. Your time is up. Thank you, sir.
I did not get a 30-second notice.
Yes, you did, but you didn't hear it. Thank you.
I was born last night.
Please, sir, you have to sit down. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Elaine Gavalius, and I'm going to finish the last two gentlemen's things because you wouldn't allow him to speak or them to speak. You were elected to represent Parsippany citizens. Do it. You disrespect us by using the word misinformation to silence us. Are you proud of the fact that the mayor and his longtime friend and ally, Inglesino, have convinced you to do their dirty work?
We're talking about this specific ordinance.
Are you proud of the fact that although you had a chance to do what was right, you turned down that opportunity and have forfeited your self-respect?
Please speak on the ordinance
Mr. Mayor,
only.
I suggest that you and anyone sitting on the board have perpetuated this fiasco. Realize that you have committed political suicide.
Yeah.
Your chances
Please,
to retain
sir.
your positions as mayor and council members, have been flushed away along
Miss,
with your credibility.
we're talking about this specific
because of
ordinance.
these
Please sit down.
projects.
Please sit down. Thank you.
The true colors
Please sit
show.
down. Thank
Your
you.
true colors show.
Hello. My name is Wendy Wright. Thank you for taking time to listen to us today. I know I genuinely believe that each of you wants what's best for Parsippany. I know you're public servants. This isn't easy work. You do it, out of your time, away from your families. And I think you think these plans are correct. I genuinely, having looked at them, think altogether, I think pilots have their place, but altogether, this is too much, too long, too fast, without sufficient public input or understanding. And I would implore you to delay, educate the public, figure out, perhaps be creative in some of our potential options, and return in the new year. Thank you.
So my name is Hari Patel. I have been a resident for Parsippany for about 22 years. Before that, I used to live in New York. We got out of New York because it's too crowded, but it seems like Parsippany is under the Jersey City or Newark, right? First question I have is, who elects you guys? We the people. Who should you represent? We the people. Who pays for your payroll?
Sir, we are
the
talking
people.
about
I'm getting
this
to the
specific
point. Madam,
ordinance.
I'm getting to my point. Let me finish. I have 1 minute and 15 seconds left. What was the last time we built a park, a school in Parsippany? What about the traffic situation that's going to happen? First, you approved District 15, which has 490
Sir,
apartments.
this has nothing to do with the ordinance. Please sit down.
Going on, this is the park ordinance. You have made up your mind, and now you want us to kick us out. You want to make this as Jersey City gives a tax break.
Please sit down, sir. Thank you.
I still have 30 seconds, ma'am.
You're not speaking of the ordinance. Please sit down.
I am talking about this pilot.
Can you hear me? Folks, this is public comment on the 7 campus ordinance only at this time.
May I ask a question? Are you legally obliged to give them the pilot? Yes or no? I'll take that as a no. They are bluffing. They want to juice the numbers through the tax cut to make this project viable so they can get funded. You don't even have the funding, do you?
Sir.
Answer me.
Sir,
you
please
don't.
direct your comments to the council.
Exactly. They don't have the money. They're playing with the number. Interest rates are high. The real estate market is down the drain. The only thing that can give is a tax break. And guess what? It's for 30 years. Do you know why? So it's easier for them to securitize all that shit into a CDO. So when the gem bankrupts, we carry the bag.
Hi, can you hear me? My name is Danielle Bonke. I'm ready to speak today, as you can tell by my outfit. But sitting here, I got more and more annoyed. I had the pleasure of working at Troy Hill School, and my children, my twins attend there. They're in first grade, and they're thriving. They have a wonderful teacher. There are 23 children in that class. My friend, whose child is also thriving, is in Lake Park. 26 students and no para. And I'm a para. And I'll tell you what, there's a lot of kids and our schools can't handle more. And I don't know who said it, maybe you, that only 27 children be added. That's a bunch of bullshit.
Hey, folks.
Miss, we are talking about this.
You know what? That was my grandmother's
We are
name, and I
talking
love
about
it.
this
You're gonna wait till
ordinance
I finish.
only.
Our
Only this
library
ordinance.
shares a room
Please,
with our OT
please remove.
and our PT. There is not enough room for the children
Take the
now.
phone. Take the microphone.
With special needs.
Folks, can we try moderating the language? There are children present, so just please keep that in mind. We don't need the cursing. We do not need the cursing.
Go ahead, sir.
Sure, my name's Doug Finkel. I just have a couple.
Can you use your microphone, please?
Oh, my name's Doug Finkel. I just have a couple points to make. One is, my name's Doug Finkel. I have a couple points to make. One, I think, and if I missed it, maybe I'm wrong. I didn't see in the financial data the comparison of what they would collect under the pilot versus if that builder came in, built themselves, and collected normal taxes, because I think that way normal taxes would have been higher. Second point to make is I know about the dilapidated buildings. I rented an office where they're building a Chick-fil-A. My office was broken in and the bathrooms were disgusting, but Chick-fil-A did not ask for a pilot. They built there anyway. Third point to make is where do these pilots end? Why would any builder want to come in and not get a pilot when they know they're going to get a tax rate? It's 6 now. It's going to be 20 as far as we know it. It's going to keep going on and on. And the last point to make is everywhere and every place, people are having trouble with office space because of COVID and remote working. It is not unique to Parsippany. Parsippany is a great
30
town.
seconds,
Next
sir.
to every major highway. I don't believe we should be doing pilots.
I only have a couple of points, so bear with me. I've lived in Parsippany since I was 18 years old, and I've owned a house since I was 21. I never had a child go to a school in Parsippany because I never had a child. However, I always paid school taxes. I don't regret paying school taxes. I think everyone needs to pay school taxes. These children need to be well educated. They're going to be our doctors. Believe me, I'm going to be 75. I'm seeing doctors that I could have been their mother or possible grandmother. We need good education. We don't need warehouses. Warehouses breed nothing but trouble. I live on Fox Hill Road. They did this project up near Anthony's Bakery.
30 seconds,
There's
ma'am.
been a lot of break-ins, and we got a lot of water, more water than we ever had in our basements. I think it's fair to say, someone told me, you have a 30-year mortgage, Don? I said, yeah. I said, after 22 years, I paid it off because there wasn't really much to pay. And they said, nobody has 30-year mortgages. You take them out, but you never have the intent of actually staying 30 years. Well, if that's common knowledge, why aren't we more common?
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
I have a very good acknowledgement here. I love the police that are all here in presence.
May we
many
have
houses
your name,
are broken
please?
Into? Nancy Chaffa. How many houses are being broken into in Parsippany or cars being stolen today because you have 10 police officers here protecting you from the people of Parsippany? That's a shame. Now, I'd like to know why the decision was made to move the meeting to 1 o'clock when it was at 7 o'clock before Christmas.
Ms. Chaffa, what does this have to do with with our ordinance? This is what we're discussing.
I was at the last meeting. It was at 7 o'clock the week before
We're
Christmas.
talking
the day
about
before
this
Christmas,
ordinance.
you changed it. Number one, another question. How much money is being donated to your re-election campaigns from these developers?
This has nothing to do with the ordinance.
Do any of you have school-aged children in this township? I would like to know if any of you have school-aged children in this township who will be greatly affected by this development, or these pilots, I should say.
Nancy, this has nothing to do with the ordinance. Please sit down. Please take the microphone away from her. Thank you. Next. Please sit down. Please sit down.
My name is Jeff Renew. Basically, there will be more kids. There will be budget increases because there are more kids. We're all hearing about how the pilot will bring in money and revenue into the town. What I'd like to know is how that compares to the money that would be brought in under a conventional tax program and what that delta is And where is that money going to come from if not from the conventional program? Is that going to be passed on to me? Is that going to be passed on to the people behind me? Where's that money going to come from? What guarantee do we have that our taxes are not going to go up because this pilot is going into effect? So I'll stand here and I'll wait for an answer. I don't know if any of you have that, but I will wait here.
This is your time to speak. You have a minute and a half.
I'm looking for information.
Folks,
I want to know what that cost delta is.
This is public comment, so make your comment, and if the council wants to answer the questions later, they can do that.
I think it's relevant to everyone here.
No, I'm sure it is relevant, but this is public comment. So you make your comment and then return to your seat, and then if the council wants it, once everybody's had a chance to speak, they'll answer it.
Before or after the vote?
That's the way that's the way public comment works.
Before or after the vote, sir?
That's up to council, sir.
Thank you.
No, I'm not.
I think we all deserve to know what that delta is and whether or not our taxes are going to go up to make up that difference. And I think we have a right to that.
Thank you. Your time is up, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. You just give me a few seconds. My dad, I wanted to record myself because my dad left because he thinks I'm going to... Sorry, hello? Okay. Yeah, my dad left because he thinks I'm going to come up here and start screaming and make a fool of myself. So if you can give me a couple extra seconds so I can set this up. Anyway, I want to change the narrative a little bit. I've lived here for just about 23 years of my life. I'm proud to be from Parsippany. I am a proud New Jerseyan, proud American. I went through Northvale, and then I went to Central, and then I went to Parsippany High School. And I'm very glad that I had that experience growing up. And all of my classmates, I think we have a great town here. And I really think that, I really think that you guys should just please do what's in best for the people. I genuinely believe that we have a great town, and it shouldn't be sullied. And whatever you guys believe is in the best interest of all of us, then that is why we elected you. So
30 seconds, sir.
Sure. But anyway, I just wanted to say again, I'm proud to be from this town. We have many family members and family friends that work for the town. I have volunteered at Parsippany-Troy Ace Little League for many, many years. I was a camp counselor over here, just next door, for many years. And again, I'm proud to be from here. So if you guys could just please do what is in the best interest of all of us and represent us equally. Thank you very much.
Members of the council, I just ask that you give me a little bit of time. I'm left-handed. He is signing me in. Is this okay? Thank you. Hello. Noah Lustig, Druid Hill. I've been a resident of Parsippany for 22 years. I see some familiar faces on this council. I see some old faces on this council. We're all angry, right? Right? Okay. I urge members of the audience, so ordinances like this can never happen again in the future, to vote. Speak at the ballot box, please. Mr. DiPiero, I was a member of DiPiero's Defenders baseball team when I was 7 years old. It's time to leave. Okay? Mr. Musella.
We are talking about this ordinance. Please speak of this ordinance only.
Oh, I'm talking about the ordinance.
No, you're not. Please.
I'll take all of my time. Represent the people, and the people shall respond. Please vote. Thank you.
Michelle Chappelle, Allen Drive, 22-year resident. Michelle Chappelle, Allen Drive, 22-year resident. On December 15th, Parsippany article on your website. Parsippany ranked as one of the hottest real estate markets in the nation. The Township of Parsippany has been named one of the 150 hottest real estate markets in the nation by Realtor.com for November. Parsippany is among 23 New Jersey towns making the list. This ranking highlights Parsippany's continued growth,
compelling amenities, and increasing demand as an attractive destination for residential home buyers and investors alike. Why do we need pilots? Period.
Hello, my name is Gregory Ferranti, and I am a 8th grader at the Brooklawn Middle School. And as a student of Parsippany, I want to tell you guys something. I would like to state my concerns about the new apartment buildings. Already the schools are overcrowded, so this would just bring more. So please, if you can, stop. We already have so many. And when I was in elementary school, there was between 25 and 28 students in my class. That was a lot. With my brothers still in these classes, I worry about the level of their education and mine. Thank you.
First, to the men and women of the Parsippany Police Department, thank you for what you're doing tonight. We appreciate that. I also want to say on behalf of everyone here how sorry we are that you have to be put in this position. Number two, I'd like to know why the attorney for the developer has been texting back and forth with the mayor during this meeting. I'm very curious about that. So let me begin before I get cut off. One of my favorite sayings is from Edmund Burke, where he speaks of the only thing that stands that's necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. As I look to my right and I contemplate the manner in which this matter has been handled, I see pure evil. But as I look up toward Councilman Musella, and as I look back toward this massive gathering, what I see are good men, women, and children doing something good, something critically important for the future of our children and our township. They are not misinformed, Mr. Mayor. They are fired up and they are fed up. Now, you spoke, Mr. Mayor, at one point of me having an angst against you. What I'd like to ask you is, why would someone like me turn against someone like you? We were friends. I just ask you, you spoke about your head in the sand, or people having heads in their sand. And I would just ask you, and you also mentioned sideshows and misinformation. Remember that? So, well, I don't know how you can't hear me.
We get a new microphone? We get a new microphone?
Yeah, maybe we need a new microphone. Let's hold my time. I cannot be any... Can you hear me in the back?
Hello? Can you guys hear me up there?
Yeah.
You can hear me clearly?
We can hear you. Mr. Letts, your time was up. Mr. Letts, your time was up, Mr. Letts. Mr. Letts, your time was up.
I'm sorry, did you actually say I'm done?
Mr. Letts, your time was up.
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think so. You just cut me off because I couldn't be heard. No, seriously.
Your time was up before Mr. Collette came down.
All right, I'll be back. You got to be kidding me. What a joke.
My name is Esther Rucci. I am a county committee member. I want to take these 90 seconds to address Justin Musella. Justin, I will always remember the day you came to my home and visited me and my dying father when you were running for councilman. I remember what I told you.
Miss, you're to speak. You're to speak of the ordinance only.
And to be careful.
Miss, it has to be a reference to the ordinance.
And not to become corrupt like.
Miss, this has to be on the ordinance only that you're speaking of. Thank you.
To be careful not to become corrupt like so many
Thank you for speaking. This has to be on the ordinance only. Thank you.
Sitting beside you on the stage.
Young
my
man.
family were Democrats all these lives. I convinced my
Thank you.
Folks, this is on the ordinance for 7 Campus Drive redevelopment plan only.
Ma'am, go ahead.
Hi there. Can you hear me? Diana McElroy, Intervale Road. I'll hold the microphone. Thank you. So someone mentioned the children are here. The level of absolute horror that I see with our democracy is profound. You people are making a mockery of our town. I came here actually open-minded to hear what the pilot program was about. I did. I actually came open-minded. My husband and I debated in the car the pros, the cons. Unlike the Whole Foods debacle that you got us into, Mayor, I felt like, I understand there's a lot and have been a lot of open offices. Around the country, we're facing this. But the fact that you're going about this in such a rushed fashion with so little respect for the people that actually elected you in is disgusting. I mean, you cut off from 5 minutes to 1.5 minutes, and now you're mumbling under your breath. Thank you for the level of respect. Noted.
30 seconds, ma'am.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Pratibha Sugumaran. I've been a long-term resident of Parsippany, and I spent my entire adult life here. There was a question from Councilman Justin Musella earlier to the lady who presented here. The question asked was whether a due diligence was done to explore other revenue streams before approving pilot program. And the answer was no. It was council policy. Why did we not explore other revenue streams? Why did we not do that? That's my first question. Second question. The Parsippany school ratings. Let me just give a quick background. I have 2 kids. Both my kids are going through the school system here. So, of course, my concern is the school ratings have been plummeting over the last few years. There are no efforts being done in that regard. However, why are we rushing into approving a 30-year pilot program the second to last working day of the year? And why are we rushing into this? Ma'am. Why is there no effort done? Why are we not looking at school ratings? Why are we not considering that? That's my second question. So why are we ignoring our Parsippany residents' voice? And why are we rushing into this? Why not postpone it to next year? What's wrong with that? Why don't we do the due diligence before we approve this and explore other revenue streams?
Hello, my name's Alan Zalazzo. I've been a resident here for 27 years. You heard my what? I've been a resident here for 27 years. It works better than this. And I worked on the trains for 40, so I can yell loud. Can you hear me now? I've been a resident here for 27 years. I appreciate your service. Public service is tough. I know you guys want to do, and ladies would like to do the right thing, but this is the wrong thing. You have people who came out. We're trying to tell you we don't agree with this. You represent us, and you talk about the kids. The kids are watching. The kids were talking. And I'll give Mr. Mayor, actually, we had a conversation with the mayor on the phone, and he answered questions, and, it took a lot for him to do that, and we appreciated that. We don't agree, but at least we listened to you. We would like you to listen to us. We're trying to tell you, can you please just postpone this? Just look through this. I've been a museum board member many times, a major museum in Connecticut, and we've dealt with developers. Developers will promise you everything. When it comes time to collect, that's when the problem comes. So please, please, do the right thing. Just, if you're not going to just say no, at least postpone this and think about it for us. Thank you.
Sir.
Joseph Lamarca. I'm a resident of Sedgefield for 23 years.
I live across the street from Campus Drive. None of these buildings are blighted. The lawns are kept manicured. Now, they just put a warehouse space up in Wharton. The company is looking for more warehouse space so they have access to Manhattan. Why don't you people try and do the right thing and listen to the people? These people are not looking for a pilot program. They're looking for a place to run their business and pay their taxes. I thank you all, and good luck to those of you who are retiring.
Suzanne Martin. I live on Woodland Drive. As stated before, I also do not understand the urgent nature of the ordinance to be voted on today, this specific ordinance. As stated before, I also do not understand the urgent nature of this ordinance to be voted on today. I also ask that this be postponed. I ask everyone else who also believes that to stand up here and request the same. Let the council show us if they listen to the people. Thank you.
My name is Hank Heller. I live at 10 Fenwick Place in Parsippany, and I've been a resident for 53 years, I believe. What I wanted to say to you today is that I've been asking and writing for information on the financial aspects of this pilot program that we seem to be very upset about. And the only thing that I've really seen came to us today in the form of these slides that I could not read, and I have no idea really what they said. Okay, I think that it would be a really fine thing if these slides were made available to the public well before these meetings, and so that we could look at them, we could understand them, we could see them, and we could see if in fact we can agree with. Mike DiPiero, you're going after 46 years. You're retiring now. Mrs. Gragnani, the same, not 46 years, but many fewer. I don't think that this is the way you would want, or I would want, the people to remember you as this last piece of business. This last piece of business that after spending your entire careers working for the good of Parsippany, and so many of the people who you work for seem not to think that, in fact, this is in their interest. So I'm asking you to give us the opportunity to look at it, to understand it, to read what was been presented, and then perhaps we could be in agreement with you.
Thank you, Mr. Heller.
But right now, we cannot be in agreement with you. And I'd like you to rethink this position. Thank you.
John Von Aken, Druid Hill. Not only do I disagree with the need for any pilots whatsoever, but I also question in every circumstance these agreements, the most generous terms possible are being offered. The maximum 30-year term, a minimum annual gross revenue percentage, and the land tax credit. Now, the land tax credit is not a term used in a municipal tax abatement handbook. In fact, in my limited resources, I was unable to find any other circumstances where a land tax credit is being associated with pilots in the state of New Jersey. So it's an additional incentive that we're giving away with the obvious loophole. The law gives maximums and minimums to protect the towns from making poor financial decisions, and the council deems it wise to approve an agreement in which not only applies the most generous terms of the agreement, but includes additional incentives not discussed anywhere in the law.
30 seconds.
I make the assumption that both of these are legal, but there's a problem here. And in your financial statements, are these tax credits included in the cost side of your equation. All you're showing are the revenue sides. Are you deducting the tax credits that you're giving back to them after the fact? Because it says clearly that you're collecting them and giving them back. You're not accounting for them. You're coming up short on your budget. Now, Michael, Loretta, I appreciate all the time you've given to the town.
The time is up.
Michael, I have a lot of appreciation and fondness for you personally from our time on the planning board. Unfortunately, my guess is I won't be on the planning board as of 2 days because the mayor gets to appoint somebody and my term is up.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Nick Amburis at Gravel. I'm just going to grab the mic. It's easier for me. My biggest issue with the pilots is I don't think they're necessary, and I don't think the burden of proving that the property would be otherwise unprofitable was met. First off, they cite the high interest rates. I'm not sure if you're aware, but the Fed just lowered it by 75 basis points this week. So those numbers that you have up there need to at least be updated and reevaluated prior to any vote being seen. Second, I think it was the NW, was the company had talked about the company would not be able to get financing or not be able to get the money necessary. I looked at the 2022 Avalon Bay report. The financial report says they have $600 million in cash equities. Cash, not credit. They have another $2.2 billion with a B dollars in available credit. So they don't have to fight for credit. They don't have to fight for money
30
for building
seconds,
these
sir.
buildings. And if the reports are correct and how profitable all these fitness places and everything are, then why do we need to subsidize it? I just don't understand why we would have to take the burden for another company to be profitable. I mean, they say tax the rich, and here you are giving tax breaks to the rich and putting it back on our shoulders. And then I could go on if I had my full 5 minutes of every single thing here. But what's unfortunate is with the pilots, the municipal side of the budget does go up, true. However, it's taken away from the schools.
Mr. Cumbis, your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ainsley Cook, and I am a sixth grader at Central Middle School. So with the creation of new apartment buildings and businesses, there's going to be a lot more kids coming to schools, and it's going to impact everybody in the schools a lot. Like, when I'm walking down the hallways to try to get to my classes, there's a ton of kids, and sometimes I'm late to class just because there's a lot of kids. And I think it'll also bring a lot of stress to teachers, because there's already a teacher shortage, and more students will make teachers more stressed, which is not good. All right, thank you.
Sean Spiggott Fulton, been in Parsippany since 2008. First, Sean Spiggott Fulton, I've been in Parsippany since 2008. I want to thank people who are in public service for all that they do, to especially include our police officers who are here today. Ditto. Every one of the speakers who came before me was against this program. You are supposed to listen to us. I hope you are listening to us now. The people here would like there to be more discussion, more debate on this before a vote. Thank you. I yield the remainder of my time to the police officer and to the vet, who, and thanks for their service. They deserve more time to speak. They can have mine.
Hi, I'm Riley Herbig, and I'm 10 years old, and I go to Knollwood Elementary School. I just wanted to say that I think you are trying to vote on this before January 1st, because that's when Judy Hernandez gets sworn into this council. I would also like to say that I'm in a 5th grade class with about 30 kids, and that's only because my school couldn't afford to hire another teacher.
Hi, good afternoon.
afternoon. My name is Vanessa Nunn. I've been a resident of Parsippany for 28 years. And first of all, Parsippany is one of the greatest places to live and also invest in for businesses. If these businesses do not require these pilot programs in order to be profitable here in Parsippany. So that's the first thing. Second, there is no reason to rush the vote on this, considering the fact that other departments in the municipality have multiple meetings about other ordinances and other requests that have lasted for 7 months. Why does this have to be pushed today? That is my question to all of you. And thirdly, it is disingenuous, and you've lost the trustworthiness of all the residents here by stating to everyone in person the meeting was supposed to be at 7 and then hiding behind a social media post to move it to 1 o'clock and forcing us to take off time of work just to be here to voice our opinion.
30 seconds,
which
ma'am.
you were trying to deny us of today. Just because you're retiring after this does not mean that you shouldn't take in consideration what all of us have to say.
Yeah, my name's Bert Prost. I'm not for the pilot programs, and I'm not for giving tax breaks to multi-billion-dollar corporations, and I won't be voting for anybody that's supporting these pilot programs.
Hi, this is Vinita, and I came to Parsippany in 2012, and we came to US with a dream, and that America is a land of opportunity, and that turned out to be good. But today what I'm saying, I'm really frustrated, but I will still be very polite. Since last few years, I have 2 kids. One is 10-year-old and a daughter, she is 7 years old. I have to forcefully send my 10-year-old kid to study out of the country because of the school rating which is going down. So that's all, and I cannot take any more taxes on us for the multi-billionaires. That's all. Thank you.
So my name is Tony Barone. I live in Lake Parsippany. I've lived here for 48 years. This is the first time in 48 years that I felt compelled to come to a town council meeting. Just because of the sheer appearance of impropriety. There may not be impropriety, but the appearance is there. Let me just say with regard to the ordinance. I was a professor at Rutgers of Business Administration. I couldn't read those numbers. I don't know what they say. I don't know what the assumptions were. And I didn't hear any other expert witness. I think you would be well advised to have other expert witnesses opposed to the ordinance so that you'd have a full understanding of what's involved and whether or not you should act on it.
Richard Rosenthal, Cambridge. I want to address the word of blight. Nobody's discussed the word of blight. I grew up in Newark. I was there after the riots in 1960. That's blight. I lived in an apartment house that was torn down. That's blight. Ride through Camden. That's blight. You are creating a triumvirate. Newark, Camden, Parsippany, blight. That's your legacy. That is your legacy. You're going to leave here with a legacy of blight in Parsippany. I'm going to address something personal. Mike DePiero, you were instrumental in saving Craftsman Farms, a national landmark, a site significant in American history. I lived on the property. I pass it every day.
30 seconds, sir.
Especially on holidays when I see the huge crowds that are there. I think of what you saved. And I was part of it when you did a TV program and you interviewed me. That's what I think about. So I really think about you at least once a week when something big is happening. That's your legacy. No more. I'll go on Campus Drive. I'll pass the other properties. That's blight. You brought blight into my neighborhood within 2 miles. And for the rest of the people in Parsippany, we now live in a blighted area. And I want you to think about this. How many other people?
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Thank you, sir. Sir, you've already spoken. You don't. I'm sorry, but you don't.
30 seconds?
Sir, you've already spoken. You've already spoken. Please sit down. Thank you.
How about when they reduce our taxes for the seniors in 4 years when the proposal goes through? You forgot about that.
Hello, my name is Benjamin Haberman, and I am a 7th grader in Central Middle School. I have been in Parsippany for most of my life, and I've been in Troy Hills Elementary School and Central Middle School. I believe that a residential area pilot program could hurt the school district. In my experience, I've had many hardworking and intelligent teachers that help students as well. But my schools have had a modest quality of facilities. Many classes in my middle school have 20 or more students. If there's a pilot residential area that does not have
30
tax
seconds.
and is guaranteed to contribute towards the student population, the schools may have a need for more space, but without funding, the schools may need to make a choice between keeping high-quality teachers or making sure that facilities can hold the number of students in the school district. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Mike Haberman from 34 Lord Sterling. Thank you for your time this afternoon. I think a lot of the ire that you're hearing is directed at the student count and what may or may not happen based on the Rutgers numbers. Legitimate question, is it too late in the negotiation process or in the conception of this to negotiate for direct guarantees to the schools if the Rutgers numbers prove to be underestimated? Leave you to think about that. As again, I think that that's a practical approach that you should have considered.
Hi, everyone. All I'm going to say is, we've always said Parsippany is the biggest little town in New Jersey. East and West baseball leagues, we may compete on the field, we're friends off the field. I coached, I can't tell you how many games in this PAL building. I had kids from Brooklawn and Central, best of buds. You see a lot of unity behind you. And you just pause and just take a couple of weeks or a month. Put the numbers out there. Show it. I'm sure that if it's good, I'm sure you're going to get their approval. If it's bad, you might get some insight. Just don't rush into this. You're causing a lot of bad feelings in the town. And, we all get along in this town. Like I said, there's sports rivalries and everything else. But we all seem to have unity on this. If you could just wait maybe a month and a half, put the numbers out there, let them see. They're not ready to break ground yet, right? So what's the big deal? Wait a few weeks. And thank you.
How you doing, Council? John Beelan. Guys, I work as an owner's rep in the construction field, okay? What you guys had with these guys coming up here is absolutely BS, okay? I work with a lot of close guys that you have to hire somebody or willing to get somebody to come out and actually redevelop those areas. You do not have to rush and get pilot programs. There's plenty of developers, the Kushners, the JL&Ls, everybody out there that can do these type of things, okay? You guys are rushing this process. It's not right. Everybody sees right through you guys, okay? We're not blind here, okay? We're not blind. So just, guys, open your eyes, please. And congratulations on your retirements. And Loretta, hopefully I see you at bingo night, okay?
Sumit Maheshwari, resident of 21 Rookwood Terrace. Up until now, no one has spoken in favor of this pilot program. I hope you are hearing us. You talked emphatically about a gym whose membership starts at $219 per month. Please check it. I've been a member of that gym for the last 2.5 years. Why do they deserve a tax break? A family would end up paying literally $400 a month, and they deserve a tax break, who consume our natural resources as well? You gotta be thinking. A warehouse deserves a tax break, who supports an e-commerce business making tons and tons of money. You gotta be thinking. You hired a bunch of consultants who showed you this data which was never shared with the public. You know what Charlie Munger once said? I'd rather throw a viper down my shirt than hire these consultants. Please think rationally. Thank you.
Casey Parikh, 36 years residents of Parsippany. I've never been so scared as I'm here right now. With my taxpayers' money, people surrounded me with the guns. I'm really scared. I'm not sure. Next thing will happen is they'll push me out from here or kick me out from here. But I'm not in favor of any pilot unless it meets the intent. These pilots that we have, 6 or 7 of them we are giving away, that doesn't meet the intent of the pilot. Because on one side we are saying Parsippany is a great town with good realty, business, and at the same time we are saying, oh, they need help. 3 of the board members here, they were part of the Board of Education.
30 seconds.
At that time, okay, I hear this, my time is up, but when the election comes, your times will be up too. Okay. What I like to say is 3 of the board members here, they were member of the Board of Education taking care of the kids. What happened to you? Why you don't care about the kids anymore? Think about that. But, and like everyone else
Thank you,
said,
Mr. Parikh. Your time
Mr.
is up.
DiPiero and Councilwoman Gragnani, I was really looking forward to a great legacy for you too.
Thank
and
you.
I think
Thank
you
you
failed.
Thank you.
And that's all I will remember. I'm giving away my mic. Thank you.
Hi, my name is.
Go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name is Colin. I live in town. I work on campus, and I just ask that you postpone the vote. I think that everyone has said that they'd rather wait, and that there seems to be nothing to gain by doing it immediately. There is already a gym on Sylvan, the LA Fitness. My daughter goes there for swim lessons. It's not in any way full. There's plenty of opportunity for refurbing the businesses there, for warehousing, without investing hundreds of millions of dollars potentially. But we should use what we have, and I just ask that you postpone and consider these things. Thank you very much.
My name is Falgun Bhaktawala. I'm Parsippany resident for 16 years. I have 2 kids. They go to Lake Parsippany Elementary Schools. The only thing I want to say is that rushing through this is a devil's work. You don't have to rush through these things. You take your time. This is where Parsippany needs to think about it and make a better decision for people of Parsippany. The thing is, when we rush through these decisions, we're not considering all the other business that we have in the town. You putting out the red carpet for all this business. What about the local business in the town? Are you trying to give them tax breaks? Can you do something for them? For the Parsippany that provide a lot of business to Township. They're providing the business, they're providing employment, and they're providing taxes to town. We should be giving them a break, not giving out these billion-dollar companies to breaks. That's not fair for them, for local residents. Think about the students, Parsippany's teachers, staff. They need also a help. And in each class, there's
30
24,
seconds, sir.
25 students. If you bring in all this development and keep bringing all these students in the school district, how are you going to support them? One at a time. You don't even have extra teachers that can support the extra class. We need to get them prepared. We don't have a schools. We don't have those accommodate all these people. So think about it. Pay attention. Listen to the people. They're the one are voting in you. They trust you. They thank for your service. But in return, you need to do things for them. Do the things for the people.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
We remember.
My name is Daman Sharma. I'm from 64 Seasons Glen Drive, Morris Plains, New Jersey. All the council member, all the elected officials, thank you for being here. Mr. Masella, you're doing an amazing job for representing and asking questions, the right questions for the public. Very important thing. I drove 16 hours from Florida to be here. And every single member that's been here, they probably took off or did something to be here. And they all put their hands on their heart and please say, stop this nonsense. Stop this nonsense. Nonsense. This project needs to be stopped. I came from the country. I borrowed to be here. I borrowed the money for the visa to be here. 25 years in the country. I love every second of it.
30 seconds.
My parents and my family had raised in such a way that stand for the right things. Okay? If I borrowed for my visa to be here and make my life and my family's life absolutely awesome, why are these people getting free money? No freebies. If you give freebies to these people, this country will go to hell. This country will go to hell. Put your hands on your heart. I understand that the politicians develop thick skin.
Your time is up, sir.
And says you're doing the right thing for
Your time
public.
is up, sir. Thank you. Please sit down.
Thank you. Thank you, public, for being here.
My name is Patrick D.V. Antonio. I've lived in this town 65 years. What I have to say is recorded.
Sir, what does this have to do with the ordinance? We're speaking of this particular ordinance only. Do you have anything to say about this particular ordinance? Sir, do you have anything to say about this ordinance? Please remove the microphone from this gentleman. Please sit down. Thank you.
Hi, I'm the resident of Parsippany since last more than 15 years. I was not even aware about the pilot till last Monday.
Can't hear you.
I was not even aware about this pilot program till last Monday. When the school sent the message, I first asked my daughter, what this pilot project you are doing? And she said, I'm not doing anything. Then I need to get into detail of that. I Googled out everything and I came to know about the meeting of 5th of December, which was 5 hours long. And I went through everything with the caption on because sometimes mic doesn't work. And in that, I came to know that the attorney town and the developer towns, the attorney for both the parties are same in a way. I want to ask one question here to everybody. I'm very sure you guys are holding a house. You must have bought the house. Did your attorney and the seller attorney was same? It's never. We have to preserve our interests. And in the interest, we should have a separate attorney. I'm not sure how this is allowed and
30
why
seconds,
no
sir.
action was taken on that. If anybody is having a house where your seller attorney was same as the buyer attorney, it was not making any sense when I heard this thing. On top of it, in that meeting, people were talking about 30-year tax break. and I think, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Michael says that this is the law, we have to follow this. And the expert stood up, and he says, no, there is nothing like a law on that. 10 years are allowed, 5 plus 6 years are allowed, and all the explanation was given. Did you went back and studied those things, and did you change anything?
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Thank you.
Time is up? A lot of people time will be up.
Nick Homiak from Lake Hiawatha. This is an example of a local government benefiting a special interest, and especially the warehouse. And I can't help but to suspect that behind this, behind the veil, is the developer's campaign's contributions to particular politicians. Now, how many warehouses are we going to build? We got to think regionally, not just locally, like the housing. Tired of it being using as a threat or an extortion. Is it regional? Is it local? It's affordable, but it's not affordable. They want to put up a warehouse right now in Denville in an environmentally sensitive area, the headwaters of the Beaver Brook. Will this warehouse stop that warehouse? If not, it should, and you should
30
be
seconds.
involved as a municipal figures with other municipal figures. So these developers get more tax break. A pilot deal is another add-on to the corporate welfare that we're seeing. And the country is corrupted right now at the highest level in the Supreme Court, because every single judge on the Supreme Court is a former corporate lawyer.
Mr. Homniak,
and these
time is up.
tax breaks are trickle up.
Mr. Homniak,
And
your
trickle
time is up.
down
Thank you.
is the
Your time is up.
PISS on you.
Hello, everyone. Deborah Nemirovich. You all know me. I have attended many of these meetings on the pilots, and it's clear that no residents want these things. However, though, and I'm going to say my piece and leave, I am here instead to talk about the text message that I received from Mr. Mayor. It regarding Councilman Musella and his lovely wife, Courtney.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We're talking about this
send me
ordinance.
text message.
This is not going to be a text message.
Campus Drive ordinance.
That was not warranted to be sent to me. It was despicable, and you need to focus on
Please,
us,
we're to talk about this
people
ordinance
that have
only.
had enough.
Thank you.
you.
Please
I
remove
will
the
leave.
microphone.
Thank you. I'm stepping aside.
Ken Dalsky, Winfield Drive. The mayor and council argued that we need to offer pilots to be competitive with other towns. This is the wrong way to look at this issue. The right way to assess this is to determine what course of action is best for the taxpayers of Parsippany, not what it takes to attract tenants. If the mayor and council think this is a good deal for taxpayers, they should show us the numbers to prove it. Show us total cost and total taxes with and without the use of pilots. We want to see the impact on our bottom lines. The data that you've shown us here is cherry-picked data that you've shown to us at the 11th hour that's hard to read, hard to see, and hard to understand. It is not transparency. Show us a transparent argument, and maybe we'll buy it. As far as the argument about the school board getting their taxes, first of all, that's not true. There have been years when the school board's tax assessment did not pass, and they had to go back and recalculate it and reduce it. And second of all, when the school board does say this is the amount that they need, who pays for it? We do. So basically what we're saying is pilots are going to drive up our taxes, and I've never heard anybody here acknowledge that.
30
I know
seconds.
the leaders on this council are good people who want the best for this town. But really, is this the legacy that you want to leave?
Mike Daniels of Rhoda Terrace. I think the most impactful so far listening was the 3 school-age children for speaking. And the fact that it's 35% vacancy rate, that's a real problem. I understand that. Anyone in this room thinks that it's not. But I kind of disagree with the amount of school-age children that it will spawn. Okay, I think it's an underestimation. The fact is, COVID, we are in this position of vacant office space because of COVID. It changed the way we work, the way we live, housing markets exploded. Okay, so what I just have a little, I apologize for not having much confidence in a pre-COVID study that's entitled How We Live New Jersey, because we don't live like that anymore.
Hi, I'm Pinkesh Kotana, president of Parsippany since last 11 years. I have one issue. Basically, I chose Parsippany only and only because of good school districts. So I have one question on the student ratio that has been given here. Overall, what I've seen is in my community there are 166 units, and out of that I definitely see that there are more than 60 students going into the school. In fact, for middle school there is one extra bus required. So bus with the capacity of 40 students, right? So just for middle school there are more than 40 students. I lived in Meadowbrook Gardens. Meadowbrook Gardens has 150 units, and out of that I can see, I have easily seen that more than 50 students were going to the schools. So in all practicality, I see that there are at least 30% or 1 in 3, 1 out of 3 units have at least one student going into this thing. So I don't understand how we came up with the less than or 10% of the students factor that you have given over here. So my so that
30
is
seconds,
my
sir.
first issue. The second issue is basically, if we see in Parsippany, there are not many residential communities, right? So it's not very hard to basically go into those school residential communities and see how many students are going into those going to schools. And so I would urge that you do that study, and then based on that only, then take the further decision on this program. Thank you.
I should say good evening or good morning. I have been here since 11
Could you
o'clock.
please face? Thank you.
Anyway, my name is Yvonne Ferris, and I live in Rainbow Lakes. Can everybody hear me? Okay, we're talking about pilots. We all very educated about pilots. Thank you to all these Parsippany citizens.
Please speak. Please address
Okay,
the
now
council.
I live in Parsippany for many years. I have 2 children that went to the Parsippany School District, and they are 2 successful professionals. One is a doctor, and the other one has a higher position in one of the commercial construction companies. But the reason that I'm here is because I want to have a minute of reflection with you, Jamie Barberio. I know
Are you going to be speaking? Are you going to be speaking of the pilot, please?
Don't interrupt me, okay?
Are you speaking of the pilot?
Because
this is what we're talking about. This ordinance only.
Your time is going to be up also very soon.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is. Thankfully.
I
Please
wanted to
take
have with Jamie is because he always was.
Your time is up. Thank you. You're not talking about the pilot. Please sit down.
Can't do that.
She can't. You can't do that. Please.
Sir, come on up.
Please.
And I'll
Sir,
say,
come on up.
This is for comments on the 7 Campus Drive redevelopment plan ordinance only.
Sir, would you please come up and speak? Sir?
Sir.
Sir, do you want to speak? Please come up. Please have her sit down.
Hi, my name is Jirgesh Sati. Can everyone hear me? Can you hear me? All right. So I think as a resident of Parsippany, it's quite disrespectful that residents don't get a chance to talk, but developers get an ample amount of time to go put up fake results. That's one. Next, it was really concerning to hear that they're building 280 units, but only 27 new students will be added. They referenced the study from Rutgers from July 2018, and just a quick Google search is called The School-Age Children in Rental Units in New Jersey. It's by Rutgers Center for Real Estate. The executive summary of that document clearly states, our data and analysis show that one-size-fits-all approach is inappropriate for estimating the expected number of school children arising from new developments. So,
30 seconds, sir.
One of the slide shows that of the 280 units, there's going to be 239 that were going to be at market value. The 41 were going to be affordable. According to the study, and they only took one stat, they took a stat that says built after 2000, market conditions, it would be a 9.8% increase for those units and a 64% for the affordable housing units. So, the 239 times 9.8 will give you 23 new students, according to the study. But then the 41
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Will be 26%.
Your time is up,
children.
sir. Thank you very much for
So that's an increase
speaking.
of 50 kids right there. So
Your time is up.
those
Thank you.
results are quite fake. So you need to get someone to go and reassess that.
Hi guys, I'm an 8th grader at Brookline Middle School, and I just wanted to say how crowded our school is. It's so crowded that you could get injured walking up and down the staircases. And if more students come in from these new developments, then more students would be in each class, which will impact the students' learning. And if the taxes don't go to the school, then the school won't have the funds to accommodate these new students. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Tim Berrios, 24 Farmstead Drive. First of all, I want to thank the men and women in blue for keeping us safe. Thank you very much. And being a former board member of 9 years, and to be a current board member starting next week or in 2 weeks, I was listening on the exhibit for this ordinance. And having been on finance committee for most of those 9 years and board of ed president for the last 2, I really was surprised at these numbers. I don't know where they came from. I'm part of doing the budgets. I've been part of the audits. I've got this year's audits sitting in my house. And I find it interesting that we can come here unqualified and sit there and spewing numbers that, the Board of Education raised taxes over the last 10 years XYZ%. Well, you have a former president of the Board of Education, and if you got that information from that resource, then you have been misinformed. The bottom line is the Board of Education can only raise taxes 2% a year by state law. That is not something that's negotiable. If we want to raise taxes more than 2% a year, we need to go to a public vote. The voters get to decide if we raise more than 2%.
Mr. Barrios,
So
your time is up.
I don't know
Thank
where
you
we're
very
getting this
much.
information from, but you
Your
need to
time
double
is up,
check.
Mr. Barrios. Thank you.
Members of the council, we're delighted that you're listening to these comments. We're sad that you didn't allow the full and appropriate time. In this season of peace, joy, love, and hope, wouldn't it be wonderful if you each had an open mind, if you each had listened to what the taxpayers are saying to you, you might notice not a single person has stood up and said, pilots are great, go ahead, vote for it. That is peculiar, isn't it? Because right now the split has been 4-1. You might want to rethink your position. Wouldn't it be wonderful if you admitted there is no rush? You're creating that. There's no rush, folks. Don't vote on it now. Let the elected officials coming in a few days vote. Wouldn't it be wonderful if you recognize, as was pointed out in a previous council meeting, the pilots can be for as little as 5 years. They don't have to go for 30 years to tie us up.
30 seconds, sir.
Wouldn't it be wonderful if you didn't sell out the taxpayers? Wouldn't it be wonderful if you didn't give up future tax income needlessly? So many of these projects have admitted they can handle it without a pilot, and you're still giving it to them. That's totally ridiculous. Wouldn't it be wonderful if you didn't continue to hide behind affordable housing? That's been going on way too long. It's such a joke. And bottom line...
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Thank you.
And bottom line, wouldn't it be wonderful if each one of you did the right thing?
Good afternoon. My name is Susie Golderer, and full disclosure, I am Vice President of the Board of Education for Parsippany School District. But full disclosure, but I am not speaking today. I'm not representing the Board of Education. I'm representing myself as a member of this community. And you say that you're trying to do your best by offering pilots to these developers. But if your best is putting the students in the town at risk of losing school funding and the community at large with higher taxes, then your best is not good enough. On Facebook, people are criticizing our concern over these pilots, that it's purely political. They're asking, well, what ideas can
30
we
seconds.
come up with that might be better? Well, my response to that is then why are we paying for a full-time mayor if we are expected to do his job for him? I ask you, okay, I ask each and one of you to vote no. I don't care, I love Lifetime Fitness, okay? I like going there. But they do not need tax breaks. We need tax breaks.
Ms. Goldery, your time is up. Thank you.
And
your time is up, Ms. Goldery. Thank you.
We only raise our taxes 2% every year.
Your time is up. Thank you.
I just have to say that I live in Sedgefield. I've been here for 48 years, ever since I was born. Some of you came to my house campaigning years ago, and the only question I asked is, what are you going to do for our schools? And I remember one person in particular who said, oh, you work with my son. And I said to them, what are you going to do for our schools? How are you going to raise money for our schools? They said, well, we're not going to cut the budget. I will not personally vote to cut the budget. And I will do everything I can to help our students and our community. Well, all I can say after listening to everybody today is I feel lied to.
All right.
I'd like to have a motion to close the open public hearing.
Make a motion.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Karifi, seconded by Mr. Neglia. Roll call, Mr. Karifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero.
Yes.
Mr. Musella.
Yes.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
Ms. Grignani.
Yes.
Floor is closed. Justin, I think it's you.
Whereas the above ordinance was read in title on second reading in a hearing held thereon, now therefore be it resolved that said ordinance be passed on final reading, and that notice of final passage of said ordinance be published in the newspaper according to law. Motion to approve the resolution above for ordinance 2023:26 made by myself.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Musella, seconded by Mr. Karifi. Roll call, Mr. Karifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero.
Yes.
Mr. Musella.
No.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
Ms. Grignani. Ms. Grignani.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes 4-1.
Councilman Neglia, ordinance 2023/30.
An ordinance of the Township, Parsippany-Troy Hills, Morris County, New Jersey, amending and supplementing Chapter 420, water, increased water rates and charges. The notice of ordinance 2023:30 was published in the Daily Record, the official newspaper of the Township, Parsippany-Troy Hills, on November 30th, 2023, and introduced at November 21st, 2023 regular meeting. Motion to accept ordinance 2023:30 to be heard on our second and final reading by title only by myself.
Second. Motion made by Mr. Neglia, seconded by Mr. Karifi. Roll call, Mr. Karifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero.
Yes.
Musella.
Yes.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
Ms. Grignani.
Yes.
Public hearing. Motion to open the public hearing on ordinance 2023:30 by myself.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Neglia, seconded by Mr. Karifi. Roll call, Mr. Karifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero.
Yes.
Mr. Musella.
Yes.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
Ms. Grignani.
Yes.
Okay, the floor is open to the public on this ordinance only.
This is for the town clerk, please. All right, when I first came here this afternoon, I gave a document to the fire marshal and then the chief of police from the DCA. This meeting should have never occurred.
Sir, this is about
you
the
met
water.
the fire code.
The ordinance
You
that we
met
have on the
fire
water.
code. You did not meet the code for restrooms for a crowd of this size. This meeting should have been shut down before it ever started.
My name is Bob Venezia, and I just want to know how much is this water increase going to be? How much is the water increase going to be? What percentage? How much money is it going to generate? And how much are we transferring from the water to the general budget this year?
We can't hear you, man.
I got a copy of it. Bob, I'll give you a copy. You want a copy of it? You want I got a copy of the ordinance if you want it.
Bernie Clark, and I understand that it's a low percentage increase, and I understand that our sewer and water facilities need a lot of work. However, I am asking you to reconsider what I asked for last year, which is to amend this ordinance and the sewer ordinance to say that you can no longer raid those funds to move money to the general fund like you did in the last 2 years. So last time the question got answered by, well, it could be amended in the future. I say, so what? Can't we amend it now so that you can't raid it? That's my question.
Thank you. Next. When the budget comes up, the council will vote on the budget. When the budget comes up, the council will vote on the budget, and you will have an opportunity to speak at that time about the water.
I'm sorry, I can't. Can you amend this ordinance before you pass it to preclude you from raiding the sewer and water funds to move money to the general funds of the town? That is my question.
Mr. Lavery, would you like to answer that question?
Yeah, I don't know that you can do that because the mayor prepares the budget. So if the council decides later not to do it when they adopt the budget, they don't have to do it.
I can't understand you.
I said the mayor prepares the budget, so I don't know that you can do that and say that you can't use that later. I mean, to answer your question, you could try to amend it. This is second reading and public hearing, so you'd have to reintroduce it next year.
Well, last year you told me, or you told Councilman
Thank you.
DePirio
Mr. Clarkin,
that
Mr.
it could be
Clarkin, we're not
done,
going
but then
back
it
and
could be
forth.
reversed in the future. And
Your
that
question
seemed to
was
end it.
answered. Thank you, Mr. Clarkin.
Nick Camburis, I really just want to understand what the increase is going to go towards. I know in the past we had issues with wells. Is this going to maintain them? Is this going to build additional wells? Obviously, we're going to have some new construction coming in, not only housing, but gym, and they have to fill their pools and give water to the customers. So how does this prepare us well for the new development, this increase in water taxes, knowing that we're going to have additional water? And how does this also improve the water quality? Because it's very sedimentary, and the water quality in Parsippany isn't the best. So in short, my question is, what is this money going to, and how is this increase going to prepare us going forward with the additional housing and gyms and whatever construction? Thank you.
Answer that question? Do you want to answer the question? Okay, this is the public portion. When public portion is over, if the council would like to answer your question, they will.
As I was saying, in the mayor's letter, he referred to the sideshow. He referred to the misinformation that was being lobbed at us.
This is public comment on the ordinance increasing water rates.
I got it. So we referred to the sideshow. What I'd like to ask you, Mr. Mayor, is really think
Mr. Letts,
that's a sideshow?
this is the
It's not a
public
sideshow.
comment on
This is
the
what we
sewer,
call
the
democracy,
water
Mr. Mayor.
increases.
Democracy.
It's not public comment, general public comment.
Here I'm back again. Good question. How about you don't give a pilot to the next ordinance so you don't have to raise the rate? Thank you.
Hi, this is Deval again. It's disappointing. Have you seen right after the vote, most of the residents left? They don't believe in you. We do not believe in you. And now going back to the ordinance, because I know, Ms. Loretta, that will be your next question, and stick to the ordinance.
We are talking
We do
about
not
this water
need-
ordinance. Please
We
speak
do
about
not
the water
need-
ordinance only, sir.
That's what I said. I'm getting to it. So we do not need a tax break for a gym, and it has never been done in the state of New Jersey.
That has nothing to do with this ordinance, sir.
This is the ordinance. Okay, we don't need the tax-free rates. We have developers from Mazda Brook to whatever that built Parsippany without any funds. We actually made money out of it.
Thank you. Next.
Folks, this is the public hearing on Ordinance 2023, an ordinance of the Township of Parsippany amending and supplementing Chapter 420 Water to increase water rates and charges. That's what the public hearing is. No. You're only supposed to have comments on this matter. There will be time, sir, there will be a time for you to make comments on other items. There is a general public session. He is supposed to only be commenting on the ordinance. That is what the public comment is for the 50th time. So this is on the increase in water rates. That's it. You are limited to discussing that.
Miss, there's no, please. Go ahead. Yes, we are.
Please let the man speak. Please let the man speak. If you'd like to say something, you can get up later on.
Mr. Chaffo, if you're going to speak, please speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. In regards to the water ordinance, just reading from the Township's website, each year the Township of Parsippany-Troy Hills Water Department is pleased to present its annual Consumer Confidence Report. The link to the report is on this page in the right column. The purpose of the report is to provide the water consumers of the Township of Parsippany-Troy Hills with a greater understanding of the quality of our drinking water and the system that delivers the water from the source to the user. So my question in regards to this ordinance is, first, are we still buying water to supplant that which we can produce ourselves, pump and treat to our residents? I believe we were buying water from Jersey City for quite some time. I don't know if that's still in fact the case. My second question is, what studies have been done to ensure that the water system in Parsippany is capable of handling the development that is coming our way? Do we have any studies that indicate that our water treatment plants can handle the water, that our sewage treatment plants can handle any wastewater? And I'd like to know also, what's the increase to the fees? There was a massive increase last year to my water rate, and I'd like to know what
30 seconds.
What the rate is going to be. Thank you.
The answer was, Miss, the answer was 2%. Perhaps you weren't listening. Sir, you may speak.
Go ahead, sir.
Sir. Yes, sir. One moment, please.
Just please say something. When the council president said something, you boo her and you go at her. But when she comes back at you because you're not being respectful back, well, she wants to be respectful. I've known this lady. I have known her for many years. She's one of the most respectful ladies I've ever met. But when you continue to scream and yell at her, what do you expect her to do? People don't want to be yelled at. We're here. We want to be amicable.
What are you going to do about it?
This is what's happening.
Miss, please, we're trying to continue the meeting. I'm hearing you, and everyone is... You're interrupting the meeting. We're trying to continue our meeting. Sir, if you'd like to speak, please speak. Would you like to be removed, miss? Would you like to be removed because you are disrupting this meeting? Very nice. Please, if you would like to sit, please sit. If not, I will have the police remove you. Thank you. Remove you because you are disrupting this meeting. Sir, if you'd like to speak, please speak.
Go ahead,
please
sir.
speak, sir.
All right, my name is Falguni Bhaktawala. So last 2 years ago, the Parsippany water and sewer bill went up 40%. It has been gone up so much. And then it's not fair to the Parsippany resident. At this time, like she said, pointed out, there was a room full of people, and all these motions is passing without considering. You having a show and a ponytail show here, having people speak up, but not even considering any of the comments, not taking any notes, none of this. So at this point, Parsippany resident lost the confidence in this council. I think if you want to pass all these things, they put in a vote, put in a ballot. Let the Parsippany decide what they want to do it. Not on this one. Let the Parsippany do it. Not council. Council. We do not have a confidence in this council. That's it.
Salazzo, I'm back again. So you're talking about water rates where the rest of the country is looking about, is there even going to be water available to charge for? We're having these large corporations coming in, using up all the water. What rates are they paying? Is it one hookup, one sewer hookup? This doesn't mean anything to me. Would need someone to decipher it. But you have certain corporations using the ton of the water, and yet everyone else is paying. Are they going to be paying their fair share? Second, I see fire hydrants. Where is our fire department with all these extra people coming in? Are we going to be having a paid department? I know we volunteer firefighters are very, very good, but with all these extra people coming in, with all these hydrants, with all these funding, that issue needs to be addressed too. Everyone needs to pay their fair share, and these pilots program, it's not paying their fair share.
30 seconds, ma'am.
I want, and I really would like the council to listen to the people. This poor woman over here is almost hysterical because we want to be heard, and we're not being heard. Thank you.
The questions I have about the water is, did the bill increase because our two diversions that we require in order to have firm capacity, did they raise their rates? And the second question, why are we still, if we are and something changed, you let me know, why are we still using water and sewer surplus for tax patches? And what exactly is that money? Like Bob Venezia asked, what is that money exactly being used for? Water is a public trust. So if we're not making money on it like we were at one time, what is that money being administered to? Did it go for legal fees to Mr. Ringolsino's law firm, for example? What are we doing with our water and sewer, and what's happening now? And remember, during the Soriano administration,
30
we
seconds,
had
Nick.
major water infrastructure failures, including the 4 wells. Now, Ann Cucci, along with the mayor and the town administrator at the time, they said they could remedy everything, taxes and water and sewer, with an average of $4.76 per household. So whatever happened to that math? So if you could answer any of those questions, it'd be appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you, Nick. You will get your answer. This is the public session. After the public session, if the administration or council members would like to answer the questions, they will. Sir? Please.
I said, when everybody gets done speaking on this ordinance, I will answer it.
Kenneth Malmud, 8 Southwood Drive. I have one question which I hope the council will choose to answer. Would the rate increase be the same had there not been borrowing from the water and sewer utility for other purposes?
Nancy Chaffa. You said there's a 2% increase for water for this year? Is that correct that I heard? 2%?
That's what I understand.
So what's going to happen next year when the development is actually beginning and when they would put all these new developments in? Are we going to have enough water for everything we need in this town? Are we going to pay for more water from other towns? Your legacy is going to be the burden of the tax dollar on our backs. So I want to know, how much are you projecting these fees, which are another form of tax, going to cost us? I understand we had a deficit with the water, but we have water problems all the time. And now you're adding more people, more buildings. What is going to be housed in these warehouses? Do we have enough water to put the fires out at Avalon Bay? We need to know what we're facing here in the future. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Susie Golderer. My question is, well, first of all, the comment. President Grignani, you said if you want to answer the question. That is the lack of respect for your citizens, because you should be answering the questions. Okay? If you can't answer them now, you answer them after the public portion, but you should be, because we all deserve. Okay? We all go to the ballot box and we all vote, so that we deserve to have answers all the time. My thing is, you're bringing in all this development. You want to approve all of this, where is the infrastructure? Where's the money for the infrastructure, enlargement coming from? All the waters, the wells aren't all working.
30 seconds.
Okay? So how are we going to not have less problems? And yet you're increasing, it by 2%, 3%, it doesn't matter. An increase is an increase, okay? And it's a burden on the taxpayer, and it's a shame. And though it may be necessary, it would be important for you to tell us, okay, what your plan is to increase the infrastructure to accommodate all of the new development that you are desiring to bring in, which the people of Parsippany are here and have told you that they are not in agreement.
Your time is up. Thank you. Seeing no one come forward, I'd like to motion to close the public hearing.
Make a motion.
Second.
Who's a second? Where's the second?
We close the open
Motion.
portion first, and then there will be answers from our administration.
We have a Who made the motion? And who seconded it?
Whereas the above ordinance was read in title on second reading and hearing held hereon.
Alex, I just need to know.
Hold on. We got to take a vote.
Who made the motion? Who seconded the motion? Who seconded the motion? Okay. So we have a motion by Mr. Karifi, a second by Mr. Neglia. Roll call, Mr. Karifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiro.
Yes.
Mr. Misella.
Yes.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
And Ms. Grignani.
Yes.
All right, go ahead now, Councilmember Neglia.
Thank you. Whereas the above ordinance was read in title on second reading and hearing held hereon, now therefore be it resolved that said ordinance be passed on the final reading and that notice of final passage of said ordinance be published in the newspaper according to law. Motion to approve the resolution above for ordinance 2023:30 by myself.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Neglia, seconded by Mr. Karifi. Roll call, Mr. Karifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiro.
Yes.
Mr. Misella.
Yes.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
Ms. Grignani.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Mayor?
Can you hear me? No. Well, you like to yell a lot. I noticed that. Anyway, let's talk about the water rates, because that's the contention here. I believe they're going up 2%, and here's why. Let me explain. So 2% increase. You can't hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Yeah, but if I bring it up, it's worse. Make it easier. Can you hear me now? That's much better. With regards to the water rates, our chief financial officer recommended that every year we increase the water rates by 2%. Why? We have our own utility, which is a water department. Our water department, each year, we anticipate that the water department fees will increase 2% due to pension costs, due to costs, we're negotiating the contract now. So these are the things we have to do every year. If we don't do that, we fall behind, and then you get that big rate and a big bang, and we don't want to do that. Now, with regards to, everyone keeps saying new development. It's redevelopment. There's a difference between new development and redevelopment. These properties are already commercial properties. So they have the water allocation to meet the needs, because we're redeveloping and repurposing those properties. Let's talk about the pilot. Do they pay water fees? Yes, they do. They do pay water fees. But let's talk about the pilot again. If these companies don't come, you don't have any water usage in those areas. None. What happens? Your rates will go up, because it's based on user fee. That's what it's based on. So if you want us to say goodbye to all the development, no pilot programs, the burden will come on you. There was a question that was asked before. Well, what if we got the taxes conventionally? You're not going to. We know that already. You're not going to conventionally get them. So you're not getting any money. You're not getting any additional money. So if you do the pilot program, you're getting something. Let's talk about the school board. because the school board is constantly attacking instead of talking. Let's talk about the school board. They are capped. You heard what Mr. Barrio said. They're capped at 2%. They can't go any higher than 2%. That's state mandated law. But if we negotiate a deal with them with the pilot money, that's outside the cap. That means they get extra money without having to apply it to their cap, which is a benefit, which is what I'm willing to do. But the bottom line is, when you come up here and screaming, I got to tell you, I meet with these developers, I meet with the commercial realtors, and I'm telling you now, listen, I'm speaking on behalf of with the questions that were asked. And you came up here, I was polite enough to listen. Now, and I had many phone calls with residents. And when I explained it to them, they were pretty much fine with it. Now, let's go back to the water rates. There was a question that was asked of me with regards to the surplus. Mr. Clarkin, you asked the question. I'm not going to lie to you. If we have to use it, we have to use it, and here's why. When I left in 2017, we had $23 million in total surplus. Water, sewer, and golf utility, and our current fund. We had none pretty much when I came back. There was none left. We had to rebuild. We had to rebuild it. And we did. And we are rebuilding it. And we do have surplus now. We have surplus in the current fund as well. But it's hard to speak when you're being yelled at. I'm glad right now, this is nice. I'm glad you're letting me giving us an opportunity to speak. But when you're being yelled at, it's very difficult. Thank you.
If I may answer the rest of Susie's question, the 2% increase in water, which I believe was the issue here. The plant that the township has in water, I'm getting feedback from someplace. If you look at the township's water resources, the water towers, for instance, cost to paint those water towers is $1 million. The big water tower on 287 and 80. That water tower on 287 and 80, is that any better? No. How about now? Well, I'm trying to answer the question. The costs have gone up for everything, including the paint and the labor to paint the water towers. Costs have gone up for the chemicals that we use. Costs have gone up for the overtime when a water main breaks and has to be replaced. As you all know, our underground water supply has a high mineral content. Now, that not only clogs up our dishwashers and our hot water heaters, it also clogs up the pipes coming up to the water towers, the pumps trying to pump up. So on occasion, we have to replace the pipes that are piping the water up into our water towers. These are all increased expenses. So what we have to do each year is cover the additional cost to operate the water treatment plant. That's what the 2% is for. Additional costs we have to absorb to operate, and you'll see this on the sewer treatment plant. The same questions will be asked, and it's the same answer. Costs have increased to operate the plants, and that 2% increase is to cover the increased cost to do it.
Next ordinance, please. Yeah.
I just answered the questions for the next ordinance. Sewer rental fees going up. Ordinance 2023:31. An ordinance of the Township Council of the Township of Parsippany-Troy Hills, Morris County, New Jersey, amending and supplementing Chapter 329, Section 17, sewer rental fees of the Code of the Township of Parsippany-Troy Hills. The notice for ordinance 2023:31 was published in a daily record, the official newspaper of the Township of Parsippany-Troy Hills, on November 30th, 2023, and introduced at the November 21st, 2023 regular meeting. Motion to accept ordinance 2023:31 be heard in their second and final reading by title only by myself.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. DePiero, seconded by Mr. Carifi. Roll call, Mr. Carifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero.
Yes.
Mr. Musella. Yes. Mr. Neglia. Stepped away for a second. Ms.
Yes.
Grignani. Ms. Grignani.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes.
Motion to open a public hearing on ordinance 2023:31, which is the sewer increase.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion made by Mr. DePiero, seconded by Mr. Carifi. Roll call, Mr. Carifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero.
Yes.
Mr. Musella.
Yes.
Ms. Grignani.
Yes.
Okay, the floor is open to the public on this ordinance only.
Kenneth Malmet, 8 Southwood Drive. No one answered my question as to the prior ordinance, so I will re-ask it again. What effect did the borrowing from the water and sewer utility in prior years have on this fee ordinance?
The answer is none.
Andy Chaffo, Parsippany. Just reading from the Township's website under the sanitary sewer utility. So the sewer utility operates and maintains a 16 million gallon per day MGD advanced wastewater treatment plant, which currently has an average daily flow of 9 MGD. The sewer utility also operates and maintains approximately 370 miles of sewers and 28 pump stations, which make up the collection system. The wastewater treatment plant and collection system operate under permits issued by the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection. The highly treated wastewater, which meets all NJDEP permit requirement, flows into the Rockaway River, where it meets the Whippany River. The biosolids or sludge produced by the advanced treatment process are dewatered and sent to an out-of-state landfill. Septic tank waste, sewage, sludge, and gray water are accepted from the area of the treatment plant.
30 seconds.
Thank you. Now, again, my question is similar to the one on the water utility. Have studies been done to ensure that the anticipated development that will bring residences and not office staff who are there for a few hours a day and go home, but people who take showers, flush toilets, brush their teeth, have any studies been done to ensure that our water treatment plant can accommodate that increased growth? Thank you.
The answer is yes.
Okay, seeing no one, can we get a motion, please?
Make a motion to close.
Second. Motion made by Mr. Carifi, seconded by Mr. Musella. Neglia, sorry. Okay. Roll call, Mr. Carifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero.
Yes.
Mr. Musella.
Yes.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
Ms. Grignani.
Yes.
The floor is closed.
Whereas the above ordinance was read in title on second reading and a hearing held thereon, now therefore be it resolved that said ordinance be passed on final reading and that a notice of final passage of said ordinance be published in the newspaper according to law. Motion to approve the resolution above by myself.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. DePiero, seconded by Mr. Carifi. Roll call, Mr. Carifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero.
Yes.
Mr. Musella.
Yes.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
Ms. Grignani.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Ordinance 2023:32, ordinance authorizing special emergency appropriation in the amount of $1,202,593.74 for the payment of contractually required severance liabilities resulting from the retirement or termination of employees in and by the Township of Parsippany-Troy Hills in the County of Morris, New Jersey. The notice for ordinance 2023-32 was published in the Daily Record, the official newspaper of the Township of Parsippany-Troy Hills, on November 30th, 2023, and introduced at the November 21st, 2023 regular meeting. Motion to accept ordinance 2023-32 be heard in their second and final reading by title only by myself.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Karifi, seconded by Mr. Neglia. Roll call. Mr. Karifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero.
Yes.
Mr. Musella.
Yes.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
Mr. Grignani.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Make a motion to open the public hearing for this ordinance and this ordinance only.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Karifi, seconded by Mr. Neglia. Roll call. Mr. Karifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero.
Yes.
Mr. Musella.
Yes.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
Mr. Grignani.
Yes.
Floor is open to the public on this ordinance only.
Andy Chaffo. So severance pay is compensation and or benefits an employer provides to an employee after employment is over. Severance packages might include extended benefits, health insurance, and outplacement assistance to help employees secure a new position. So I have several questions. Why are we paying severance to terminated employees? Is the township receiving a release agreement in exchange for these severance agreements? Are benefits continuation including in all of these costs? Health insurance is very expensive. Who negotiated the severance agreements? Is the severance a lump sum one-time payment or is it salary continuation? How was the severance amount calculated? Is anyone getting more than 52 weeks of severance? Because if they are, there are special accounting rules to account for that. And how is the appropriation being funded? Is the township going to bond or will we see this with another municipal tax increase? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor? Do you want to answer that?
Wait until we're done with the ordinance.
Okay, can we get a motion, please?
Motion to close the public.
Make a motion.
Motion made by Mr. Karifi, seconded by Mr. Neglia. Roll call, Mr. Karifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero. Mr.
Yes.
Mr. Musella.
Yes.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
Mr. Grignani.
Yes.
Floor is closed. Who's got the ordinance?
Whereas the above ordinance was read in title on second reading and hearing held thereon, now therefore be it resolved that said ordinance be passed on final reading and that notice of final passage said ordinance be published in the newspaper according to law. Motion to approve the resolution for ordinance 2023-32 by myself.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Karifi, seconded by Mr. Neglia. Roll call, Mr. Karifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero.
Yes.
Mr. Musella.
Yes.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
Ms. Grignani.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Ordinance 2023:33, an ordinance of the Township Council of the Township of Parsippany-Troy Hills, Morris County, New Jersey, authorizing a special assessment for specific township properties to be remediated under the New Jersey lead pipe abatement law. The notice for ordinance 2023:33 was published in the Daily Record, the official newspaper of the Township of Parsippany-Troy Hills, on November 30th, 2023, and introduced at the November 21st, 2023 regular meeting. Motion to accept ordinance 2023:33 be heard in their second and final reading by title only, made by myself.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Musella, seconded by Mr. Karifi. Roll call, Mr. Karifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero.
Yes.
Mr. Musella.
Yes.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
Ms. Grignani.
Yes.
Public hearing. Motion to open the public hearing for ordinance 2023:33 made by myself.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Musella, seconded by Mr. Karifi. Roll call, Mr. Karifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero.
Yes.
Mr. Musella.
Yes.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
Ms. Grignani.
Yes.
Okay, the floor is open to the public on this ordinance only.
First, let me thank the council for their astute answers to my last series of questions. I appreciate that. An ordinance of the Township Council of the Township of Parsippany-Troy Hills, Morris County, New Jersey, authorizing a special assessment for specific township properties. I'm not a tax assessor. What is a special assessment?
Are the specific properties in question a matter for the public to know which properties we're talking about? And who's doing the remediation under New Jersey lead pipe law? Are these public properties? Are they private properties? I think it's very vague. Thank you.
I have a question about this motion, actually. Are you going to try to access funds in the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, which have appropriated north of $10 billion for such project, in which you will get federal funding and you do not have to spend a penny from the town's budget? Have you even looked into that?
Could you please repeat?
Yes, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act.
Sir, perhaps the microphone is too close.
The 2020 Infrastructure Act, the one that they passed in the Senate, have money appropriated for such projects, federal funding, in which you do not have to spend the town's money. Have you looked into that?
I can answer that.
Mr. Lavery will
Yeah,
answer.
do you want me to answer Mr. Chapo's question?
We'll close
I'm done.
first.
Yeah.
Mr. Lavery will close, and then you'll answer. Motion to close the public session.
Second.
Who made the motion? Okay, motion made by Ms. Grignani, seconded by Mr. Carifi. Roll call. Mr. Carifi? Yes. Mr. DePiero?
Yes.
Mr. Misella?
Yes.
Mr. Neglia?
Yes.
Ms. Grignani?
Yes.
Okay, floor is closed.
Sure. All right, I guess it's easier to answer the first question. The second question first, which is, I know the head of the water utility had looked into that when we were discussing this. To Mr. Chapo's question, this is a requirement by state law because of, obviously, the lead problems, especially in the city. There was funding available for Newark and some other big cities in order to do this. However, we're not entitled to it. So what happens is, this is in the Mount Tabor area, most of these properties, I believe, and what happens is the town replaces the pipes, obviously in the street, our system, but the property owner is responsible from the curb cut to the house. So they have an opportunity to either hire their own plumber, have the thing installed themselves, but if they don't, because the utility is required to make these replacements, so we don't have a choice. So if the homeowner doesn't do that, we will go in and make the connection, and then it'll be specially assessed, and then they have 10 years to pay it back. So it depends on the cost of the installation of that pipe from the clean out to the home. So
Just a further clarification on that. Parsippany has no lead pipes anywhere in Parsippany. Our governor chose to add the requirement for cast iron pipes. Mount Tabor does have cast iron pipes. We have no lead pipes in Parsippany. The cast iron pipes are all in Mount Tabor, and since we've taken over responsible for Mount Tabor, it becomes our obligation and the homeowners, partway from the street to 15 feet, and then from there on up, it's the Camp Meeting Association, which owns all of the property in Mount Tabor.
Okay, if you want to continue the ordinance.
Whereas the above ordinance was read in title on second reading in a hearing held thereon, now therefore be it resolved, and that said ordinance be passed on final reading, and that notice of final passage of said ordinance be published in the newspaper according to law. Motion to approve the resolution above for ordinance 2023:33, made by myself.
Second. Motion made by Mr. Misella, seconded by Mr. Carifi. Roll call, Mr. Carifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero.
Yes.
Mr. Misella.
Yes.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
Ms. Grignani.
Yes.
Okay, at this time, Council President, if you'd like, we can take a 15-minute break for bathroom and to also allow the public to just get up and stretch out as they've been sitting for some time now. So we're gonna take a quick break for 15 minutes and then we'll reconvene. Can I get a quick motion just to
make a motion to reconvene?
Motion to break made by Mr. Misella, seconded by Mr. Carifi.
Second.
Roll call, Mr. Carifi, Mr. DePiero, Mr. Misella,
yes,
Mr. Neglia,
yes,
Ms. Grignani. Okay, 15 minutes. Can I please get a motion to reconvene?
Make a motion.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Carifi, seconded by Mr. Neglia. Roll call, Mr. Carifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero?
Yes.
Mr. Musella?
Yes.
Mr. Neglia?
Yes.
Ms. Grignani?
Yes.
Okay. We are now reconvened. We are in ordinance number 2023:34.
An ordinance amending Chapter 405, Vehicle and Traffic, Section 14, parking prohibited at all times on certain streets of the Code of the Township of Parsippany-Troy Hills, Morris County, New Jersey. The ordinance 2023:34 was published in the Daily Record, the official newspaper of the Township of Parsippany-Troy Hills, on November 30th, 2023, and introduced at the November 21st, 2023 regular meeting. Motion to accept ordinance 2023:34 be heard in their second and final reading by title only by myself. Second.
Motion made by Mr. Neglia, seconded by Mr. Karifi. Roll call, Mr. Karifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero?
Yes.
Mr. Musella?
Yes.
Mr. Neglia?
Yes.
Ms. Grignani?
Yes.
Okay. Public hearing?
Motion to open public hearing for ordinance 2023:34 by myself. Second.
Motion made by Mr. Neglia, seconded by Mr. Karifi. Roll call, Mr. Karifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero?
Yes.
Mr. Musella?
Yes.
Mr. Neglia?
Yes.
Ms. Grignani?
Yes.
Floor is open to the public on this ordinance only.
Thank you. I really don't have much to say on this ordinance. In fact, I just ordered a pizza, so I was just trying to delay until that arrived. Citing a report eliminating discriminatory fines and fees from the Center for an Urban Future, and referencing New York City and certain traffic and parking fines. Each year, New York City takes in more than $2 billion in fines, forfeitures, and fees for everything from parking tickets, which is what this ordinance is talking about, or parking restrictions, and building code violations to street vendors for infractions and turnstile hopping to credit card processing charges and fingerprinting fees. These fines and fees provide the city with revenue, with some financial penalties intended to serve as a deterrent. However, many of these charges either disproportionately fall on lower income New Yorkers of color or prove destabilizing for those New Yorkers without the means to absorb the cost. As city policymakers look for ways to create a more equitable economy, leadership sees the opportunity to reform the system of fines and fees that has the most severe consequences for those people least able to afford them. So my question is, how can the township ensure that the new parking restrictions don't disproportionately impact segments of our community? Thank you.
Okay. Motion?
Make a motion to close. Second.
Motion made by Mr. Karifi, seconded by Mr. Neglia. Roll call, Mr. Karifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero?
Yes.
Mr. Musella?
Yes.
Mr. Neglia?
Yes.
Ms. Grignani?
Yes.
Whereas the above ordinance is read in title on second reading and hearing held hereon, now therefore be resolved that said ordinance be passed on final reading, that notice of final passage of said ordinance be published in the newspaper according to law. Motion to approve the resolution above for ordinance 2023-34 by myself. Second.
Motion made by Mr. Neglia, seconded by Mr. Karifi. Roll call, Mr. Karifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero?
Yes.
Mr. Musella?
Yes.
Mr. Neglia?
Yes.
And Ms. Grignani?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Ordinance 2023:35. An ordinance amending Chapter 405, Vehicles and Traffic, Section 34, No Passing Zones of the Code of the Township of Parsippany-Troy Hills, County of Morris County, New Jersey. The notice for ordinance 2023:35 was published in the Daily Record, the official newspaper of the Township of Parsippany-Troy Hills, on November 30th, 2023, and introduced at the November 21st, 2023 regular meeting. Motion to accept ordinance 2023:35 be heard in their second and final reading by title only by myself.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. DePiero, seconded by Mr. Neglia. Roll call. Mr. Karifi? Yes. Mr. DePiero?
Yes.
Mr. Musella?
Yes.
Mr. Neglia?
Yes.
Ms. Grignani?
Yes.
Motion to open the public hearing on ordinance 2023:35 by myself.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. DePiero, seconded by Mr. Neglia. Roll call. Mr. Karifi?
Yes.
Mr. DePiero?
Yes.
Mr. Musella?
Yes.
Mr. Neglia?
Yes.
Ms. Grignani?
Yes.
The floor is open to the public on this ordinance only.
Andy Chaffo, the pizza hasn't arrived yet. So just continuing with the Center for Urban Future. So to address the issue of disproportionate impact to city residents, Mayor Adams of New York City, Comptroller Lander, and the City Council are encouraged to look to San Francisco's Financial Justice Project, FJP, which since its creation in 2016 has successfully eliminated and adjusted many of these fees and fines. San Francisco's innovative approach has done away with water shut-off fees, reduced moose removal fees by 80%, created payment plans for low-income residents who receive parking violations, piloted a program to reduce child support debt, and many other impacts. Perhaps Parsippany, again, I know we all want to be fair to all the residents who live here, some of whom may be low income, some may be English as a second language, who may not understand all the ordinances. So again, my question is, how can the township ensure that the new passing restrictions don't disproportionately impact segments of our community?
30 seconds.
So no one else come forward, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. DePiero, seconded by Mr. Neglia. Roll call. Mr. Karifi? Yes. Mr. DePiero?
Yes.
Mr. Risella?
Yes.
Mr. Neglia?
Yes.
Ms. Grignani?
Yes.
Whereas the above ordinance was read in title on second reading and the hearing held thereon, now therefore be it resolved that said ordinance be passed on final reading and that a notice of final passage of said ordinance be published in the newspaper according to law. Motion to approve the resolution above by myself.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. DePiero, seconded by Mr. Neglia. Roll call. Mr. Karifi?
Yes.
Mr. DePiero?
Yes.
Mr. Risella?
Yes.
Mr. Neglia?
Yes.
Ms. Grignani?
Yes.
Ordinance 2023:36, an ordinance amending Chapter 405, Vehicles and Traffic, Section 23, Stop Intersections of the Code of the Township of Parsippany-Troy Hills, Morris County, New Jersey. The notice for ordinance 2023:36 was published in the Daily Record, the official newspaper of the Township of Parsippany-Troy Hills, on November 30th, 2023, and introduced at the November 21st, 2023 regular meeting. Motion to accept ordinance 2023:36 be heard in their second and final reading by title only by myself.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Karifi, seconded by Mr. Neglia. Roll call. Mr. Karifi?
Yes.
Mr. DePiero?
Yes.
Mr. Risella?
Yes.
Mr. Neglia?
Yes.
Ms. Grignani?
Yes.
Make a motion to open up the public hearing on this ordinance and this ordinance only.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Karifi, seconded by Mr. Neglia. Roll call. Mr. Karifi?
Yes.
Mr. DePiero?
Yes.
Mr. Risella?
Yes.
Mr. Neglia?
Yes.
Ms. Grignani?
Yes.
Floor is open to the public on this ordinance only.
Andy Chaffo, Pizza Still Not Here. So looking at Las Vegas Pedestrian Safety Project, and actually having worked for a traffic engineering company a long time ago, I know it's important that field observations are conducted before and after deployment of countermeasures to a site to obtain the required data to derive the measures of effectiveness, or MOEs. This data is collected to identify the effectiveness of the selected countermeasures at each site. Collected data include information pertaining to pedestrians and motorists. Different data collection strategies are used for intersections and mid-block locations. The behavior. Similarly, the observed pedestrian crossing between at mid-block locations and crossing stations are different. There are a number of different criteria that a traffic expert would look at: crash frequency, pedestrian versus car, crash severity, pedestrian and vehicle conflicts,
30 seconds.
percentage of pedestrians who look for vehicles before beginning to cross, and the list goes on and on. So I'd like to know if the council has engaged any traffic experts, either within the municipality or outside experts, to ascertain the impact of the parking signs. Thank you.
Get a motion, please.
See no one else come forward, make a motion to close the public portion.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. DePiero, seconded by Mr. Karifi. Roll call. Mr. Karifi?
Yes.
Mr. DePiero?
Yes.
Mr. Risella?
Yes.
Mr. Neglia?
Yes.
Ms. Grignani?
Yes.
An ordinance.
We need to finish the whereas. I'm sorry,
Go ahead,
Council.
yeah. Whereas the above ordinance was read in title, The second reading and hearing held thereon, now therefore be it resolved that said ordinance be passed on final reading and that notice of final passage of said ordinance be published in the newspaper according to law. Motion to approve the resolution above for ordinance 2023-36 by myself.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Karifi, seconded by Mr. Neglia. Roll call, Mr. Karifi.
Yes.
Mr. Shapiro.
Yes.
Mr. Musella.
Yes.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
Ms. Grignani.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Ordinance 2023:37. Ordinance of the Township of Parsippany-Troy Hills in the County of Morris, authorizing the execution of financial agreement with the Township and Sig Sylvan Club Urban Renewal, LLC, granting a tax exemption with respect to that certain property identified as Block 202, Lot 1.9, in accordance with the long-term tax exemption law, NJSA 40A:20-1, etc. The notice for ordinance 2023:37 was published in the Daily Record, the official newspaper of the Township of Parsippany-Troy Hills, on November 30th, 2023, and introduced at the November 21st, 2023 regular meeting. Motion to accept ordinance 2023:37 be heard in their second and final reading by title only, made by myself.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Musella, seconded by Mr. Karifi. Roll call, Mr. Karifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero.
Yes.
Mr. Musella.
Yes.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
Ms. Grignani.
Yes.
Public hearing. Motion to open the public hearing for ordinance 2023:37, made by myself.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Musella, seconded by Mr. Karifi. Roll call, Mr. Karifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero.
Yes.
Mr. Musella.
Yes.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
Ms. Grignani.
Yes.
Okay, the floor is open to the public on this ordinance only.
Now the tensions have dropped a little bit. I have a simple question, if you don't mind answering the question. My understanding is that the agenda for tonight's meeting is virtually the same as the agenda for last week's meeting. Here I go again. My understanding is that the agenda for tonight's meeting is virtually the same as the agenda for last week's meeting. So my question is, if we were able to hold that meeting at 7 p.m., why do we have to hold this meeting at 1 p.m.? And may I remind you that our township attorney wrote a letter suggesting that there were a lot of important things to address. Well, the same things were being addressed last week. So why the 1 p.m. shift? I'm curious.
You want to answer that? Or you want to wait till everybody's done?
Yeah, we'll wait till everyone's done.
Okay.
Is it the same agenda?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, so why the shift?
I'm going to answer that as soon as everybody gets done asking. Question.
Bob Venezia, if your goal with these properties is to generate revenue from dilapidated properties, vacant properties, when you have a development that has an apartment development with children, you're losing. You're actually losing money. I want you to look at the numbers. You're pulling in. I think they showed $900,000, and I don't know if that was before or after they subtracted the land tax credit. Well, anyway, you're going to be paying. You're going to have 27 kids coming out of the regular apartments, and out of the affordable apartments, you're going to have around 50, because it was around. There's the 2 and 3 bedroom apartments. Affordables are all going to have children. So you're looking at around
30 seconds, Bob.
You're looking at around 80 children. All you have to do is multiply that 80 children times 21,000 per child, and you're already exceeded the 900,000 that you're going to take in. You're losing money by giving this pilot to an apartment house. That's the math. So just don't do it. You're better off with nothing, because you're getting some revenue and there is no expenses. So that's all I have to say.
This also addresses the pilot program. Now, I believe this is 2 and 3 Campus Drive. This is for the Fitness Crunch.
Lifetime Fitness, yes.
It's still the same thing. Now we're seeing the water increase, the sewer increase. They're getting a tax break when no one else is getting the tax break. There was a lot of people here before. You got to be retired and a senior citizen to stand up to this endurance test. But this place was packed. And you're voting and you're not listening to the people. And I find that very discerning. 30 years down the line, most of us are not going to be here, but the decisions made are going to affect the town and the children. It's very discerning that this isn't being taken into consideration. Thank you.
My name is Michelle Chappelle, and I live on Allen Drive in Parsippany. I'm a member of the Board of Ed, but I'm here today to speak to you as a 22-year resident. There's no false or misleading information in what the Board of Education has published. You may not like what they have to say or what they're sharing with the public to raise awareness, but it's absolutely true. Of course, the way the mayor has framed it, the statements to fit his and the council's needs, is all too convenient. Yes, the school budget will be provided for whatever is requested. However, the school budget is limited by the state to an annual 2% increase. So as the increase in students from previously and recently approved residential housing pilot programs are realized, it will be unlikely that the school district will be able to include the required funding for those additional students on top of trying to keep up with the necessary ongoing building and ground maintenance, annual inflation rate of 4%, and continue to attract top talent teaching. As the mayor, developer's lawyer, and developer have mentioned, an arrangement can be made for the schools to receive a portion of the pilot's annual service charge payments. The school district could be better positioned. However, that is a very big if. There has been no commitment from the mayor, town council, or developer for any such donation to the school. I implore you, town council, to see the bigger picture and not get lost in the political rhetoric that the mayor continues to push on the public. The town council and school board need to combine forces to fight for our students. The allocation of funds from the pilot payments and or the direct donation of school district should be negotiated and agreed before this ordinance is approved by this council.
Thank you.
John Von Aiken, Druid Hill. I've heard multiple presentations given today trying to conflate our affordable housing requirements with the need to replace old office buildings with the pilots, and these are not connected issues. One, put our affordable housing up for proposal. You'll get multiple landowners begging to participate. We got a list today. Here's 10 of them. They'll participate in this. This is what happened when we did affordable housing in the first round. Multiple bids came in, and we got to choose the ones that were most advantageous to us. Number 2, office buildings can be made to allow for other uses. We can make a plan and rezone. We've done this already. The planning board has already gave the council the flexibility it needs to approve the designations of these properties in need of redevelopment. We've already changed the zoning. They're not office building problems. It's whatever the developers need in order to make for a profitable
30
project.
seconds.
Number 3, the pilots are about financing, and you're giving away one of the hottest real estate markets in the state. You're shrinking our future taxable base and limiting our ability to raise funds in the future. This is stealing away from our future, just like the baby boomers have been doing to my generation for the last 20 years. So thanks again.
Marie here again. I live on 3 Double Drive. More than 700 people showed up here during their lunch hour, during the time they could be spending with their families. My in-laws flew 7 hours and landed today, and I'm here instead of seeing my children's face light up at the airport as they see their grandparents, which they only see once or twice a year. Speaking of my children, they go to Troy Hills Elementary School. Do you know how many children are in my daughter's first grade class? You don't know how many kids are in my children's class. You don't know how many gyms have failed in Parsippany recently. For that matter, what is the name of the gym that closed this year that was next to Target in Parsippany? Do you know? And you can't tell me why my
30
friends
seconds.
who attend Lifetime pay almost $500 a month for a family of 3. Why do they need a pilot program to come to Parsippany? My son's friends were here in the audience asking their parents why their mom and dad can't talk about a vote that's being voted on before it happens. Even an 8 and 9-year-old children can understand that there's something fishy going on here. Your blatant disrespect for the people who voted you in is noted. You've cut off a veteran, you have the police stepping in, taking the microphone away from us, and reduced our speaking time from 5 minutes to 90 seconds. You've moved the meeting at a time where people work.
Thank you. Your time is up.
You are setting
Thank you.
comment to after you vote
Please
on the
sit
pilot
down.
program.
Your time is up. Thank you.
And we'll answer our questions if you feel
Please-
like it.
Please sit down.
Respect
Your time
is
is up.
earned.
Thank
you
you.
have not earned your respect.
Here and back again, although I never liked Bilbo Baggins, but I know all of you like Gandalf because you seem to believe in magical thinking more than capitalism and free markets. The real estate market is down the drain the second time. Read the news. Interest rates are sky high. The only way a project like this is not just profitable, fundable, is with something given away, which is what you're doing here. You're giving them a tax cut that will make this project viable. They do not have the money. I am, and we are all aware that they have threatened with the Mount Laurel stuff. Well, let them do it. Call their bluff. They're going to need 6 months to plan it. Not to mention that 2 of you are what we call in politics, respectfully, lame ducks. So respect the result of the election, let the session end, let the new people come in and decide because they were elected by the people. Now you are not. There
30
is no
seconds, sir.
difference between you and Mitch McConnell, what he did in the Supreme Court. You are a party that do not respect the will of the voters anymore. And that's why I left it.
My name is Patrick DiViantonio. Question that I've written down here. Apparently, New Jersey senior citizens' tax payments will be capped at $6,500 starting in 2026, or could be capped at $6,500 starting in 2026. The $6,500 cap will be indexed based on property tax increases rather than creating a flat minimum number. My question is, how would this be impacted by these tax abatements, whether they're exemption or pilots, and will Parsippany seniors lose a portion of this benefit because of these exemptions and pilot agreements? It's coming right from Trenton.
This is an open session. After the open session, your questions will be answered. Mr. Homniak, would you like to speak now, please?
After this is over, my question is going to be answered.
After the open session and after we close the session.
Nick Homniak, Lake Hiawatha. Taxes are far from the only policy area in which wealthy individuals and corporations are winning victories that are increasing economic inequity on a large scale. The pilot is an example. We heard from the developer the tax rate for 30 years will be anywhere from 11 to 13%. What would it be normally that would be so crippling that he couldn't pay? 37% perhaps? If the system doesn't work for everyone, then it doesn't work. I'm a senior citizen. I don't have any kids in the school. Where's my pilot deal? Where's my pilot deal? It doesn't exist, so it's a great disparity of treatment. And another thing, they said we have the market
30
15
seconds.
to 20% vacant. Well, you know why it's vacant? Because it was overdone to begin with. We didn't base our plan on anything smart. It was all let the market take care, and then the competition, one knocks the other out. You're left with all these empty buildings. So the whole process is absurd. It's a further step dragged down to the bottom, and it's corporate welfare. It doesn't work for everybody. It doesn't work. Don't do it.
Jack Ray, I'm a member of the Board of Education. At one point, I had a short career in the commodities market. This is going to be viewed as one of the dumbest trades ever in the history of municipalities. This is just dumb. 10 years from now, any of you who voted for this are going to look down. You're not going to be able to look people in the eye and tell them that you voted for this, for these pilot programs. And I just want you to remember that everyone in this town said the same thing to you, that this was a horrible deal. And since you guys made the deal, and it was made before Election Day, let's not kid ourselves. Interest rates have dropped, the value of these properties has increased, and you're ignoring that. What we saw up there, those values have increased.
30 seconds.
They are not negative any longer. Or if they are, they're not negative. They have gone up in value. We should be putting these out on the market and get the best value for the town. Thank you.
Kenneth Malamud, 8 Southwood Drive. When I practiced law, we could ask a judge for a jury instruction called falsing one, falsing all, which basically meant that if a jury believed that a witness had lied about something, they could treat all other testimony from that witness as untrue. If it's good enough for a court of law, it's good enough for Parsippany. Given how this council blatantly lied to our community about the timing of this meeting in order to minimize citizen involvement, don't Parsippany residents have every right to treat all that you say about this and the other pilots as untrue?
Hello again. Before the meeting began, I had an opportunity to say hello to my friend Paul, and what I told Paul was that we may disagree, and we certainly do disagree, but we don't have to be disagreeable. And I appreciate that, and I look forward to years of friendship. But what I will say is the arrogance of some others has really gotten to me. You know, this is something I've never seen. This may be my 5th meeting I've ever attended in the 23 years I've lived here. I've never seen this kind of arrogance before. And I'm really shocked. Now, Loretta, I'm sorry you had to go through this, but you set this up. We all know. And I'm looking forward to the answer about the agendas, because the agendas were the same. Clearly, we all know the answers to these questions. We know why this is happening. This was a predetermined outcome. We know that, and it's just unfortunate, and we will remember.
Hello again. I guess the pizza jokes are getting crusty, so I'll dispense with them. But in all seriousness, the gentleman with my hairstyle but the very luxurious beard who came up here and talked about the school district raising taxes 36% in the last 10 years is just false. It's not true. The document that was provided to the public, I assume by the mayor and the council, listed operating expenditures, not taxes. The school district and the school board has, for the past 12 to 15 years, kept the school tax increase at 2%. These are operating expenses. And someone was nice enough to circle the operating expenses from 2020 to 2023. What happened in 2020, folks? COVID hit. And school districts were forced to go remote. That required a tremendous investment in devices, infrastructure, staff, and mitigation process to keep our
30
kids
seconds.
safe. So yeah, our operating expenses increased. We hired more staff. That's why. So you want to talk about misinformation? Right here, Mayor, that's false. And your expert said it was a tax increase. It's a true report, but it's not a tax increase. It's operating expenses. Correct the record. Correct the record.
Tim Berrios, Farmstead Drive. So during this 4+ hour extravaganza, I heard someone mention up on the dais there that that we're we have to pass this pilot so we can negotiate with the board as to what they're going to get. And I guess I must have missed Nancy Pelosi being on the council, because as of my understanding, that there has been one meeting with the current Board of Education. There is no agreement in principle. And to suggest that once all this gets passed, we're going to do this and negotiate with the board is kind of what my mother used to call a pie crust promise. Easily made, easily broken. Bottom line is that you,
30 seconds.
in my opinion, will turn your back on the board just like you turned your back on all 700 people that filled this auditorium. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Alan Salazzo again. I noticed we use blight as an excuse for the pilot program. I don't know if you realize, I took engineering and I also took civic planning. Blight this can be considered blight if this building could be made to be more productive for the town. So by that reasoning, by giving incentives because of blight, they can take our neighborhoods if you wanted to, because you could say, I could put apartments, houses there, developer could come in, yeah, that's great. Let's get rid of these one-family houses and put these big places up. So what you call blight, and what most people think, it's decay. And I've lived here 27 years. I really have not seen decay. I worked out of Harrison and Newark for 40 years. There's decay. But we're just not thinking right.
30 seconds.
And again, I really would like if you can focus and just like put this off to another meeting and just think this thing through. You know, this could come back to bite us really bad, the blight and decay. Remember, blight, what I said, blight can change everything here. Thank you.
Nancy Chaffo. I moved here about 25 years ago. I moved from Clifton. Clifton, New Jersey might have some blighted areas. The state deemed that they had some areas that were in need of help, so they gave them a 3% sales tax in many of those areas just to boost the business in those areas, because they would be considered blighted. I moved out of that area and I moved to Parsippany because of the schools, because they were known to be good. Taxes were fair here. When I moved here in 1999, my taxes were $5,400. And I thought, what a great deal. I was paying $4,900 in Clifton. Now my taxes are over $13,000. And the schools are getting overcapacitated by all the development in the area that's not giving back. I don't mind housing. We need houses. We need houses around $300,000 to $450,000 range so people could actually live here. The kids that grew up here could buy a house here, but they cannot because of the constant tax increases. Your mortgage rates are now high. The taxes are too high. And we're stuck piloting with pilot programs that are going to help a developer and hurt the taxpayer even more. When I moved here in 2008, I became a registered Republican. I was always an independent, and I voted that way. But I was asked to become a Republican to vote in the primaries, and I did so. And I supported everyone up there. I'm ashamed to say I supported everyone up there after seeing what happened here today. I have a good mind to turn back to be an independent because they have more common sense than all of you up there, except for Justin at this point in time. Thank you.
Susie Golderer, 187 Vale Road, Parsippany. We know from the beginning that the fix was in. No matter what we say, no matter how many of us come up here, the votes are in for pilots. Okay? Does it make it look bad for you guys? Absolutely. Okay? Whether it's right or wrong, it looks terrible for you guys. How can we trust anything you say? Mr. Neglia was opposed to the pilots in 2020 as president of the Board of Education at the time. The mayor promised us no more pilots in Parsippany, no more Inglesino. And yet, that's all that Parsippany is getting is pilots and Mr. Inglesino. And people, will remember.
30
and
seconds.
30 years, we're not going to be around. And yet we are leaving, okay? We are leaving this disastrous development to be paid for by our children. And what legacy is that? We complain about what legacy, the whatever current president is in office and our taxes, and we're paying, we're going to be paying it for generations. Well, you guys can't say that. You can't complain about the president.
Thank you, Ms.
because
Golder.
you
Your time
guys
is
are
up.
doing
Thank
the
you.
same exact thing.
Thank you.
Shame on you.
Nakul Kasadwala from Parsippany, staying here since last 15 years. As I told you in the past also, I had nothing to do with pilot.
Could you please bring the microphone
When the
closer?
school sends this email, it's alarming for any parents, because we are in Parsippany because of two reasons. One, connectivity. Second is good school system. School is opposing this. Maybe you disagree with them. But I have a few questions about the things. I was there in the last meeting in the town when it was overcrowded and meeting has to shut down by marshal. At that time, 1 p.m. happened, then 7 p.m. happened. And last Thursday, it was announced on the Facebook that it is again 1 p.m. And I'm a literate guy. I would like to read and reasoning, and I need to think logically. And the reasoning was given that this is the letter from, I think, a law firm. The approval of the above new joint insurance fund, which is stated to save the township excess of 300K,
30 seconds.
has to be approved by the 31st December. And there are several other ordinances related to pilots which needs to be adopted by year end. I'm not sure that there are 12 resolutions were pending. Out of that, 9 are non-pilot. Last 4 meetings, we are discussing about pilot. Why the others were not given priority and why the pilots were given so much priority? Why we are here on the year end at 1 p.m. People are coming, 700 people are coming and has to do this. This is a mess. Sorry. It's like 9 ordinance which is needed by the town
Sir,
was
your
not
time
even
is up.
considered.
Thank you. Your time is up, sir. Thank you.
My name is Isaac Savory, and I go to Lake Parsippany School. I go to Lake Parsippany, and I live on 17 Maple Lane, and I would like to say that the school district needs money because it could help younger people learn how to be kinder when they're older.
Hank Heller, 10 Fenwick Place, Parsippany. We have been through a lot of meetings now and spent a lot of time and heard a lot of people speak. And one of the things that I've learned over coming to see you all sitting before us is that I rarely, I think never, have heard anybody say, "I'm sorry, I made a mistake." And I'm not asking you to say that now. I'm asking you instead to save yourself from having to do that. Today you presented some information up on your screen that I certainly could not see, okay, and certainly therefore could not have studied it all. I think that with all of the people that have come here today and at the last meeting and the meetings before, you could show respect for the people who vote for you and have voted for you.
30
by
seconds.
backing away from this thing now and giving it a few more weeks, once you publish the information that we need to study to be able to say, you know, I agree with Paul, I agree with the mayor, but at this point, we do not have that information. We just heard some things, but we don't know that it makes sense. We don't know. We don't know whether there's validity to it. And we deserve, the people who vote for you, we deserve to be able to understand it so we can say, you know, I agree with you. And by the way, you know, sometimes I've come back and said, I agree with you. But I'm not saying this right now because I haven't seen the information that would convince me that this is a good thing for Parsippany.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I understand. Before you get into a trap that you can't get out of, I beg you to rethink that and give it a little bit more time. Thank you. Have a good night.
Council. Tony Fasano, 41 Robin Hood Road. I've been a resident
We can't hear you.
for over 40
Could you
years.
bring the mic closer to you?
Sorry. I've been resident over 40 years, multiple sports. So closer to you. Heard here tonight is basically the Board of Education should be on trial, not the council people. Put it close to your mouth. Here's my notes, Mr. Vasella. I handed you man to man with no answers. Give it to clerk.
Give it to the clerk. Give it to the clerk.
You can't walk away with the mic.
Tony.
Huh? That's why I'm not. I just handed the notes. So you've been up here several times. Now it's my turn. Thank you.
Thank you.
I won't take up the council's time, but I do expect answers from him. I also would like Mr. Parik's answer on voting because he voted for most of the buildings in the town.
Thank you, Mr. Fasano.
Sorry. Thank you very much.
Nick and Buris, I just wanted to kind of talk again about not necessarily canceling, maybe delaying for more information. So we had a lot of graphics up there talking about the warehouse space, how we don't need the warehouse space or office space anymore, and it's now defunct, it's now blight. So you got to think back that when we built it, we rushed to build all this because that was the hot thing to do. I want you to think back to 1993 and what our town looked like in 1993. That was 30 years ago, believe it or not. 30 years from now, we don't know what the town's going to look like. And to rush into these pilots and lock us into 30 years, you know, maybe that gym becomes blight or those other things are no longer functional and necessary for this town. I don't like the idea that we're locking into 30 years, and I don't like that we're putting this in quick succession until we see, okay, this one worked out, let's maybe look at another one. And I'm just asking, just take some time so we can make an analysis of how they work out. You know, we want to look at 2 and 3 Campus Drive and see how that works out before we start going to the next one. To
30
me, that
seconds.
makes more sense. I just don't want to get a situation where we're locked in for 30 years and then those areas are now in the same situation where we have a graph where housing is down and whatnot. So I just want you guys to think about that and the future of this town and the uncertainty what 30 years is going to look like. So thank you for your time.
Yeah, hi, my name is Rupin Shah. I just want to understand this program because I was talking to you and I read the whole thing. Now, I want to just ask you something. Avalon, like you guys have a 407 apartment, right? And each apartment has a one kid in apartment. I mean, look at the Tivoli Garden. You know, it has more kids than anything else. And if you count one kid in each apartment, that's 400 kids. And where are you going to put the school? Where is the school? I mean, this guy say he's not getting any money. 95% money goes to the town. 5% go to the county. You know, I don't want to pay more taxes. I mean, it's going to happen because my friend lives in the Park Ridge, after they installed the program, after a year, the taxes went each resident like $800 to $900. That is my concern. Thank you.
Sandra Von Aiken, Druid Hill. So it was mentioned before that with the properties that are getting pilots, that the Board of Ed is still going to get their money, whatever they're budgeted for, they're going to get it. That's great. That's awesome. I am a Board of Ed member for the next 3 days, speaking up here as me, a citizen, living here for 8.5 years. So if the Board of Ed is still going to get their money, but the town is getting less because of these pilots, who's paying for that? We all are. Every single citizen that pays taxes in this town is going to have to foot the rest of the bill. Is that what we want? Is that what you are voting for? My other point, there's a lot of ways to look at these programs. Did this administration look at asking the developers to help pay for a new school or an extension on an existing school to help with the overcrowding problem? Did you ask to help fix up some of the vacant properties that have been vacant for over 5 years? Have you considered passing ordinances that require a certain level of occupancy before new
30
buildings
seconds.
can be built? These are the longer-term ideas that this town needs, and I don't hear any of these coming from this administration. Thank you.
Suzanne Martin. According to the letter that was released on December 21st from Mr. Lavery, this meeting was called to address a number of things regardless of the pilot's voting. Once again, it says there are several ordinances unrelated to the pilots which need to be adopted by year end. So I'm also still not understanding why we're rushing these to a vote if they just need to be commented on. So it doesn't say in this letter that they need to be voted on. It just says they need to be commented on by the public. There are other resolutions that need to be addressed and adopted, but somehow these are getting voted on and then moved forward. But it doesn't say in this letter from the attorney that they need to be voted on. So once again, I would just ask that the vote be postponed until other things are still addressed. Thank you.
Anthony Longo, Parsippany, Boundbrook Road. First of all, I'm not for the pilot programs. We had a lot of people here today on both sides, some of them Democrats, some of them Republicans, stating they don't want it. Secondly, Mayor, in your letter you said we're always looking at ways to cut costs where it's possible. Yet you're now driving a brand new 2024 Chevy Tahoe valued at an estimate $80,000. Is that an example of cutting costs? But mostly, like I said, people are against it, but did you hear the children? They were against it. Thank you.
Ma'am, you can sign in after he's done. After you're done.
Hi, this is Vinita again here. So I'm not going to debate anymore on the pilot. You have heard 700 people here, and the way you have treated those people's voices, no one is here now to debate on pilot anymore. You know what people's voice is. So the only thing I'm here is that the way when I moved into 2012, we moved here because of the schooling grades and all. And we were so hopeful that our kids will have a good education here. That was the reason. But the way it happened, the last 2 years, I have to send my kid out of the country for studying and rather than being here. So I have a small kid. I just left her at my friend's house to be here since 1 o'clock. And the way I've seen this town hall was conducted, you are not hearing people's voice anymore, so I'm not debating here on that. But I just want to request you if you can give a little more time to the people of Parsippany to make their decision and to look at the numbers, and then that will be really helpful. So the only thing we are requesting
1 minute.
is to give us some time. That's all. Thank you.
All right, seeing no one.
Seeing no one else come forward, make a motion to close.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. DePiero, seconded by Mr. Karifi. Roll call, Mr. Karifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero.
Yes.
Mr. Musella.
Yes.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
And Ms. Grignani.
Yes.
Whereas the above ordinance was read in title on second reading and the hearing held thereon, now therefore be it resolved that said ordinance be passed on final reading, and that a notice of final passage of said ordinance be published in the newspaper according to law. Motion to approve the resolution above by myself.
No, this is 37. Motion made by Mr. DePiero, seconded by Mr. Neglia. Roll call. Mr. Carifi?
Yes.
Mr. DePiero?
Yes.
Mr. Musella?
No.
Mr. Neglia?
Yes.
And Ms. Grignani? Ms. Grignani?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes 4-1.
Ordinance 2023-38, ordinance of the Township of Parsippany-Troy Hills in the County of Morris authorizing the execution of financial agreement with the Township and Council of Parsippany Urban Renewal LLC granting a tax exemption with respect to that certain property identified as Block 202, Lot 1.9 in accordance with the long-term tax exemption law NJSA 48:20-1 ETSEQ. The notice of 2023-38 was published in the Daily Record, the official newspaper of the Township of Parsippany-Troy Hills, on November 30th, 2023, and introduced at the November 21st, 2023 regular meeting. Motion to accept ordinance 2023:38 be heard in their second and final reading by title only by myself.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Neglia, seconded by Mr. Carifi. Roll call, Mr. Carifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero.
Yes.
Mr. Musella.
Yes.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
Ms. Grignani.
Yes.
Can we get a motion, please?
Ordinance 2023:39.
No. We okay.
Oh,
We
we're
need a
not done?
motion for the public hearing.
Motion to open the public hearing for ordinance 2023-38 by myself.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Neglia, seconded by Mr. Carifi. Roll call, Mr. Carifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero.
Yes.
Mr. Musella.
Yes.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
Ms. Grignani.
Yes.
Okay, the floor is open to the public on this ordinance only.
I believe we're on 38 now, which is the apartment complex. The last one was the health club that we gave a pilot to. All right. So once again, this is 280 apartments, and I couldn't agree more with everything other people have come up here to say. There is no need to do a pilot. Well, the only need is to expedite getting something built there and please certain builders. But it just doesn't make sense what you're doing. With that in mind, I would like to ask Councilman Neglia to vote his conscience on this one, because you've said in the past in public at council meetings that you have issues with apartment buildings. So think about that, please.
Michelle Chappelle, Allen Drive, speaking as a 22-year resident, taking a moment to comment on you, Town Council, and your attempt to restrict the community's right to freedom of speech. You have made an extremely thinly veiled attempt to ensure that it would be difficult for your citizens to voice their concern, ask questions, and provide you with information today. You moved the meeting to a day during a holiday week when many citizens would be out of town. You acquiesced to a time that would allow people who were working to attend, and then repealed that back to 1 p.m. so that workforce would be excluded. The final straw was reducing the speaking time from 5 minutes to 90 seconds per person. Unlike the man in Norman Rockwell's freedom of speech
Miss,
painting,
we are talking
you are
about
surrounded
ordinance
by citizens
2020.
who are very well informed and eager to ensure
Miss,
you have all the information you need before you vote.
Ordinance
Even though this man was
2023-38,
ill-informed about
please
why the new
remove
school
the
was
microphone.
required,
Thank you.
he was still given a chance to speak. You clearly have made your decision without consideration for any information or concern.
Please sit down. Please sit down.
Nick, you're up, Nick. Mr. Homiak, you're up.
Ma'am, please.
Mr. Homiak, are you coming up or not? Are you not coming up?
Please sit down. Please sit down. Thank you.
Mayor Barbario, when you were running for office, what was your saying? Hold on to your wallets. What you really meant was hold on to your wallets till I become mayor and help do favors for my developer friends. All right? I had to say it.
You say what you want.
I had to say it. Now, we had this facts about pilots. This is the biggest bunch of baloney that you can imagine. Board of Education propaganda stating that pilots will bring school children to Parsippany is false. The fact is that affordable housing, using as a weapon again, mandates are creating these developments, not pilots. The fact is pilots don't pay Board of Education taxes. That's the fact. Now we have the misuse of the word blight. Facilities
30 seconds, Nick.
of blighted sites now in capital letters. Needed revenue to support Parsippany utilities. Do you want me to read the definition of what blight is that doesn't exist in Parsippany? Blight encompasses vacant lots, abandoned buildings, and houses in derelict or dangerous shape, as well as environmental contamination. Blight can also refer to smaller property nuisances.
Mr. Homiak, your time is up.
Uncollected litter, inadequate street lighting,
Mr. Homiak,
and
your
other
time is up.
signs of neglect. We have no blight.
Mr. Homiak,
This
your time is up.
fact
Thank you.
sheet is
Your time is up. Thank you.
propaganda by the developers.
Again, everyone's probably tired of hearing about it. But this is 2 and 3 Campus Drive.
No, this is 6 Sylvan. This is the multi-families on 6 Sylvan. So one
Still.
half was the Lifetime Fitness. This is the apartments.
Beginning of December, you had a meeting over at Town Hall, and you shut it down because there was 45 people over. The capacity here is 1,350 standing, 675 seated. It's half. Yes, wrong, am I wrong? 890 seated? All right. We hit capacity, and it was called to find out how many people were in this building, and it refused to be addressed at that time.
30 seconds.
We're worried about the town of Parsippany. We're worried about our children, and we feel you're not listening. It's very frustrating. Thank you.
Tim Berrios, 24 Farmstead Drive. So because our current school board deals in misinformation, I wanted to read a paragraph from the New Jersey School Boards. It's called an overview on pilot. It is available to the public if you choose to read it. Pilot agreements are meant to spur the development of property or an area that is not otherwise draining its maximum contributions to a town tax base. The negotiations of the pilot agreement should be thorough and fair process. Because state law does not require that local school districts receive a direct portion of the pilot, local officials should take the opportunity during the negotiation process to ensure that if the new property directly affects the school district,
30 seconds.
accommodations should be made to include the school district with compensation or appropriate credit. To the best of my knowledge, that has not happened. Thank you.
Andy Chaffo. So, thinking about 6 Sylvan, that property currently generates $812,000 per year in property taxes. Approximately $530,000 of that tax payment goes to fund the Parsippany School District. That $500,000 is in the school budget. Who pays for it is really the question. Under the pilot program, 6 Sylvan, now currently paying a little over $500,000 towards the school taxes, that number evaporates to nothing. The school budget is unchanged. That number remains exactly what it was. However, that $530,000 that's now not being paid by the developer who owns that property is apportioned out to every other property tax-paying entity in this town, mostly residential property taxpayers, the people in this room. Now, I think I heard one of the developers say that an ad valorem tax structure on that property with the improvements that are planned would generate $1.8 million in annual property taxes. That would be about $1.2 million to the school. This is what you are foregoing by your votes on pilots. So you may tell us that there's no impact to the school district, that the budget's going to be the same, and to some extent, parts of that is true. However, the impact to every other property tax-paying entity in this town is going to be significantly impacted and significantly increased. Thank you.
John Von Aken, Druid Hill. I believe in capitalism. Properties are bought and sold, businesses open and close. Buying land, starting a business comes with risk. Personal risk, individual risk, business risk, not public risk. This is not capitalism, this is cronyism. Deals being made to provide profit, padding, and risk protection to developers who gutlessly seek public support to subsidize substandard projects they can't stand up on their own. If the banks won't fund these projects, why is our government stepping up to choose winners and losers? I believe in Parsippany. I believe there is demand if you allow capitalism to work the way it's designed without giving handouts to developers and thankfully, hope one of these days, a campaign contributor potentially. Are there any sports teams in Parsippany who want a stadium? Parsippany will give you a pilot. Of course, developers are looking for pilots. They want their projects to be more profitable. But you're just setting yourselves up to receive a whole list of additional pilots because developers are seeing you as an easy target. These pilots are making infeasible projects feasible. Why not allow infeasible projects to fall by the wayside for projects that can stand on their own? We should work with landowners to help them with reasonable zoning. We do not need to give them our money. Thank you.
Marie again. I'm sure most people here can agree that it's a shame for police officers to need to grab microphones from us as if we're in a third world country. But besides that, how many children are in the apartment buildings that were once called Moderna and are Halstead right now in Parsippany? Do you guys know? How many children are in those apartment buildings? They go into the Parsippany School District. Are we going to get an answer to that later, or is that one we're not going to hear about? All right, we'll see.
Dennis Letts, Parsippany. So for about 11 years, I was the Vice President and Chief Security Officer at Avis, which was located at 6 Sylvan Way. And a few months ago, I received a phone call from the General Counsel of Avis asking if I could help them with a pretty important matter. The matter they were talking about was the fact that they were moving to Interpace Parkway from 6 Sylvan. And they told me that they had been waiting for months to get permits to do this. And in fact, they had calculated losses accrued at $1.2 million in cost overruns based on the dysfunction of the building department. So I called Councilman Musella because I wanted to get something done. He then started the process, which actually led to you, Mr. Mayor, calling Mr. Muse, if you remember that phone call. So the point is, or the question is, why can't we do a better job of streamlining the building department? Maybe word is spreading. Maybe that's why we can't attract people to come here to fill those office buildings, because of the problems with the building department. That might be a question you can address, and you know what I'm talking about.
Kenneth Malma, 8 Southwood Drive. Let me address the elephant in the room as to this ordinance and the others. I ask this question sincerely, not to be accusatory, but in the interest of full disclosure. Have these developers, their principals, family members, or principals of the political action committee made contributions to any of your campaigns or party? Similarly,
we're talking
has
about
the
this
law
ordinance,
firm
Mr. Malmuth.
Involved.
Please talk about the ordinance that we're speaking of.
I'm talking about this
ordinance. No, you're
ordinance.
not. No, I'm sorry, but you're not. Okay,
Has the law
please
firm
speak about the
involved,
ordinance.
Its principals, family members, or its principals of their
30
political action committees made any contributions to any of your campaigns or your
Thank you,
party?
Mr. Malmuth. Thank
and
you
that
very much.
It does
Thank you very much.
impact this ordinance.
Next speaker, please. Thank you.
Nancy Chaffo. I have a question about blighted areas once again. If we're giving pilots to this area because you consider this area blighted, what is going to happen in the future in Parsippany? As I look around or drive around my neighborhood or around the neighborhood, we have a movie theater. That could be considered blighted. It's a movie theater that's vacant and hasn't been used. Oh, and Home Goods and Marshalls is moving, so now we have that area in front of the movie theater. That's also going to be considered maybe blighted because retail's not too good right now. So how many times are we going to use blighted as an excuse to give pilots out, which is going to hurt the taxpayer? We do not need pilots. Parsippany can be a great town again if we would just do what's right by the people. You have 1,000 people here asking you to vote no, and your legacy is going to vote yes. It's absolutely ridiculous and absurd to do. And anyway, you're going to hurt the townspeople, and that's what you're there for, not to hurt us, but to help us. And we're asking you not to do something, and you're throwing it in our face like you know better than anyone else, and you don't.
Jack Rea. The intransigence we've seen here tonight just makes me wonder what kind of conversations took place with developers to just sit tight, don't do anything for a while, and it'll be great for you down the road. Deals could have been made, market, arm's length transactions. These are not arm's length transactions that are taking place. And I'm sorry, but it's just terrible what you guys have done. Except for Justin here, but everything else, these deals are terrible. Even the numbers, we have no way to know what the numbers are. These should have been sent out in advance. These are 30-year deals. You could have done one deal at a time, another deal next year if the market doesn't pan out. Why we're cramming through 6 or 7 at a time is absurd. Sit back and
30 seconds.
Wait and see how the market goes. Interest rates have dropped. Nobody can say that interest rates will go up over the next year, which is an election year. They will sit tight. Asset values will at least hold. They will probably appreciate. Thank you.
Again, this is Susie Golderer, 187 Vale Road. I am speaking as a member of our community and not as a Board of Education member. Mayor, on this development, can the Board of Education have your commitment that you will share at least a minimum of 10, 20, 30% of the money you get from the developers? Developers accept no risks. In pilots, all risks are being taken by the town. They can come back over and over again to change the contract, and you have to entertain it by law. But they don't have to entertain in any way any breaks or any changes that you may want. All I can say is please vote no. Don't do this. Don't destroy our town.
Joe LaMarca, resident of Sedgefield, 23 years. Have any of you council members or the mayor taken into consideration the plan to reduce seniors' taxes by 50% in the next 4 years that's going through, being pushed through by the governor. Have any of you considered that? Do you realize the tax losses we're going to have in this town when the seniors are given a 50% discount? This is all I got to say to you people. Do the right thing.
I'll write my name later. Again, it's nothing about the pilot, but the way the things are done. In the last meeting, I got the sheet, which is, as the title is fixed, about pilot. Point number 2, pilot do not bring additional school children to the Parsippany. And in the today presentation, it was showing number 27. What is the fact here? That's the question. People are getting misled here. Second point. Fact number 3, second point. If municipality opt to send pilot money it received to the school, this is literally disheartening, and it feels so sorry that my children are going to the school where the school board is totally ignored. They are shouting, they are yelling, they are sending the mails to the people, and nothing has been discussed with them when they are going to get affected. Your point is they are not going to get affected, but they are shouting and yelling. On that point, I think I heard in the last meeting
30 seconds.
that Montville has adopted pilot and many other towns. And somebody brought up the point, same Montville town on 12th of December bought the referendum for $70 million for the school because of the pilot project, and that $70 million will come out of the pocket of the taxpayer money, like the single family I own. It was shot down. So basically, this fact sheet is not a fact sheet which has been distributed. It is contradicting, you are contradicting yourself. On one side you are saying the fact sheet.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Thank you, sir.
Oh, I thought I will get a 30-second notice. But anyway, this is contradictory things you are distributing. It's misleading the people. I'm not against pilot, but the way it's done.
Okay. Seeing no one.
Make a motion to close.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Karifi, seconded by Mr. Neglia. Roll call, Mr. Karifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero.
Yes.
Mr. Musella.
Yes.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
And Ms. Grignani.
Yes.
Okay, floor is closed. Floor is closed, sir. You can't speak now. Yeah, it's done. You can speak on the next ordinance. Whereas. Let's go. Hello.
Whereas.
Okay. Ordinance of the Township of Parsippany-Troy.
No, you're at the whereas.
Huh?
Whereas.
2338, whereas.
Okay, I'll go ahead.
Page 11 on the
Whereas the above ordinance was read in title on second reading and a hearing held thereon, now therefore be it resolved that said ordinance be passed on final reading and that notice of final passage of said ordinance be published in a newspaper according to law. Can I please have a motion?
Motion.
Am I getting...
Motion to approve resolution ordinance 2023-38 by myself.
Motion made by Mr. Neglia, seconded by Mr. Karifi. Roll call, Mr. Karifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero.
Yes.
Mr. Musella.
No.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
Ms. Grignani.
Yes.
4-1, motion passes.
Go ahead, Mike.
Ordinance 2023:39. Ordinance of the Township of Parsippany-Troy Hills in the County of Morris, authorizing the execution of financial agreement with the Township and Par Development Urban Renewal, LLC, granting a tax exemption with respect to that certain property identified as Block 202, Lot 3.8, in accordance with the long-term tax exemption law, NJSA 40A:20-1 et sec. The notice for ordinance 2023:39 was published in the Daily Record, the official newspaper of the Township of Parsippany-Troy Hills, on December 6, 2023, and introduced at the December 5th, 2023 agenda meeting. Motion to accept ordinance 2023:39 be heard in their second and final reading by title only by myself.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. DePiero, seconded by Mr. Neglia. Roll call, Mr. Karifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero.
Yes.
Mr. Musella.
Yes.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
Ms. Grignani.
Yes.
Motion to open a public hearing on ordinance 2023:39 by myself.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. DePiero, seconded by Mr. Neglia. Roll call, Mr. Karifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero.
Yes.
Mr. Musella.
Yes.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
Ms. Grignani.
Yes.
Floor is open to the public on this ordinance only.
Andy Chaffo, the Fitbit is blinking, so I guess I hit my steps today, so that's great. Will there be an overall public session at the end of the ordinance readings? Will there be an overall public portion of the meeting?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chaffel. I
Yes.
can't. Are you asking if there's a public session?
At the end of the...
Yes. After this passage of this ordinance,
Yeah.
We will then go ahead and go into a public session where the public can speak on any matter.
Okay, thank you. Well, the record's still broken because the message is the same. On 7 campus, which I believe is what this ordinance is on, current tax bill is $456,290. That represents around $300,000 to the school district. Again, if that money is not paid by the property owner on that piece of property, that $300,000 is absorbed by every other property tax-paying entity in the state. So you will be increasing taxes whether you think you will or not. I also want to mention all of these redevelopment plans are with LLCs. They're not with major developers or major corporations. And the problem with LLCs is they evaporate overnight when something goes wrong. They're very difficult to sue, very difficult to win judgments from. So I just want to make sure that you know you're not getting into an agreement with Avalon Bay. You're with some LLC that most people haven't heard of. It was probably formed just for this project. It'll be dissolved immediately after the project is done. Something goes wrong, we'll be holding the bill. Thank you.
Tim Berrios, 24 Farmstead Drive. I will be reading from the Daily Record online, not the Board of Ed that has no credibility from what I've been told. Montville voters turned down $70 million plan. Montville voters narrowly rejected both parts of a two-question referendum that they considered a proposal that called for $70 million in school district renovations. Referendum supporters say that the district already exceeds the state capacity guidelines by 149 elementary students. It is anticipated a dramatic enrollment surge on top of due to the new housing under construction. Daily Record, Montville. Montville is not Parsippany. Parsippany is a lot different than Montville, and we will have a referendum on the agenda.
30 seconds.
I am sure, and it will probably go the same route as Montville. And I just want you to think about that as you go up for your next election, because this citizen is going to make sure everybody knows that you guys voted for it. Thank you.
Hi, Al again. I think I'm getting to know you guys really well. Just, you know what? It just went out of my head. Speechless. Yeah, speechless. That's hard for me. I'm just saying there were enough valid points brought up today, including with the mayor when he came down and talked. He made some very good points. I think with all the points and all the point of views and the turnout, why are we rushing for this? And I just keep feeling like what George Carlin said. It's a club, and we're not in it. And that's how I feel. And it's a shame. It really is. And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Susie Golder, 187 Vale Road. The opposition to pilots has been very obvious in that last meeting and this meeting you had plenty of people that came and voiced that opposition. And yet, all of you, except Councilman Masella, have ignored our voices. Okay? Last time, Mayor, you lost because you would not disassociate yourself from Attorney Inglesino. You lost your election. This whole time, you've been, voicing your dissatisfaction with Councilman Masella because you're going to get even with him because he wants to run for mayor. But now you have all on your own, by the votes, by these developments that you have brought forth to our town, you on your own have guaranteed not winning a re-election. And that's terrible.
Time's up.
Kenneth Malmut, 8 Southwood Drive once again. Once again, conveniently, we have a 30-year pilot. The town aggressively negotiating on behalf of its citizens has once again turned up with the longest possible term that the law allows. Once again, with the state having a 10% minimum, we have negotiated aggressively on behalf of our town something close to the state minimum. It's the worst possible result for Parsippany and the best possible result for the developers. All I can say to you is if in every case I handled when I was attorney,
30
I
seconds.
came back with the worst possible result, I would no longer have been an attorney decades before I retired. I just don't know what you're thinking.
Yellow Lamarca, I have one question for you people. Are you mute or you can't answer my last question? That's what I want to know.
Dolores Salazzo here. Now, we heard from people who have positions of power, Board of Ed, you had lawyers, you had accountants come up here, past people that work from the board. All these people are bringing out numbers. They're saying that it's not going to work for the benefit of the town. We have people presenting us with old figures from 2006, 2012, before COVID, and yet those numbers you seem to accept, where the fresh numbers from 2023 are not being listened to. That's very discerning. I'm not happy, and I think many people here are not happy. We have fresh numbers out there. We heard from a banker. We heard from other people who are in positions that work with these numbers every day, saying that the interest rate over 30 years should be variable, that it shouldn't be long-term like this, that it should be renegotiated so that 10 years from now or 15 years from now, it could be addressed
30
instead
seconds.
of making such a long-term commitment when most of these people aren't even going to be alive that voted on it today. Thank you.
One question. When exactly did any administrative organization in this town declare a state of blight? Was that word used, or was it just redevelopment? Was that word actually used at a planning board or a council? Was it approved by this council, the term blight? Why is it running through these developers' facts? I go to a lot of meetings. I don't go to them all, but I never recall a state of blight being actually declared, not by the developer, but by this town. It escapes me. So if you know something that I don't know. And a warning, the gentleman, this does look like
30
there's
seconds.
something going on. And it's called independent expenditures. And you could find it in the book. It's part of the corporate corruption. I'm going to devote my money to you, but it's not going directly to you. It's going to somebody else, and then you get it, and there's no transparency in that. And I wouldn't put these developers and Mr. Inglesino and all above that tactic that unfortunately now in this country is legal, but it's immoral.
Jack Rea, just want to point out that you've managed in a month and a half to ram through several $100 million worth of pilot programs. It took 4 months for me to get approval on my deck, longer than it took for you to ram this all down our throats. Thank you.
Knuckle, maybe the last chance to speak. So last time, it's about the pilot, the same thing. It's about, I'm reading it from the fact sheet which was distributed by town in the last meeting. If a municipality opts to send pilot money it received to the school, that money is not part of the 2% cap and therefore can potentially and substantially be benefit the school by providing the school with more revenue than the Board of Education could raise through the taxation. Unless, of course, the Board of Education obtained the referendum from the voter. I think this referendum is the same thing what happened in the Montville. My question to you guys are, like, why Board of Education are treated like outsider here? We know it's going to be impacted. Fact sheet says no children. The expert is saying 27 children. Ground reality, we know that if there is more than 500 apartments are coming, at least more than 200 children will come.
30 seconds.
Thank you for reminding. So why the Board of Education is treated like a third child to whom you don't need? People come to Parsippany because of the good grading and the good grading for the school. That has been treated like outsider, and that is very disheartening for each and every parents who are sending kids to the school in Parsippany. This should have been done in much better way. We are not against pilots. At least I am not. But if this has been conducted as a team by bringing everybody on board, people must have respected a lot.
Thank you,
on top
sir.
of it, coming
Thank
on
you, sir.
20th
Your
December
time is
and
up.
doing this.
Thank you,
Sorry.
sir. Your time is up. Thank you.
So, my name is Ripple. I live in Parsippany for last 12 years. I'm completely, skeptical about the political system. So, but I do understand that all of you here, you have a good faith and you have a good intention for the Parsippany. I just want to make 2 points, actually 2 requests. Number one, we would really appreciate if you can answer the questions that people have raised. A lot of them sound genuine. Again, there are opinionated people on both the sides, so I don't want to go to that side. But, I'm independent, so focusing on what is good for Parsippany, please answer the questions that people have raised. That's point number one. And number two, I'm a firm believer in the God, and this is a Christmas time.
30 seconds.
So I would say Jesus is watching, so just be mindful of that.
Motion to close.
Second. Motion made by Mr. DePiero, seconded by Mr. Carifi. Roll call. Mr. Carifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero.
Yes.
Mr. Musella.
Yes.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
Ms. Grignani.
Yes.
Whereas.
Thank you, Colette. Whereas the above ordinance was read in title on second reading and a hearing held thereon, now therefore be it resolved that said ordinance be passed on final reading, and that a notice of final passage of said ordinance be published in the newspaper according to law. Motion to approve the resolution above for ordinance 2023:39 by myself.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. DePiero, seconded by Mr. Neglia. Roll call. Mr. Carifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero.
Yes.
Mr. Musella.
No.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
Ms. Grignani.
Yes.
4-1, motion passes.
Make a motion to open up the public session.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Carifi, seconded by Mr. DePiero. Roll call. Mr. Carifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero.
Yes.
Mr. Musella.
Yes.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
Ms. Grignani.
Yes.
Okay, so the floor is open to the public. You can speak on any matter.
Bob Venezia. I just have one question for the Township Attorney Lavery. At the December 5th meeting, council meeting, we found out from the Avalon Bay representative that his company had not yet closed on the property at 2 Campus Drive. Was it legal for Parsippany to enter into a pilot agreement with an entity that did not even own the property at 2 Campus Drive at the time the pilot ordinance was passed?
Yeah, it's legal. It's contract purchaser. They disclose that. It's legal. They can do that. I said yes.
Vested interest. You didn't own the property. It just doesn't make sense.
Did you ask for my answer, or do you want to debate with me, Bob? The answer is yes. They can do that. We can enter into an agreement.
I don't know. It's probably an Ethel Merman song I could sing to close this thing out, but I have 2 questions. Under what authority or rules does the Township Council operate its meetings? Are there bylaws that dictate how meetings are conducted? Does it operate under Robert's Rules of Order, and those are followed? The reason I ask is there's been some history with some members of the council and the mayor playing fast and loose at other meetings with Robert's Rules. So that's my first question. How is this body conduct its public meetings? And, Madam President, I'll ask a question to you, but perhaps the attorney can answer it. In 1976, the Open Public Meetings Acts were made effective. The act was intended to allow public participation and allow the public to attend meetings and to speak at these meetings.
30 seconds.
And with very few exceptions, members of the public can comment on any governmental issue that a member of the public feels may be of concern to the residents of a municipality. Under what authority do you limit public comment to ordinance-specific topics? I don't think that's what this act is asking for or requiring. So the state legislature had one thing.
You're actually wrong about that.
Okay, educate me, please. Yeah. So 2 questions. How does this group operate? Robert's Rules or bylaws? And then, elucidate me on the Open Public Meetings Act. Thank you.
Well, I answer the Open Public Meetings Act first. When you have an ordinance, the only discussion is to be on that particular ordinance, so they're allowed to do that. You are required at every public meeting that's open to the public to have a public comment period. That does not mean that you can talk about any topic when you're dealing with the ordinance. That is limited by law to that topic. Open public meetings is different. Now, some towns have in their rules of procedure, some don't have rules of procedure. We actually have them in Chapter 4, Article 17, Township Council Rules of Procedure, which set forth what the rules are. Some towns actually say we adopt Robert's Rules. We do not have that in here. So it's Article 17. Yeah, and you can just let me know. You can have this one after the meeting. You got it.
All right, Patrick DiVantonio. I just came up again because I'd like an answer to the last question I asked, and I can ask it again with respect to the $6,500 tax cap for senior citizens, but there's a contingency on it that it's going to be indexed based on property tax increases rather than creating a flat minimum tax. And I'll repeat my question. How would this be impacted by these pilot agreements, and will Parsippany senior citizens lose a portion of this benefit because of the agreements? Does anyone have an answer to that question?
I don't think it affects it. If you're entitled to the deduction, you're entitled to the deduction.
No, it says it's a contingency here with respect to.
Sir, are you finished with your questions? If you are, Mr. Lavery will answer your question.
I hear you, but I can't clearly.
If you are finished with your questions, Mr. Lavery will answer them. Are you finished with your question?
I asked it before, and I just asked it.
And he answered it for you. He said he did not think that would be affected
Can you start again, please?
What I said was, if you're entitled to the deduction, you're entitled to the deduction. The pilots are going to have no impact on that.
The pilots are not going to have any.
You will get the deduction if you're entitled to the deduction. The pilots will have no impact on that. If you're entitled to a statutory deduction, you are entitled to the deduction. The pilots will have no effect on that.
So what does this indexing mean?
I don't know what you're reading.
It comes from Trent.
Well, there you go.
I copied it verbatim.
But I'm telling you, if you are entitled to a statutory tax deduction, you will still get the statutory tax deduction. I don't know how to make it any clearer than that.
Okay. Thank you.
It sounds like nobody's really sure of the answer.
I'm sure of that answer.
Hello, good evening. My name is Sam Lapkowski. 83 Northfield Road, Parsippany. Okay, it's like this is already my probably like fourth meeting about this topic. And I can say I completely agree with those who are against pilot. And I didn't see other people here, but probably just few of you, but nobody else. And it seems to me that this is a well-planned operation against all residents of Parsippany. And this operation dates back more than a year ago. The first step of this operation was PLA on 2022. When the end of the last year, the Mayor Barbera ignored our petition
30 seconds.
with about 1,000 signatures against PLA. Now we are seeing the second step. I, like many other residents, learned about pilots only on November 9th of this year. The election was on November 7th, and the mayor knew that this was a very unpopular program that could harm him and those few who was involved in the election and support mayor.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Thank you.
What? I'm not finished yet.
The minute and a half is up.
Really?
Yes, really.
Nice people.
Tim Berrios, 24 Farmstead Drive. Madam Council President, I just wanted to make a comment. Being the former Board of Education President for the past 2 years, I can honestly say that if I ever talked to the voters who came to Board of Ed meetings the way you have addressed many here, not only would the board attorney have put her foot in my mouth, but there would have been ethics charges filed against me. That was rude. These people came. They spent a lot of time and effort to get here, and for you to disrespect them like that, even when they are wrong, is terrible.
Susie Golder, 187 Vale Road. I can't imagine that the developers being approved tonight can be happy that the town that they are building in does not want them. Had any of you really cared about Parsippany, like Councilman Masella, who is often referred to as the outsider, you would have negotiated with the developers in support of the Board of Education before the approval of the pilots. And by the way, since I am an adult with my own mind, no one but myself has written my talking points.
Hello again. Last Tuesday, before the meeting at the council chambers, thousands of people in this town received a text message from what turned out to be a phony website. That website led them to a video that was obtained from the Parsippany Police Department by way of an anonymous Oprah request. A video that depicted Councilman Musella in the right front seat of a car that was driven by his wife. 3 emails were also obtained anonymously from the Township of Parsippany. Emails from Councilman Musella to 2 people who were sitting on this dais. And they made their way. The inference was that he's a hypocrite, and the inference was that he used his influence in order to get out of a ticket, which we all know is BS. New Jersey Code of Criminal Justice 2C:27-3, threats and improper influence in official and political matters. In other words, it's illegal, it's a felony in the state of New Jersey to attempt to intimidate a public official. Now, you tell me that you knew nothing about it, and I would appreciate the answer. And if you didn't know anything about it, Mr. Mayor, what I'd like to hear from you in front of all of us is your condemnation of that kind of behavior. His wife was depicted. There was a fake document with her identifying information. How could anyone do that? So I'd like to hear from you because by the way, I know how that information worked its way up to you. What I'd like to know, I'd like to hear your apology, your condemnation.
Nobody's commenting. This was as a result of an Oprah request, so somebody filed an
That is
anonymous
what I was
Oprah
told.
request,
An
which,
Oprah
by the way,
request.
people are by law allowed to file an anonymous Oprah request.
I'm not saying it's
so
illegal.
They got it from who? Our police department?
They got it by way of an anonymous Oprah request.
Okay, but
You're the township attorney. Why don't you ask?
I'm just saying that anybody can Oprah a public document, which they got from the police department.
Right. So my
I
point
don't
is,
understand
what was the
your point
intent of doing this on the day of a critical vote? What was the intent? It was to intimidate Councilman Musella.
I think.
Okay, well, you know what?
I understand where you're going.
Anyone who
Thank
touched
you.
this,
Thank you, Mr.
it's going to
Lenz.
blow up.
Thank
I
you.
promise you. I promise you.
Kenneth Malmud, 8 Southwood Drive. Since the council president deemed this inappropriate as to a specific ordinance, let me ask it now. Have these developers, their principals, family members of their principals, or their political action committees made contribution to any of your campaigns or your party? Similarly, has the law firm involved, its principals, family members of its principals, or their political action committees made contributions to any of your campaigns or your party?
Mr.
That is
Malmuth,
all a matter.
I will answer. Mr. Malmuth, I have not had a campaign fundraiser for 2 years. So no one has ever given me money, any one of these developers. Thank you.
And by the way, if anybody wants to check, there's an Election Law Enforcement Commission website. You can take a look at any filings. All that would be public record anyway. So,
I'll answer the question too. None of these organizations have donated to me. The ones I were donated had nothing to do with any of these organizations.
Same goes here.
Same for me.
Money doesn't impact my judgment.
So what do you say? So what do you say? We need your name first, please.
Yep, Snyder, North Beverwick. I want to piggyback on the comments of previous residents because not only is there the question of how this is going to affect our school, how this is going to affect our taxes, but as a previous resident asked, how is this going to affect your building and construction department? And how is it going to affect Parsippany's development and department as a whole? How many permit applications are going to be pushed aside to push these ones through? How many homes are going to be halted? How many businesses are going to be put on pause? How many lives are going to have to be put on hold because of your decisions tonight? The Parsippany Building Department is currently months behind, handling the load of not only our already big town, but pieces of Denville, Boonton, and Mountain Lakes. Seeing how you're willing to strip support from the children of Parsippany, I don't think you're willing to apply that support to your employees in the building department. Thank you.
Joe LaMarca again. Have any of you people done any independent research, or are you just going by what you're being told? I did independent research on this one. I found out, and every auditing and accounting firm out there is telling you people this is a raw deal. We are going to take it where the sun don't shine if you put this through.
Nancy Chaffo. You tried to silence me before, so I'll speak now. Frank Neglia, why were pilots so bad under the Soriano administration, only for you to vote for this one? You had me speak publicly against Mayor Soriano many times against pilots because they're bad for the schools, and you were on the school board. You know they're bad for the schools, and your vote yes is damaging the schools. Mike DePira and Loretta, why do you feel the need to vote on this in the last meeting on this council, in your council ever? This is the last meeting that you're sitting there as a council people, and you're voting on this. Why? Is this the hill you want to die on? Is this going to be your legacy? And I want to apologize to the people who I've asked to come out and vote for you and supported you, and come out and wrote letters to the editors in support of you, and done everything I can to help him get elected again, because we thought Soriano was bad, and it was bad for Parsippany.
30 seconds.
Yeah, I know. I have 30 seconds to tell you. Soriano wasn't half as bad as what I see up there today, and I'm ashamed.
Dolores Salazzo here. So now I get to ask about 2 and 3 Campus Drive. My question is, they were applied for variances because we attended the Zoom meetings, which were approved. Now, do they get their variances first and then apply for the pilot? How does that work? They were going to build anyway. How did they get a pilot program when they knew they were going to be building? Which comes first, the variances when they come and then the pilot?
The pilot comes last. The pilot's the last part in the process. So they already got their variances, apparently. I mean, I don't know personally, but I'm assuming they were approved at the Land Use Board. They had a public hearing on it. Those were approved, so.
So they were going to be building anyway because they got the variances.
Well, I have no idea. It was designated an area in redevelopment. The planning board, was referred from the council to the planning board initially, just like every one of these. The planning board assigned it to the planner. The town planner did a report. There's been a lot of talk about blight out there and what blight is, but there is a statutory definition of blight in the redevelopment statute that says what you have to find. Our planner has to find at least 1 or 2 of those items. That was done. They had a public hearing on it. Comes back to the council. They pass an ordinance putting it in a redevelopment zone. Then from there, all of the ordinance that you have seen with finally consummating with the pilot. So the pilot's the last one.
Okay, when they asked for their variances, I also asked at that meeting, which was a couple of years ago, what about the sidewalks? Who's responsible for the sidewalks? Who's responsible for putting a school in that neighborhood? All the other neighborhoods, when the developments came in, they planned for a school. Why is this different? Why
30 seconds,
cannot a school be incorporated if they're going to be building these developments? Why can't they put a building right there?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that because I wasn't at the land use board meetings when the application was heard, so I can't answer that.
Because they're asking the overcrowded schools. They don't have to be overcrowded if a school building is incorporated where all this new housing is going to be. It doesn't have to be bust.
Thank you for coming up. Your time is up. Thank you.
Another question to Attorney Lavery. What is the exact reason that these pilot deals could not be taken off the agenda for this final meeting of the year?
Wait. Is that your only question? Or you have more questions?
That's the question. But if you want to read a good book, you want me to, again, it's called Supreme Inequality by Adam Cohen. Supreme Court's 50-year battle for a more unjust America. And pay attention in particular to Chapter 4, Finance the campaign finance. And there is a lot of corruption involved with corporate developers and billionaires that are getting what they want from the politicians they buy. And that's a fact. And that's the impression that I see here. Especially when Mr. Inglesino came back. Paul, I couldn't believe that you said, oh, I had my differences, but in this case, just the mere fact alone that he came back. That's,
But are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Well, as far as that, we have had our differences. We have no control over who a developer hires. We have our town attorney right here. We can't. If you own a company and you want to hire Mr. Inglesino, we can't tell you can't hire Mr. Inglesino. I mean, that's just a fact.
He disrespected the community. He shouldn't have been allowed to represent this development. That gave a bad smell right off the bat.
Mr. Lavery, would you answer the question about why we couldn't change any of the agenda?
Yeah, well, the agenda was already advertised. You could probably take anything off of there, but it was on for second reading, and then otherwise you'd have to start the process all over again. That goes for every ordinance on the agenda. So, and getting back, because I never answered Mr. Letz's question, I mean, my letter suggested that we had to start this meeting at least, we've already been here for 6 hours, so if we were going to get all of the business, it had to be done, because there's a lot of other things. Well, my letter says it all. But it was my suggestion that you had to move that up, or we would have never gotten this stuff done. Because listen, to be fair, there were emails, there was a movement, and I'm not accusing anybody sitting out in the audience of this, to try to delay things so that none of this business could get done. And there's things like insurance, things like that had to get done. So that's why that was my suggestion. And by the way, judging from the hour tonight, I think it was a pretty good suggestion. So that's the answer.
Okay, make a motion to close the public session.
Motion made by Mr. Carifi, seconded by Mr. Neglia. Roll call. Mr. Carifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero.
Yes.
Mr. Musella.
Yes.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
Ms. Grignani.
Yes.
Okay.
Non-consent agenda resolutions R 2020.
Well, I'm sorry.
What?
Excuse me. I apologize, Mr. Neglia.
Yeah, I wanted to make a comment because a lot of things were said here tonight. Obviously, all the folks here are against the pilot, and that's your right to be against it.
Yeah, speaking to the mic.
Sorry, is that better? Thank you. Obviously, a lot of folks here tonight were against the pilot, and that's your right to be against it. But this entire council voted unanimously back in April. Everyone on this council voted to move forward with a redevelopment program. Every one of us. So to say that we brought it on right away is false. We brought this on back in April, and we started to develop it back then. And we did it for what we all feel was in the best interest of the town. I live in this town since 1966, the mayor since 1964. Councilmen from Carifi, Grignani, and DiPiero, they've all lived here well over 30 years. We do things because we love this community. We're not politicians, we're community servants, us. We do what we can for the best of Parsippany, what we feel is the best of Parsippany. You may not agree, and I respect that. What I don't like is to see how you guys are all attacking us without giving us the opportunity to talk, and that's your right too, but we want to give you the opportunity to talk, and we couldn't even hear you guys because you were yelling over each other. A lot of things were put out there in social media, and I believe a lot of them were false, and I believe a lot of them were to promote someone. And I don't believe in that. I'm sorry. I feel that the people of Parsippany were used. I feel that the Board of Education was used. I think that's bad to do, and I feel that that's the truth, and it's very upsetting to me. When the economy is great, there is no need for a pilot. I, for one, would vote against a pilot to any type of structure that housed people if there was no need to it. But the township needs to remain competitive in this marketplace. With the surrounding towns offering pilots to everyone, we need to utilize the incentives we can to encourage some of these corporations to come here to fill our vacant buildings. I know I'm hearing a lot of things, oh, well, we can wait, we can fill these buildings. Well, we're not filling them. They've been vacant for 10 plus years. Also, as a Board of Education member for 15 years, the last 6 years that I served as president, I understand what the school board's point of view is. And there was a time I was opposed to pilots as well, but the economy has significantly changed, and not for the better. Interest rates are no longer 2% and 3%. The cost of materials has significantly risen. I heard somebody was doing a deck. I bet you they paid 5 times the amount to do their deck now than they would have 5 years ago. You know, COVID changed the way we do businesses, and businesses just don't do what they used to do as far as filling office space. In a perfect world, pilots should never be a first option. They certainly are not my first option. But I would oppose all of them under any circumstances except for the current environment. I understand also what happens if we continue to sit on empty office space. Tax appeals will come in. Guess who's going to pay those tax appeals? You are. You know, these spaces will become less desirable. Look at some of these buildings that are already being knocked down on 202. The tax rate has gone down to hardly nothing. Having a pilot will ensure that the town gets some money back. And I know the mayor has said he has every intention of sitting down with the school board and discussing things with them. And I know he's good for his word. His word is his bond, and he loves this town, and no one loves this town as much as this man. The reality is, if these sites do go dark, we won't be getting any revenue. The residents will have to assume the burden of paying these taxes, and tax appeals will come in. That is a fact. We need to ensure we're competitive. More importantly, we have to protect both the taxpayer and the school. In my opinion, this is the only way we can do that. To let these office spaces go black and blank, no one there, forget it. You're not going to get anything. They're going to knock them down. We're not getting anything. No one's getting anything. So, you know, the school will still receive a portion of the tax, the land tax, and I know the mayor will negotiate with them and do good by them. And anything they receive from these pilot programs is in excess of the 2% cap. I would have to think that the school board would rather see non-residential buildings like LA Fitness or whatever, what's it called? Is it LA Fitness or what they? Lifetime Fitness, I'm sorry. LA Fitness was the other one. And a warehouse, they're not bringing school-age children. That's a benefit to the town. I understand people being upset about the Avalon. It's going to bring in all these housing units. But thanks to negotiations by the mayor, we were actually able to eliminate 31 fair share housing units, which would have surely brought in many school-age children. Think about 3-bedroom apartments times 31. How many more apartments we could have had with children? And this satisfies the fair share housing mandate because they're being used by disabled adults. In addition, a good portion of these units are going to be executive units and 1-bedroom suites. The projection of this, listen to all the studies, is anywhere between 27 and 40 children. I know the mayor has met with the school board prior, and I know they're going to come up with a good, good plan. I know he wants to do good by this town. He loves this town, and no one wants to see anyone hurt. And the funding we receive can do many good things for this town. We can hire policemen. We can do things for the fire department. We can do things with the school. We can hopefully help the school with some of the things they have going on. I'm very hopeful and confident that will happen. But if we don't move on these, we're going to get tax appeals, and I think the taxpayer is going to wind up paying at the end. And also by law, we have to comply. We're required to comply with the fair share housing requirements. We have to do that. And doing it this way ensures that housing won't be built on some of the additional spaces that we're going to be housing. They're going to be a warehouse or fitness instead. Otherwise, the schools will be overwhelmed with even more students. Thankfully, the school district enrollment has gone down from 69 down to 6,900 students. I know when I was Board of Education president, there was like 7,400 students, and so the enrollment has declined. I also remember that the Board of Education operating expense was no more than $140,000. Now we're looking at $197,000. I know Mr. Chaffa mentioned that this is operating expense, but it's still taxes, and they do and can exceed the tax limit of 2% threshold because they have surplus. They have other revenues that come in that aren't part of the tax thing, and all the things that they can receive from the state and additional funding are also in excess of the 2% cap. So that hasn't been mentioned either. So, we can't stop a builder from building on his own land. Understand that. We cannot stop anyone from building what they want to build. But doing it this way helps us ensure that not all of it will be housing, which will help the schools and will help the town. This plan is a good one, and it will help the taxpayers immensely, despite the propaganda you're being fed. I've seen social media too. It's not telling you all the facts. I understand the Board of Education's view, but they're not telling you all the facts either. When you pay going from $160,000, $150,000 to $197,000, that's a big operating expense. I'm sorry, million, I apologize, million. That's a big operating expense. Maybe you should be going to the Board of Ed meetings and see where your taxpayer dollars are being paid there, because I will tell you, that's a big jump in the 3 years since I've been there. So I just want to mention that. And let me say this, if we don't do anything, we're gonna suffer. Everyone's gonna suffer. We're in a difficult place. Instead of working against each other, we need to work together with one another and not look for political headlines, not look for our face on social media, not look for staged, scripted items on social media. There was not too long ago that politics was not involved with the Board of Ed, and we were able to do a lot of good things like that. Now, I'm going to address Mr. Raya because you came up here and said something, and I want to address that. With all due respect, I need to address a couple of things. First, you came up here and you mentioned, you brought up about a 30-to-1 ratio. I've got a page, an item off of page 115 from the Board of Education report, and it's telling me that it's an 11-to-1 ratio and a 9-to-1 ratio and 9-to-1 ratio in the middle school and high school and an 11-to-1 ratio in elementary. And I find that disturbing that you're telling me 30, yet the report from the Board of Ed says something different. And that bothers me. So I'm trying to understand where the 30-to-1 came. You also mentioned that the Board of Ed, you failed to mention that the Board of Ed budget, whether it's operating or not, expense or not, has gone up 24%. That's $37 million increase since 2020 when I left the board. I think people should be attending these Board of Education meetings and see why it's increased $37 million in just a few years. There's a, it just doesn't seem right. And in light of declining enrollment that I've seen on the Board of Ed website, how can this cost go up so much? It doesn't seem right. Something's not right. And then you have the audacity to come up here and to insinuate, I'm not putting the children first. I don't care about kids. I guess you being a Board of Education member for all but 1 year has made you an expert. I served on the Board of Education for 15 years. I served on the Education Service Commission on that Board of Education for disabled children for 6 years. I've run a Little League program in town since 1988. I've instituted a Challenger program for disabled children, and I continue to participate in that since 1994. I've participated in the Easter Seals as chairman of the Logistics Committee and several of their walks, as well as chairman of the Committee for the March of Dimes. I've attended many school functions with Mayor Barbario and sporting activities through the years. Oh yes, and these are all for children. So please, the next time you come up here and accuse me of not putting the children first or caring about them, first think of all that I've done for the children, the better part of 30 years, and what you've done for your 1 year. I have more to say to Mr. Chaffo and to Mr. Barrios, but unfortunately they're not here, and I will address them personally in a meeting when I see them. But I will say this. Let's put our heads together instead of attacking one another. I'm sure if we do that, we'll come up with a great plan for all of us, not just one side. And I think that's what we're supposed to be doing here. Thank you.
Say a few words.
Mike wants to say something.
I'll just highlight two things. The affordable housing units that are going to be going into 2 Campus Drive and 3 Campus Drive.
Whoops, somebody fell. All right, okay, you all right?
Shouldn't lean back on the chairs.
Who is it? He's a big guy. He's a big guy. He's a big guy. Is he all right? It's a second. Oh my God!
Oh, that one really broke.
The other one broke too.
All right, if I can continue, just so we're late enough. The developer for 2 Campus Drive and 3 Campus Drive was able to petition the Affordable Housing Council, and he has committed to have learning disabled adults occupy the affordable housing units at 2 Campus Drive and 3 Campus Drive. Now, they will not produce school children, and what he was able to do was we get credits with the courts for every apartment for affordable housing. Because these are going to be disabled or handicapped or whatever adults, we're going to get the credit for each bedroom, not each apartment. So we can cut down the number of affordable housing units. We get the same number of credits, but the number of units that will be built is lower, thanks to his negotiations with the Affordable Housing Council. And they will not be producing any school children. So that's a point that has not been made. The other point I would like to make, there's a lot of concern about the school board. Every school board member's gotten up, 15, 20 times to talk tonight. If you look at the numbers, and I don't have the exact numbers now, I did a year ago, okay, we have roughly 13,000 homes, maybe now it's close to 14,000 homes and townhouses in Parsippany, and 7,000 apartments, maybe it's a little bit higher now, but that's roughly 20,000 housing units in the township. And you just heard the number before, the number of school children has gone down to below 7,000. That comes to one child per every 3 apartments or homes. 1 per every 3. That's the density we're talking about in homes now. So when some of the members from the audience got up and said 1 child in each apartment, that's not what the numbers show today. It's 1 for every 3. So this mass crowd into the school district is really not going to happen. And some of these apartments that are going to be built, forced by affordable housing, granted, but some of these apartments are going to be 1 bedroom. There are senior citizens that don't want a home anymore. They don't need a home. They don't need to cut grass and shovel snow. They want to sell their home and move into an efficiency apartment or a 1-bedroom or maybe a 2-bedroom and not have to worry about landscaping or anything else. You also have young people. We call them the bookends. The senior citizens want to move in for one reason, to get rid of the home and the overhead. And young people going up in their careers don't want yet the white picket fence. They're still moving up in their careers, and they want something temporarily, and they will move into these efficiency apartments too. So all of these apartments are not going to, it's designed this way, they're not going to all produce school children. It's not going to happen. So we've looked at all of this. We've looked at the numbers. We've had our reports. Everyone has come up here and suggested, have you thought of this? Have you thought of this? The answer is, to most of those questions, is yes, we have. We have. And we didn't do this overnight. Some of these applications have been going on for several years. I've been on the planning board for 25 years. And I've heard all these applications come and go for years and years and years. And I've always been concerned about how Parsippany developed. And our master plan, which I was a part of, which was developed for the first time in 1977, we were concerned at that time because there were 7,000 apartments built in the 60s. And our schools were inundated and trying to build new schools. When my kids were in school, we were trying to keep class sizes. I was on the school board for 6 years, 75 to 81, and I was president of the Morris County School Boards Association for 3 of those years. And we were trying to protect our kids and keep class sizes as low as we could. We shipped all of our classified youngsters to private schools so we could minimize the busing for the walkers to our local 10 elementary schools. But so when we developed the master plan, we didn't want any more apartments in Parsippany. We were overcrowded with schools, and we changed the master plan to encourage ratables, commercial properties that don't produce school children. And so we rezoned a lot of the property to commercial and not to residential, not to apartments especially. Mixed units, planned units, these are all things that we were shying away from back when we developed the master plan. And then the economy was good, and all of these offices sprung up and we were the crossroads of northern New Jersey, and everybody wanted to come to Parsippany, and we had all this Class A development, and everything was great for a while. But then people were complaining about the traffic on 10 and 202, on some of the other roads. So now we said we have to taper back the commercials and go more back towards residential. So the master plan is a living document. It reacts to our economy and our situation at any point in time. It's changing. It changes all the time. And we try to keep up with what the demands are. Now, with these pilots, this is something new. But 4 of us up here realize that these office buildings are no longer Class A. They've been empty. No one has wanted to rent them. They're there. No one wants them. So now we have a declining revenue stream for the township and for the school board, and we need to do something about it. The buildings are rotting. They're no good. No one wants to move into them, and no one's going to spend money to renovate them. They don't meet the needs of today's standards. Besides that, the pandemic changed how many people have to travel to an office. The businesses don't need as many office spaces anymore. So that's another reason they're declining. So this was our effort. The economy is bad. Building materials are very expensive. Interest rates have gone up. These LLCs that was mentioned several times, okay, these businesses that are going to be developing here, okay, they get financing from the banks or from the financial institutions. And with the economy the way it is, the cost of construction the way it is today, they can't get the funding from these financial institutions unless there is some other incentive. The other incentive is what we're using now for these 6 locations is a pilot. It's the only reason we've gone along with it is because the economy, interest rates have gone up, the economy is bad, and the cost for building materials have skyrocketed. If we want to address this now, okay, this is what we had to do. Keep in mind, in 2025, the courts will be back with round 4 of affordable housing, and we'll have a whole new obligation. Any of these buildings that are developed now, repurposed in some other way, are no longer, the courts can't go after them for affordable housing in 2025, which is the next round. So we've conscientiously have done what we think we have to do at this point in time to move us forward into the future without adverse effects. That is our belief. Thank you.
I'd just like to say a couple words. First off, am I a big proponent of pilots? No, I'm not. But as it's been stated, in these economic times, this is what we need to do right now. Mr. LaMarca, right across from where you are, they've torn down buildings right there, okay? I give you an example. I don't know the exact figure of those buildings now, but with no building there and just the land, our revenue from those areas is dramatically decreased right now with nothing there. For instance, one of the pilots for the Pomeroy location, if that building is torn down, right now they're paying $170,000 in taxes for an empty building that no one wants. If they knock it down, they will then only pay $45,000. They're willing to build a state-of-the-art warehouse there. No school children, no burden on the schools, okay? Some of these pilots are for warehouses. So I'll give you an example. 2 and 3 campus, right near you. Those are for apartment buildings. But number 7, which is a little further down, near the Hilton, that building right now has been vacant for years. You agree, right? There's a lot of vacant, right? So the developer, if he gets a pilot for that, is willing to not build an apartment building there and build a state-of-the-art warehouse there. Again, no school children, no burden on the schools. And right now, what we're collecting, that building is empty right now. So I'm not even sure if they've gone for tax appeals, but if they haven't already, they're going to go for more. And our tax collector, I've had conversations with him. He's told me that there's a lot more coming, so our revenue is going to go down. It's been brought up about the next round of affordable housing. For all of these abandoned and empty buildings that we have, when the courts look at our town and they see that we have all of these empty buildings, they're going to say, you have a lot of empty space where you can put apartment buildings. And they're going to tell us that our number for affordable units, they're going to give us a high number because we have all of these vacant areas. The more we take off the map, like number 7 campus, if that's taken off the map, when they go for that round of affordable housing, number 7's not on the map anymore. So they can't say, well, you have an empty lot right there. You can build 400 or 500 apartments. So the Lifetime Fitness and some of these other warehouse locations, there's no burden on the schools whatsoever, and we're going to get a steady stream of income. Right now, we're not guaranteed. These owners of these buildings could knock down these buildings and they could sit vacant for years, and we're only going to collect the land tax and not the amount of tax that we could be and the amount of money we could be getting from the pilot. Okay, so that's one thing. It was, but we can't. I can't have I could talk to you offline. So again, that next round of affordable housing is coming. I brought it up earlier. I told people, just go on the school board. It keeps coming up. The school board keeps throwing out there that it's $21,800 per student. Let me ask you this. I've talked to a number of people in different schools, in different towns, administrators, etc. If a classroom has, let's just say 15 students, and now they get a 16th student, do you think that classroom, the cost of that classroom goes up $21,800? I've asked administrators, I've asked teachers. They said, you know what it goes up? It goes up the cost of a Chromebook. It goes up the cost of a couple supplies for that student. It does not go up $21,800. The school population in Parsippany has actually declined. It's gone down in the last 10 years. Overall, it's gone down. And if you look at that website, the state website, it shows that our Board of Ed has actually hired 40-plus teachers during that time. So I don't know where the math is on that, but when you influx 40-plus more teachers into the school system and you decrease the amount of students, obviously something's got to give in a better direction, you would think, in our way, but the budget's up $37 million. So that's a whole nother aspect, but I think that needs to be questioned. That needs to be brought out there. Again, I think right now this is what if all of these buildings, it was brought up by some real estate people that Parsippany's the most desirable. Well, again, I'll refer to that location across from where you live. You know there's a bunch of vacant buildings, and there's also a lot of buildings that are only 20, 30% occupied. If those people decide to move out, okay, or those owners of those buildings to start to say, well, you know what, I'm only 30% occupied, I'm going for a tax appeal, and they get $100,000 taken off, that's $100,000 out of our budget that we have to give back. The school board doesn't give any of their money back. They get their money at the beginning. Whether people want to say they submit their bill to the town at the beginning of the year, the town pays that bill. If a tax appeal comes in and somebody's now given $100,000 in a tax break, the town, we pay that out of our 21 cents for every dollar. We have to give that back.
A pyramid scheme is a good thing, whether it's a bad economy or a good economy. And I think we should heed his words on what he said would happen if we embarked on a course of giving out pilots to developers, specifically that go beyond the intended use of these programs, which is on borderline abuse. What are we going to now say to the gyms in town that pay their school taxes, to the warehouses that are currently in Parsippany that have been paying their fair share of taxes all along, to the new office owners that are coming to town or relocating within town without a pilot? We have established no standard to give out these pilots. The process is what has been the problem here. It's been ready, aim, fire. That's been the process. And I think that's why so many people are upset, because we've told them that this meeting tonight would have been at 7 p.m. at the last council meeting, which was the only reason why that crowd left. And then 48 hours, we put out a post saying that this meeting would be held at a time for the people who really are going to be impacted by this the most, which are working families with kids that couldn't be here, that couldn't get out of work early, that couldn't afford to take a day off to come and express how they feel. And so it's my opinion that the only thing that we will accomplish here is, I believe we are sacrificing hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayer money and jeopardizing our schools in exchange for helping developers do their dream projects. And I don't believe that's a trade-off. I don't believe that's a solution. I believe that's a trade-off for a bigger problem for us down the line.
Since Mr. Musella brought up Mr. Cassis's statement of 2000, I believe it was 19. I have an article. I have a statement here. Thank you, Khaled. I have a statement that Mr. Cassis gave me in case something was said in regard to his article. And I read, "It has come to my attention that an article that I wrote over 4 years ago during a much different economic climate is being used to suggest that I am currently against pilot agreements. On November the 21st, 2023, I appeared before the Township Council to present my current assessment and professional opinion of the office market. The public can view this meeting on the Township website. At the 18th minute of the council meeting, I made an opening statement that addressed the pilot articles that I wrote. In the statement, I mentioned that both articles, including the pilot or pyramid article dated June 12, 2019, were written in a pre-COVID commercial market when interest rates and construction costs were low. Therefore, this article is not applicable in today's market. Today, the commercial market that Parsippany and the world is facing is a completely different market. The effects of COVID on the commercial market are now beginning to show in the office market. I stated that, quote, there are now 17 vacant office buildings in Parsippany, end quote. At the 23.40 minute of the council meeting, I specifically stated that pilot agreements may be necessary for redevelopments to go forward. I stand by this statement. In this post-COVID market environment, I have stated that I am not against pilot agreements. Anyone who was told that I am was either misinformed, misled, or not present at the council meeting. Daniel Cassis, CTA, Tax Assessor, Parsippany-Troy Hills. Thank you. May we please
Well, I would just ask, why isn't the tax assessor here to say that himself? I know why he's not here, because this is indefensible of what has been done.
Let me just make one more statement.
Well,
if
hold on.
I can.
Let me just finish. I'm speaking, and then I'll let you speak. Here's the reality. How can we believe him if he was saying that 4 years ago he was wrong? How can we believe that he's right today?
Are you done?
Yes.
He didn't say he was wrong 4 years ago. He said he was opposed to it because the economic conditions were different 4 years ago. In fact, the reason he even made that comment was on Route 10, 1515 project. At the 1515 project, we granted them a pilot, but we did it for a different reason at that point in time. Danny Cassis was opposed to it, but the Township Council wanted in order to get to 1515 or the Delta Dental Building or the Octagon building further up, all along Route 10 going towards 202 and 10. If anybody wanted to get to those buildings, they would have to, if they came from, say, 287, go west on Route 10 and make a double jug handle turn and come back east on Route 10 to go into those buildings. We didn't want that. Route 10 and 202 is a heavily impacted intersection now. So we wanted this developer to put a roundabout off of Dryden Way so that there would be a way for people that wanted to get to these three buildings could enter them from the back. They could go on Dryden Way, go under the bridge, and then through the roundabout that we're going to have built, get to the back road behind those buildings, which goes to Johnson Road, and enter them from the back. And all that traffic would come off of 202 and 10, which is a heavily burdened traffic. So we granted the pilot in that case so we could get the roundabout that we wanted to take traffic off of 202 and 10. Danny Cassis was opposed to that pilot, but we wanted it for a different reason. Not because of economics or building costs, but because we wanted that roundabout.
I understand what I understand what you're saying, Councilman, but the problem here is that the economy is constantly in flux. The economic conditions from last year compared to today are much different than they were. The economic conditions from 1 year from now are probably going to be a lot different than they are today. We opted, for whatever reason, to give the most generous and longest term possible on each pilot. We didn't even consider, when it was brought to our attention, that we could have done 5 years on these pilots. And I was at that council meeting where all of us were dumbfounded that this was possible. Why didn't we try to do that? As much as I am against pilots, I would have voted for a 5-year term instead of a 30-year term on all of these pilots. Give them the time that they need to do the development while economic times are tough, and then after a set period of time, they're on their own. The taxpayers are protected, but unfortunately, we didn't do that. We embarked on a rushed course where we gave the most generous terms possible for 30 years on each pilot. That's the problem with this economic argument.
Real quick, I just want to make one statement. Mr. Muselli, you asked why Mr. Cassis wasn't here, like insinuating like he was afraid to talk. I've been a councilman now for over 12 years. I've dealt with that man. That man, one, is the best at his job. He is the best, and he is not afraid of talking and explaining things to whether it's one person or 1,000 people. So I'm sure he's not here for whatever reason, but it is definitely not that, because that man knows exactly what he's talking about, and he would have had no problem explaining that again to people. I just wanted to say that.
All right, so, okay. With regards to Dan Cassis, as you know, he basically said, and you read it into the record, Loretta, Council President, and I spoke to him on several occasions with this, that this market is not going to be favorable for many years. Not from 1 year. You can't hear me? I know. How's that? No. Man, everyone can be heard but me. So, I guess I have to go down there. So, Dan Cassis, our tax assessor, said the market's not going to be good for many years. CoStar also said that the market's not going to be good for many years to come. You're not looking at a turnaround to 2035, 2040 in the office market, which is not going to happen here in Parsippany. When they negotiated these pilots, and NW Financial, what they did was that, and they did it in a very, 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 when you go 5 years, it's worthless. There's no incentive. It's not financeable. It's just not financeable, and that's what happened there. And they come up, that's something that's financial, that's going to work out for the developer and for the township. So when the rents increase, so is the amount of revenue that the town receives increase as well. But with regards to what's going to happen, and we have to be realistic here, and, you know, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but I've been up front about the office market. I drove by Wyndham Hotel. There was 5 cars in the parking lot, 5. That's a very big complex. That's about 25 to 30 acres. That right now, they're going to be bought out by another hotel firm in Chicago. So you're going to look at that going dormant, going dark. The rumor that GAF might leave. Well, that's a 40-acre lot. That's the rumor I'm hearing right now. So I have to get on it right away with our attorneys and discuss possible working something out if we can. But if you got a 26-acre of land and a 40-acre of land being vacant, now I'm going to read this to you. And I know a lot of times, you know, people want to boo, and I don't mean that. You can boo me all you want. But as many of you know, and this just recently happened, Parsippany was hit hard by state affordable housing mandates. Although Parsippany settled its third-round obligation under my predecessor, Parsippany still has 460 new units unmet need, which carries over to the 4th round. Now, everybody says the 4th round is not going to happen to the end of 2025. Well, that's not the case. The 4th round wasn't supposed to begin until July 1st, 2025. However, earlier this month, the Speaker of the State Assembly and the Senate President introduced legislation as a fast track to round 4. And this is bad for towns like Parsippany. The legislation would enact the following into law. Requires municipalities to adopt a round 4 housing plan by January 31st, 2024. Round 4 wasn't to begin until July 1st, 2025. And now we will be required to have our plan in place for round 4, 6 months in advance of when round 4 was scheduled for more affordable housing than they have to date. This will be a lot mandated development on Parsippany, and indeed all similar municipalities across New Jersey. Here's the issue, though, and this is what I'm hearing, that if we don't have our plan by 2024, end of 2025, I keep saying 24, we lose our immunity. We could lose it, which means that these developers can build anywhere they wish. If the towns do not adopt their round 4 housing plan by January 31st, 2025, then those towns could be subject to builder remedy lawsuits. 3 special masters will be appointed in the north, central, and southern parts of our state to assign each town its round 4 number. The methodology will be based on the Judge Jacobson's formula used in connection with round 3. I can tell you that means Parsippany will have a huge obligation. The legislation allocates $16 million to administer the program. COA will be permanently disbanded. This legislation appears to be fast-tracked to legislators and can become law very soon. So my point is this. When we go into these pilot programs, we're actually taking those properties off the roll for affordable housing. That's what we're doing. And we do benefit from it. Everybody keeps saying that, oh, we can get some amount of tax money. Yes, if the market was good, we can conventionally do it, and I wouldn't even enter into a pilot program. I did one pilot program in 2015-16 in that area there with UPS, which is a very positive. But when we had 15-15, I was very reluctant. I was reluctant because the interest rates were great, and I thought they could make a profit. They're not so great. The market's not picking up, and when you hear that we're one of the 140th suburban areas to live, that meant residential. It did not mean commercial. It meant residential. That's where we're booming, in residential. We're not booming in commercial. So everybody says that if they build these housing, will they be filled? Yes, they will. I'm watching them go like crazy, and I can't believe the cost of them. But that being said, if we're not proactive, We want everything to go dark. There's only one way to collect the money, even through the Board of Ed. I told the Board of Education that I'm willing to meet with them. I met with them maybe in the end of November in that area there, and I'm going to meet with them again, and we're going to try to work some sort of a solution out. As the Councilman Neglia said, we're trying to work some sort of a solution out. Of course, we don't want the schools to be affected, but at the same time, I don't want the town to be affected. I'm sure all the council members would agree that when we get hit with $1 million revenue loss, we have to pay the $630,000. We don't get it back from the school. We take a hit, we give them 100% of the money, and we take a hit when we lose money. They don't take a hit. Now, I'm not out to make them pay it, but what I would like to do, I'd like to have a fair deal for the township and for the school. Because the town, we have to, everybody, like we were saying before that, the town, my taxes are high. Well, let me say this. When I came back, and I've said this 100 times, and I know you're probably getting tired of hearing it, we were in a bad way. Our rating agency brought us to a negative, this just recently to a positive, because they saw how proactive the administration was with housing, how the administration was proactive in generating the revenue that it needed to generate. So we got bumped from a negative to a positive. Moody's Standard & Poor, they were going to downgrade us in 2022, but they were extremely happy with the way that we were able to build our surplus back up. Okay, they were happy with that. They were happy how we're dealing with the office market. This all is into effect. And in those meetings, we have our CFO, and we have a very good CFO. In those meetings are the BA and myself. And we go over all the criteria they're looking at. Parsippany is on the upswing. Our auditor even said it. Our town auditor said that Parsippany is in a stable situation where it wasn't before. But we still have some issues we have to deal with in town. And it's not going to be easy, but I got to make some tough decisions. If I have the council support, that's great. If I don't, I'm still going to make those decisions. You heard a lot of people say tonight, well, come for you. Listen, I do want to talk about Waterview because that was brought up to me. This was nothing compared to Waterview, because I had to deal not just with Parsippany, we had to deal with Mountain Lakes. They wanted nothing built there. The township did not own that property. That was 26 acres of land that we did not own. The developer came in, wanted to put a Whole Foods in, anchor stores, as well as townhomes in the back. There was an uproar, so there was an overlay zone that had to be introduced and passed by the council. It failed by 1 vote. So then, what happens? We tried to purchase that piece of property with Open Space Trust Fund money. Now, round 3 wasn't decided yet. That was 2013. I know the date, October 1st, 2013, when it went down. Wasn't decided on yet. I told the residents, and Councilman DePiero said it, you're not going to like what's coming next. We tried to avoid it, like we're trying to avoid the housing now. We tried to avoid it. So we tried to purchase it with Open Space Trust Fund money. I asked the tax assessor, how much is it worth? $7.5 million. We go down, we apply to the county, and the county denies us. We don't get the grant money. March 10, 2015, the Supreme Court comes out with their decision. Our property, that property went from $7.5 million to $25 million. We couldn't afford to buy it. What does the applicant do? He puts a 100% affordable housing unit in. That is an inherently beneficial use that you cannot stop. There is no way when it's inherently beneficial use you can stop it. So what did we do? We had to get back to the table, hoping we could get back to the table with the developer. And we did. And what we had to do, and this is how complicated it can get, what we had to do was we had to buy 11 acres in the back with Open Space Trust Fund money. We had some green acres, and the county finally gave us some money. So 11 acres in the back were open space now to perpetuity, forever. We vote on that, it passes. As you see now, the Whole Foods is there. We made the right decision. This is one of the reasons why we made it. At that time, it was farmland assessed. The town was, I think, at that time receiving $128 in taxes a year on that site. 63% of that goes to the school. Now we get approximately $1 million. There's no school-age children coming out of there. You have stores that are booming over there. So, of course, nobody wanted it to be built, but thank God we had the foresight, because you would add housing on there. Okay, and what happens next? After we come to an agreement, Fair Share Housing wants to sue us because they said we tried to circumvent the affordable housing rules. Boy, I didn't want to be deposed for that, because I can't imagine what I would have to have said. The truth. So this is what we were dealing with now, but the market's a lot worse now than it was in 2013, 14, 15. A lot worse. The tax assessor even said, I think we got over 40-something tax appeals coming down. We have possibly 5 more companies going vacant in the town. And if we do nothing, it's just going to keep increasing. At the end of the day, we can agree to disagree. But on this subject matter, I can't agree on certain things. It's not, this is black and white. The economy in the township is bad. Everybody knows it, because why would CoStar mention Parsippany as one of the suburbs that's going down? They mention us by name because they see it, how the market's going down. The second quarter of this year, I think we're at 32% vacancy. The third quarter, we're at 35% vacancy. I don't know what the fourth quarter is going to say, what our vacancy rate is now. So, if you want to keep going vacant, good luck trying to catch up, because we have competition, and that's 25 other municipalities that are doing pilots right now. Let's take Deloitte & Touche. Deloitte & Touche, 100 Kimball Drive, decided to leave Parsippany. Where'd they go? To Morristown. And what did they get? A pilot. The incentive was the pilot. You think these other companies are going to say, hey, you know what, Parsippany? You want to have these type of fights on pilots? We'll go to the town that wants to give them to us. I actually spoke to a lot of the mayors in the county. And one of them said to me, because we talked about it, I said, Hanover Township. I said, I really don't want to do these pilot programs. He said the same thing. But he said he called around to other mayors. You know what they said to him? If you don't want them, let us know who they are, we'll take them. We'll take them right from you. Because that's the market. That's the way it is. These companies are going to go where they can get the pilot. Okay? We lose the revenue 100% of the time. And if you think they're not going to knock them down, they're going to knock these buildings down, as they did on Littleton Road on 202. And they were going to do on Pomeroy Road, they were going to knock that down. And like Councilman Creefy said, you only would receive $40,000 in taxes on land tax. And I just want to say this too. In the pilot program, there is a land tax. The land tax is in there. So, I mean, when you hear it's not, it is. They have to pay land tax. But that being said, so as contentious as this meeting was, because it did get contentious, people called me names, and that's fine. That's okay. That being said, I wish you all a very, very happy New Year, and enjoy the rest of your holiday. Thank you.
Resolutions R 2023-186, approving an emergency agreement with WM Stotthoff Company Incorporated for repairs to well 17. Motion to approve the resolution above by myself.
Motion made by Mr. Musella, seconded by Mr. Karifi. Roll call, Mr. Karifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero.
Yes.
Mr. Musella.
Yes.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
Ms. Grignani.
Yes.
Motion passes.
R 2023-187, approving an emergency agreement with Carter Brothers for the replacement of broken 12-inch valve at the Farney Booster Station. Motion to approve the resolution above by myself.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Neglia, seconded by Mr. Karifi. Roll call, Mr. Karifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero.
Yes.
Mr. Musella.
Yes.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
Ms. Grignani.
Yes.
Motion passes.
R 2023-188, subgrant award of the federal fiscal year 2023 of Emergency Management Performance Grant and an Emergency Management Agency Assistance. Motion to approve the resolution above by myself.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. DePiero, seconded by Mr. Neglia. Roll call. Mr. DePiero. Oh, Mr. Karifi, sorry.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero.
Yes.
Mr. Musella.
Yes.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
Ms. Grignani.
Yes.
Motion passes.
R 2023-189, authorizing transfers between budget appropriation. Motion to approve the resolution by myself.
Yes.
Second. All right. Motion made by Mr. Karifi, seconded by Mr. Musella. Roll call, Mr. Karifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero.
Yes.
Mr. Musella.
Yes.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
Ms. Grignani.
Yes.
Okay.
Consent agenda, please.
Well, no. Before we do that, there's one more. There's. I'll just go ahead and read this one. It's R 2023-190, authorizing membership in the New Jersey Intergovernmental Insurance Fund. Could I please have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Neglia, seconded by Mr. Karifi. Roll call, Mr. Karifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero.
Yes.
Mr. Musella.
Yes.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
Ms. Grignani.
Yes.
Motion passes. All right, consent agenda.
Consent agenda. Be it resolved, all items listed with an asterisk are routine and non-controversial by the Township Council and will be approved by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member so requests, in which case the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered in its normal sequence on the agenda. Motion to approve the consent agenda made by myself.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Musella, seconded by Mr. Karifi. Roll call, Mr. Karifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero.
Yes.
Mr. Musella.
Yes.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
Ms. Grignani.
Yes.
Payroll.
CFO Leonard Ho recommends authorization for payments. Authorization payment for December 21st, 2023. Regular and miscellaneous payroll estimated at $1,650,000. Payment of bills from voucher list 12/15/23 through 12/17/23 is $1,697,326.60. Motion to approve the authorization for payment above by myself.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Neglia, seconded by Mr. Karifi. Roll call, Mr. Karifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero.
Yes.
Mr. Musella.
Yes.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
Ms. Grignani.
Yes.
Get a motion to adjourn.
I just want to say something really quickly before we adjourn. I think it's important. It's been a contentious meeting, but it is good to end on a positive note. And I do agree with what the mayor says, is that sometimes we might not see eye to eye, but we never do not see heart to heart on serving the community and doing what we think is best. In light of the fact that this council meeting will be the last meeting for Council President Grignani and Council Vice President Mike DePiero, I would just like to personally thank you for your service to the town, for everything that you've done for the community. You know, sometimes we haven't always agreed, but I wish you both nothing but a healthy, a happy new year, and enjoy all the days of your upcoming retirement. And I hope we see you around town a lot. Thank you.
I'd like to echo that. You know, it's been a pleasure throughout the years serving with you guys. You know, I have the utmost respect, even though we haven't always seen eye to eye on everything. I've always respected both of you, and just keep your phones on. All right? Thank you.
I, too, want to share in the sentiment for these two individuals. They've been lifelong residents of this town, and as I said before, they've been community servants. They've done everything for this community possible. They've been involved with every aspect of it. They've always been there to help. They're great people, and as Paul said, keep your phones on. I'm sure we'll be calling you for some advice as the years go on. Thank you for everything you've done for this town.
Thank you. Microphone.
Microphone.
I've known Mike DePiero for many, many years. His son went to high school. I went to Parsippany Hills. His son went to Parsippany High, but he went to high school with my cousin. We never saw eye to eye because I was always a little bit taller than you. No kidding. Well, Mr. DePiero and Loretta Grignani are very good people. They did a very good job.
Frank and I saw eye to eye all the time.
I mean, I know. But out of all the years, I can't say enough. I'm always going to reach out to you to get your opinion, both of you, and thank you for your service to the community. And I definitely know I'm going to see you guys more, so thank you.
Thank you. And now the ultimate motion to adjourn.
Second. Motion made by Mr. DePiero, seconded by Mr. Carifi. Roll call, Mr. Carifi.
Yes.
Mr. DePiero.
Yes.
Mr. Busella.
Yes.
Mr. Neglia.
Yes.
Ms. Grignani. Yes. We are adjourned. A happy New Year, everyone.